toes. Riding with rocket scooter AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every trade hold never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, midnight glory. Heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud. Future kings standing on their cloud. Riding with rocket scooter AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. The pulse ascending, mind on fire, never ending. Trees of gold, endless fight. Push on through the endless night. Riding with rocket scooter AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, midnight glory. Heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud. Future kings standing on their cloud. Checking the charts with AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, checking the charts. Midnight glory. Sanctuary in awe, it's blending. Mind on fire, never ending. Dreams of gold, endless fight. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night.
Chat, my friends, I love you. Good morning. Good to see you all here. Hello, hello, hello. Get those good mornings in chat. Oh, I love it. Y'all ready to trade? Love waking up to the sound of money being made. Good morning, Tradey, CF Barnes. What's up? Let's hope the New York session will show some movement. I think so. I think with the movement we had right now, we're primed to maybe test some highs of yesterday. But I honestly, the way Friday closed out, though, I'm a little scared. I don't know if we've accepted. I don't think the market's accepted a reversal yet. We'll see. We'll see today. I just longed at this half gap about like 10 minutes. Gonna do anything all night, but just grab this bad boy here. I think at best case scenario. I mean, the S&P sustained the gap up, didn't even get close to the half gap. So Nasdaq did. And I think that maybe, and I think just maybe, we peak highs like a little bit, and then we sell some more. I feel like we've got another. My brain keeps telling me we got another month like August. So I'm not gonna, or like April. Sorry, August, another month like July. I don't want to like miss out on some possible good stuff by like being too afraid to approach it. But I'll take a few stabs at, is this the reversal, right? And if it is, then great. If it isn't, then I take my licks and I'm done. And then I wait until you know, September. See how that happens. So good morning, guys. Lee Media, Ethan, Sensei, Biker Boy, Wax Grandmaster, Busted Trade, mods, everybody. Simon Dean, if you're here, I'm not sure if you're here. I didn't get a chance to read your email, man. I got so busy over the weekend. I got a master. I got a message from you. I saw it too. I didn't get a chance to read it. I was catching up. You know, I went on Twitter. This is gonna be so bad. I went on Twitter and I didn't even know. Like, I had unread messages, right? DMs, unread DMs that were like 5 years old. I'm serious, 5 years old. Now I just wanted to clear my inbox and make it 0. I was like, okay, let's get everything to 0. And then I found this tab that's called message requests. And I was gonna sound really bad. I didn't know there's a tab called message requests because it's buried. If you actually click on messages, there's a drop down. It's like unreads, unknowns, message requests, spam, whatever. And I was like, oh crap, message requests. And I had thousands, and I mean thousands from I don't know, for the last however many years. And I went back last night and I went through every message request. You know how many things I got invited to that I even know about? How many events? Hey Matt, we'd like you to speak on our show. Hey Matt, we'd like for you to come to this event. Hey Matt, we'd like to give you money to do this. See how much of that I did not. And I'm like reading these things. It's like I've accepted the message like 7 years later. People think I'm such a slacker. I didn't even know that was a thing. Like, for some reason, I never knew that was a setting. But anyway, the funny part is, I didn't miss out on anything super important, but yeah, but there's I bet you half of the industry out there thinks I'm just an arrogant prick that didn't care what they had to ask me. Hey Matt, we'd love to interview you on our show. Hey Matt, we're doing a podcast. We'd love to feature you and this and that. Hey Matt, we're doing an event in London. We'd like for you to come fly you first class and give you some caviar. No, they didn't say that, but that's what it kind of felt like. Good morning, everybody. So I finally got to all your messages, guys. If you sent me a message in the last decade, I responded to it yesterday. Except for the people that wrote me messages this week. I'm still getting to y'all. So there you go. I should write somebody back and be like, sure, man, I'd love to come to the event. When is it? Anyways, blame that on me. You know what I'm saying? But most 99% of it was like, hey man, I'd like to redo your thumbnails, or hey man, help me boost your channel. Hey man, you know, hey, I work for there's another thing, BitTunix. I don't know what the fuck it is. Sounds like crypto. I swear to God, it sounds like multi-level marketing shit, because I get 50 different people message me, hey man, I'd like to get you signed up for this. I'm like, are you an affiliate and trying to make me a sub-affiliate? And I keep blocking that shit. I'm like, what the hell is that? I don't even know. Sound like a crypto thing. It's an exchange. It's a crypto exchange. And I keep saying, guys, and I say this politely, but crypto is a scam. Please stop messaging me. You know, like, no offense, not interested, but whatever. Whatever it is, dude, I swear, it's some random person every time. And I'm like, they can't have that many employees. It's got to be an affiliate trying to, anyway, whatever it is. Half of it was that. Crypto exchanges, crypto this, crypto that. Hey man, we like to, I'm like, yeah. When I read a message from crypto, I can identify it without even reading the message, like immediately. I just look at it, identify it. I'm like, oh, these are crypto words. No thanks, you know. And usually when there's like a message like of somebody trying to, like, you know, hey man, we see you have a big channel, blah blah blah. You know, we do this thing, that thing. We'd love to get you in to this thing. And anytime somebody has to explain their product, like, you know, if it was NinjaTrader, hey, what's up? This is me from NinjaTrader. They don't even have to say, oh yeah, you've heard of us, right? We're like the futures exchange. They don't have to sell it, right? They're just like, hey, this is NinjaTrader. We'd love to do an event with you. You're like, cool. These other things are like, hey, blah blah blah. We're this blah, and it's like they use all kind of words like this, Web3, DeFi, and they got it. It's like 3 paragraphs like trying to explain what it even does. I feel like the crypto industry still doesn't even know what it is. Like, yeah, we're trying to just make money off of this hype, you know, like, you know what I'm saying? Can you just tell me straight up in like 2 sentences, be like, hey, Matt, we see you have a big channel, ... meme coins, let's bank, you know? And I'd be like, okay, I get where you're coming from. That makes a lot of sense, okay. But they try to explain it away very technically, like, I don't know. Maybe that's the allure of it. People in the crypto space, not making fun of you guys if you are, but these big words, you know, what's the quote from The Big Short? You confused, you bored, you feel stupid. Well, you should. That's why they use big words, so that you believe only they can do what they can do. You know, it's like, yeah, that makes sense. Anywho, guys, no trades on blue skies overnight. Popped along here a little bit ago down here. How's the Go charting integration going? Yeah, let me check up on that. It's taken them a very long time to do it, and their team has had like a lot of hiccups building it. Let me find out. And then one time they disappeared for like a month because they went vacation. So we didn't hear anything for a whole month. Just bad timing, but hopefully good. They're building an API, and the API is very simple. So to be honest, when we build APIs before with other people, it doesn't take like 6 months, you know, but not really sure. Roxy on TradingView. Oh, yeah. Shoot. I was supposed to test that over the weekend. Hold on. Let me double check that really quick. Hold on. Let me double check that also. Yeah. We're putting it on the Chrome store. So that should be done by now. I think he said something over the weekend. Go check it. Let me go. So our extension, we're getting logged into, getting certified and put into the Chrome store. So you guys aren't downloading random executables from a stranger's website. You know, make you feel a little safer. They're here, Roxy on TradingView. That's correct. We built a browser extension that you authenticate. And once you log in, it connects to our server, and the server talks to your web browser and then dumps the data into your browser. If it identifies TradingView is there, it can interact with your chart, no manual update, and just update all your levels for you. Because TradingView, for whatever reason, and again, all these companies are like, we want to be platform exclusive. You know, we build an ecosystem. I get it, but you know, it's kind of cool interconnectability. If they had an API, they used to have the ability for you to use PineScript to make calls to a server to pull data in, but they got rid of it, you know, because of the space race with like NinjaTrader and all the other platforms. So I get it, but so we had to hack around it, figure out a way to do it. So you guys get to download a browser extension from the Chrome store, make it a little easier for y'all. We automated the process. Some of our friends like Austin, some of the people that do a lot of development, build some stuff on the side, have built their own extensions, which was somewhat of the, you know, coincidentally, when I told my developer to look into PineScript, his answer was, we need to kind of build an extension or something. So coincidentally, some of our members had done exactly the same thing. They had done it where they would talk to the server, grab the data, cut and paste it, then go into their indicator settings, you know, go into the settings and just copy and paste the data there, and then it would just print. Ours, you won't have to do that. Ours is even further automated. There's no manual any entry at all. It'll talk directly to the indicator. So we figured out how to do it. Will it update on mobile? I don't know, because this requires you to run TradingView in a browser. I'm not sure if TradingView desktop. That's why you got to test it out. I can't even fathom or think about how TradingView desktop would work, because the browser extension is physically something you load into a browser that's listening to that browser instance that's open, that's talking to that browser source code and interacting with it, right? So I don't know if this will work on the mobile app or the desktop app. I'm pretty sure it won't, but I don't know enough to know enough. You know what I'm saying? Y'all gotta check on me. I wouldn't know how it would work with the desktop. It's like you're running a browser extension. The desktop is listening to that. I don't know if they could connect that way. I like the middle tier programmer that I am says I don't believe it will work, but in mobile, I don't know how you'll get it to talk to your mobile app. So everything's gonna be local in that instance of the browser, like instance, like right here. What I mean, this is your instance. This is what's open. So, yeah. Can confirm the browser version works at least to print the level. We'll test today. They're accurate or update. Oh, are you testing? Are you testing it with John? Oh, I didn't even know. Well, that's awesome. Well, that's good. You got a head start over me. Very cool. Well, I got Kyle over here helping us out. Appreciate that, brother. You're just you're not. You're just checking it out though. Oh, he's volunteering. That's cool. Excellent, excellent. Do I have to pay you a salary for being a bug tester? It's live on Chrome Extension Store now. Oh, see, I love that my team knows this stuff. All right, well, shit. Well, like before you guys y'all can go grab it if y'all want, but before you fiddle with it, if y'all want to let our guys play with it first, and then that way you're not having a headache in the morning. Trading View is an indicator tab on RS. Wait, what? Wait, what am I missing? Wait, tell me. Okay, so wait, Trading View is an indicator tab on Rocket Scooter. What does that mean, David? What do you mean? You can do coding for the API integration for Trading View integration. Hell yeah, you guys want to help out? Yeah. Well, it'd be nice if they had an API to talk directly to it, then y'all wouldn't have to play around with it. Maybe yeah. Whoa, where you going? Run a marathon or something? Come here.
My first day back.
Welcome back to the world. Have fun at working. Have fun at working out. Squat, squat, go. On Rocket Scooter, my indicators, Chrome extension. Listen here, wait, here? I did. Wait, what? On Rocket Scooter, my indicators. Oh, on the website, on the website. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, so it's already up there on the website. Okay. Well, cool. Yeah. Okay, gotcha. I was like, wait, why would it be here? Oh, I gotta fully wake up today. All right, guys. So let's talk about this market. Going towards upper DDB on S&P. I'm gonna tell you, I don't know if today's the rally day. Let me tell you what I expect. I thought, you know, I was excited when I woke up Monday when I was screaming at you guys. I was like, oh, or Friday, I was like, oh yeah, bull market's back. It'd be great. You know, finally great to see this. You know, you don't forget 20% days. Usually after that, you get like another 10% or 5% days. And like the chips that turned around. Was this just a dead cat bounce and we're coming back to here? Possibly. The way that we closed on Friday was massive selling, and I mean massive, and then we gapped up to kind of get back to normal. This is, you know, Friday expiration, people just dumping last minute, but the market makers popped this back up to get ready for the real trajectory of the market. Now what I think, and again, what do I know? I'm some random dude. What I think is that you see this high right here? It's going to be a battle, and I'm like 60% on the fact that we don't break this, and that we're doing this. And then I think that, like, honestly, I feel like we get some kind of like higher highs to bait out, and I still think we've got another. You can't see the line I drew, but it's going down. Let me try this again. I'm gonna still bet like it's reversing. Don't worry. And then if I take a couple licks, then I know it's not gonna be till next month that things get better. Best case scenario, right? I'm looking for like this sort of highs right here. Best case scenario is here, like maybe 28,700, 800, somewhere in here. And then I think that it's very possible that we get this. And then once we get here, you know, we either break out for the real rally, right? Or we crush out. And I'm about like 70%, 30%. Like, this is what my brain tells me. That doesn't mean I'm going to be a wimp and not aggressively long this, but inside of here, like the first couple of days, I'm only going to long to try to get the highs and close out. I'm not longing like we're breaking out like this, like in April. The way that the monthly closed out had me a little alarmed that, you know, we didn't have like that this was dead cat bounce. The way that we finished up a lot of the chip stocks, and the way that a lot of them are trading overnight. You see this, like, market's in a weird spot. Right, we got this dead cat bounce in the chips, and they're immediately selling again. So as this has been controlling a lot of the downward trend, this plus, you know, hold on one second. Let's do this really quick here. Yeah, like this obviously leads me to believe we're back down. I don't know if we're back down today. If we are, then God help us. If we are now, I won't know how to trade this at all. But hopefully at least we test highs today. So today, I'm looking for a trade that pushes maybe to highs 28.8 somewhere in there on Nasdaq. S&P sitting nice and fine. That's the better thing, is that S&P is not selling off. It's only the scary chip stuff. Amazon gapped up and rallied up, so you're getting some moves in a lot of the bigs, and maybe, you know, as they start to gain some value, and even Apple started taking off, right, then it's keeping everything sort of stable. So I think that the first blast up I get is probably the only really good trade worth taking today. Now let me double check something really quick, because like right now bond yields are through the roof, which is another thing to take note of, is that, you know, in periods of high stress and high certainty, you know, first of all, let's talk about white treasury bonds. I know you guys don't fall asleep yet. I promise this is a good lesson for you. Treasury bonds, right? There are futures on treasury note futures. This is the ZN, which is 10-year. And treasuries are something where people can just plant money. You're like loaning money to the government. They pay you money back with interest over time. That's what it is. So a yield, there's a price for this thing and a yield. When you buy this thing after just 10 years and it matures, you get a payback, right? So as prices for these things go down, the yield goes up to attract it, right? Because the cheaper it is, you need buyers to buy your debt, right? So then they give a higher yield. And the auctions, they create this, you know, when they do the bond auction, everything creates this whole market, right? So price down, yield up. Now, right now, prices of bonds are just lowering and lowering, like nobody wants to buy them. And why? Because it's a fixed yield return. So an example is you buy something and in a year, say there's this thing you can buy and they say in a year, we'll give you 2% return in a year. You're like, oh, that's free, easy money. Let me just buy this thing and I get 2%. But if you think about it, right now with the CPI at 4%, your money loses 4% of its spending power. So not only are you not gaining your 2%, you gain 2% on paper. You've been $100, they give you 102 back, right? And you're like, ooh, I made $2, but you didn't really make $2 because your money lost 4% of its spending power, right? So let's just not do the exact math. Let's pretend like you lost $4 because your spending power losses inflation. So you lost 4%. So actually your $100 effectively, even though you have 102 on paper, has $98 of spending power because inflation outpaced the yield of the bond, right? So the thing is that nobody's been wanting treasury notes since COVID. Our treasury market's been collapsing, absolutely collapsing. Nobody has. And the reason, because COVID created this massive, the real percent is like a net negative, right? So the idea becomes like, since COVID created this massive bit of inflation, you know, bonds have just collapsed. And when bonds have collapsed, the yields are going up. They're becoming more attractive. And if the yields are going up and inflation's coming down a little bit, once this pays more than the inflation, you're making free, easy money. It becomes more attractive for people to buy. And the period where chips are just plunging out and people are scared there's a bubble, blah, 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 you might start to see rotation out of this into treasuries. And I've been watching this all for the last couple of years. It hasn't really been moving a lot because we've been sitting here, but you can see that as soon as inflation comes down, you can bet your britches that there's going to be a rush in here. Why is that important? Because right now money has nowhere to go except cash. And so people are like forcing themselves to buy something. They're not going to buy this because it's an automatic loss. So people are being very picky, finding markets that will gain, like jumping into these chip rallies, the gold rally. We've seen exuberant rallies because investors aren't really diversifying into the bonds yet. It's an automatic loss when there's crazy bull markets. People are even buying crypto and stuff, right? So when you start to look at inflation coming down, pay attention to the one scenario that this doesn't just start growing very quickly and money rotates out of stocks and into bonds a little bit more, which kind of reduces liquidity and creates, you know, it could be possibly a bear market. Another thing we like to check as people preparing for that is the 2-year, 10-year yield. Let me find this. I have a cool thing. Let me get this up here. The 10-year minus 2-year yield. So another little recession level indicator is this guy right here. Something we're going to talk about. I always bring it up every once in a while, but something to take note of. The 10-year minus 2-year yield. So one of the things that's interesting to note, and this has, remember, the reason I'm telling you this is because if the circumstances change over the next year or two, it can lead to a recession. Usually whenever you get your 10-year minus 2-year maturity differences. So it's the 10-year note minus the 2-year. Why would you put your money versus a 10-year treasury note versus a 2-year? You know, this pays a yield faster. What people have noticed over the years is that when the yield of the 10-year is higher than the yield of the 2, we're usually in a deep recession, and above 1%. That's usually the rule of thumb. And so when this yield is above this one, it means this one has crashed harder than this one has crashed. It means the demand for this one is higher. So the value of the 2-year goes up faster than the value of the 10. People want that 2-year note quicker. And that's usually to ward off like a 2-year sell-off, bear market, recession, whatever. So when the yield difference goes up, then one of the notes' demand is outpacing the other. And so when that happens, usually a sign that people get a little wacky about you know, the market. So here's the 2000 recession. I can just go straight up, right? Here's your 2008. Here's your 2020 COVID, right? It kind of has that same trend. Now, just because we're above zero, it is not scary, because we've had plenty of rallies like the 2017, you know, bull market we had where it was still pretty high, but it was coming down. Right now, the good thing is it's coming down, right? It's not going up. And so if you look at the way it's been over the longer haul, there is no recession scares in the longer haul, right? It looks like it's coming down, and coming down, almost like it's trending. So far, inflation is kind of, the idea that we have inflation is kind of making this a trade people don't want to get into. And so people are more willing to take the risk on the market, which means with the we're seeing the lineup here, we could rally for 3, 4, 5 more years, which could be great. But just be careful that this doesn't like turn a leg up and start to rally higher. You know, this difference goes above 1 again. We'll watch. We've seen periods where like it looked like this right here, and looked like this right here, and looked like this right here, where we're totally fine. 1996 to 2000, after all, was a very big bull market, and this could be that right here. 4-year bull market. So right now we're not seeing that rotation. Now what happens is people jump into this stuff, they jump out of this stuff, and we don't want them to do that. We want people to still be aping into stocks and shit, not being like, oh, let's just play it safe and let's diversify into treasuries. We don't see any of that. So hopefully things are good, but every, you know, quarter or something, I go back and revisit. So it's not something that we look at every day because it's such a slow moving ship. And also the 10-year minus 2-year yield has been coming down a little bit, which is great. It means nobody wants either of them. So there's no real fear of the market, and there's not real desire. Because like what happens is in high inflation, if you start seeing people want to buy those bonds despite high inflation, imagine this. Imagine having $100 and you're like, you know what? I'd rather lose 2% on the 100 than lose 4% on inflation and then lose 20% in the market. So if there's no opportunities anywhere, you'll start to see people jump into those treasuries, right? Anyways, not a topic right now to worry about, but I keep eyeballing that every once in a while. And you know, the first of every quarter, I kind of jump in and research and try to make sure things are still the way they are. You know, being like, it's kind of like, you know, August and quarter 3 here. So get that yield curve inverted. Yeah, so look at thing people look at. And so when it inverts, and remember, it's not really a, you know, it's a pattern. Does it mean anything? Well, what it actually physically means is that people are moving money into treasuries. So the only place they're moving it from is from the stock market. It's not like this new cash going there for the most part, because no investor's holding on to cash right now. When inflation's high, you don't hold on to cash. You invest in something, because your money's going to lose 5% a year, or 4% a year, or whatever it is. So you're going to invest in anything, that even something that's flat is going to make you money. So, you know, you look for that as a sign that one of the bets is more attractive. Stock market's too risky and the yields are pretty high and the yields are beating inflation. You might see some money leave this and go here, which means you just got less buyers, which means, you know, shit gets choppier and whatever. So be careful today that this hour just doesn't just plunge and sell off. If it does and it's choppy and weird, I don't really know. But we are at August triple B. So be careful today, you guys. You know how this goes. You know how this goes. 1774. We can hit this and then bounce off of it and rally and be crazy. So I don't know. We've been a little volatile the last, you know, half of yesterday, or half of Friday, and then overnight. I didn't take any trades. I just waited till here. I grabbed this little dip a second ago before I got on stream. The half gap on NASDAQ. We'll see if that works down in here. Just see if it takes off. Takes off. If it does, I'll take a loss and then take a loss. No big. Good morning, y'all. All right, do me a favor, hit that like button. Get started. You guys know the drill here. The number of likes equal number of giveaways. You know what we haven't done? We haven't done a TPT giveaway in a week because you guys haven't hit the like button 800 times. We get 1,700 people in the stream. We need 1 out of 2 people to thumbs up the stream. Just give you more free stuff. I got some 150K TPT accounts to give away. I've got 2 My Fun and Futures Rapid to give away. I've got 2 Tradeify 50K Select to give away. And I got 3 Blue Sky Launch to give away today. All kind of fun stuff to give away today. We did give away Bonanza on Friday. Friday was fun. Brett Sim was on stream. We gave away like, I don't know, 40, 50 things, all kind of boot camps, all kind of lifetimes. It was fun. Last day of the month, we always do this huge giveaway. So y'all got to be here for that. When you guys start freezing, Russian money treasures become less of a safe haven, hence the pump and gold. Hey, there you go. If iDoc spent more time in the room, I'd get more likes. You know, Lady Darb bringing Brad dinner is half the reason the show gets as many views as it does. We know how it goes. We bring the cuties in. The cuties get the likes. Those outfits are hilarious. Oh, the potato. It's been sitting there. I had it sitting there since I never got to wear it during the Tradeify contest. The Tradeify contest, had I won the last match that I was in, I was going to face off with Nick from the show. So to troll Nick, I went and bought a potato costume. You know, the potato guy from Tradeify. I bought a potato costume from Amazon. So I was going to stream all morning in the potato to psych him out, to get in his head so I can beat him. And I never got to wear it because I lost. I lost in top 16 rounds. So I had this potato. She was like, you know, we could still return the potato costume Amazon. I was like, no, I'm going to find another use for it. But now I got to keep it because I found another use for it. I've kept it too long, probably. I probably could still return it, but now it's like when I Brad Sim was on the stream, I was like, all right, let's bring it home. Last night, Brad was forcing people to press buttons, as he should. As he should. All right, so this is a little. Honestly, here's what I think today. I think it's very possible that we fill the gap. I'd like to see it hold the half gap. I should do a little half gap line here in NASDAQ. Kind of more close to like yesterday's close was. Had a great trading week last week, y'all. Pretty good. Every day was a big gains. Big gains. When the need for a potato arises, Mal will answer the call. What's that in the sky? Robin, to the Spudmobile. We're being called. Seriously. It's over there on the floor. So I don't like that it's chopping here. This is kind of like ugh. Should I just at the start of the day? Oh shit! I want to do a full mini there. Well, what's my Blue Sky account? Oh wait, this is the eval. Hold on. I put the wrong one on the screen. There we go. This is the one I really care about. This is the funded one. I had that one eval. I put the wrong one up there. All right, so I grabbed me 3 little micros just on this little dip here to start off the day. We open in 15 minutes. This is to bet that we open bull long up and the market just moves up higher. So we'll take it. We already opened. I think we gapped above DD and crashed to it. A lot of times when you go from upper band to like lower band, and we're below VWAP as well. So I think today connecting with this is appropriate trade to start off the morning with. You know, been waiting for MHP all night. Yeah, that's like partially what I'm waiting for too. Like something like really, like, you know, big powerful move here. Let me actually, I need a market on my chart here. You guys get it. You guys get it. Y'all know what's going on here. 308. No, I do have it. 82. Yeah, so I'm marked here. Yeah. You guys get it. But the problem is with MHP is that we'd have to fill the gap and keep trading. That's not the best sign in the world. To fill the gap, to break it, and to fall, it can get pretty gnarly, especially the VIX above triple B. So if we get down to here, just expect the volatility to be all over the place. Okay, it's not going to be an easy sort of play, right? It's going to get a little choppier. VIX is at that weird spot again. Plus, watch S&P. As S&P touches the upper band, that might be the final run for the day. I know I might be a wuss today. Like when the market opens and we just pop through it, I might just close out and, you know, celebrate not being too big of a wuss. Now, if I go up to 700 today, it'd be kind of nice. Or 800 would be the best case scenario, I think. It'd be nice. That yellow line would be beautiful. Beautiful. Your wife used your laptop to do their KYC on Friday morning. I didn't even know you're on blah. Sorry, woke up an email saying you lost it. Your account's the same for her. Couldn't get upset. Just laughed and went to bed. Wait, who's it with though? You could like, I mean, they have like protocols in there, but I mean, if it was a genuine accident, you can get that overturned. Who's it with? I'll make a phone call for you. Just send me an email. Like, you know what I mean? That sometimes can be forgiven with like, you know, it's not like you guys are trying to cheat the system or anything. Can I explain VIX containing a midpoint triple B level? Find a futures family. You queried it. They said that's the rules. Yeah, like I can ask, like sometimes like, those rules are there to prevent people from circumventing bans and like hacks and stuff. And a lot of times the person that you spoke with is just some hired person that reads a script. Like tech support is always just like, that's the rules, that's the rules. But let me see if I can ask them over there if they can make an exception. Send me whatever information that you think you could plead your case with, like, you know, who you are, you've been a member for this many years, you've been in our community for this many years, you know, like you pay for Rocket Scooter, all that. Like, let me know your login, all that. That way I can just tell this guy, hey, look, this dude's been with me for like so many years as a friend, blah, blah, blah. You know, can you make an exception? They weren't trying to hack. We'll see what they can say. But will I check? Yeah, but the question is, will I check the email? I might, but I'll probably get to the email in like the next 7 years, though. No, I'm just kidding. I'll see the email. I'll see the email. Y'all, if y'all missed the conversation I was talking about this morning on how I was going through Twitter, and I didn't know there was a check message requests tab in the email and the messages. I never knew. So somebody can send you a message request. Apparently, somebody you're not friend with or something. And I clicked it because I finally went through. I'm like, okay, I'm being so anal right now. I'm going through all my email inboxes. I'm making sure everything's read and taken care of. My email box has 30,000 unread emails. I just get so much all the time. It's impossible to sort out. I might make some AI agents or something to like manage my email for me. But anyways, Kyle, you can help me build something like that. I appreciate that. But anyways, so I went through and I was like, all right, I have message request. I was like messages. So I read through all my messages in Twitter. There was a section above messages that was like message requests. And I clicked on it. So I literally never go read it. And I clicked on it and there were message requests. My account's been open since like 2016. I have message requests pre-COVID. Okay, I mean, it goes all the way back. And so I had message requests from 5 years ago, 6 years ago. People like, hey, Matt, there's this conference we'd like to come have you speak at. You know, like, hey, Matt, there's this TV show I want you to be on, blah, blah, blah. Hey, Matt, there's like all kind of stuff. Hey, there's a podcast. We'd love to feature you, blah, blah, blah. Like, I'm like, how much stuff I missed for all these people. But I was saying like 98% of it was pretty much like crypto shit. You know, hey, I'm from this crypto exchange, crypto this, crypto that. You know, we'd like to partner, like the partners, like non-stop of that. But every once in a while there was like a, hey man, there's like, you know, a really famous trader or something like, hey, I'm doing a podcast. I'd love to partner up with you. I'd love your take on this and that and this and that. And I'm like, oh, you liked my analysis on post-COVID bull market? Yeah, great. Let's have a podcast and talk about it. No, it's 2026 now, but you know, it's 5 years too late. But yeah, if you're still having that podcast, bro, hit me up. So I literally went through and read all of those, and it was kind of neat to like go through memory lane because a lot of the stuff was just things from, you know, people I talked to a long time ago and haven't heard from since. And back in COVID, I was doing a lot of Twitter spaces. I was like in the original crew of, like, when Twitter Spaces just started, there was an original crew of space people. Wolf Financial's the one that did it, and we had a crew of people. Every single day there was like a bunch of speakers, and I was on probably like 10 to 15 of the spaces every week, and it was like the same group of people back in the day. So anyways, I had a lot of messages from that era, like a bunch of those people trying to collab and stuff, and like, oh, the glory days of Twitter. Back when it was cool. Twitter Spaces were cool for like a year or two. It was better than watching CNBC. You had like traders talk, and it was actually kind of fun. All those days, like me and Stock Talk Weekly and TSDR and Peter Tukman, a bunch of us. Sarge, Jay Woods. There was a crew, man. We always were doing stuff. Always in earnings. You know, it's good, good times. Good times. Paper gains. Yeah, Paper Gains is a bro from back in the day. That was good stuff. Y'all remember those days? He's got great analysis. Yeah, Paper Gains is cool. I work with him once a year. He does an event every year. He always calls me in for it. He's one of the few people I still kind of stay in touch with. He did an event last year, and I taught like 2 classes. He does this event thing that he does. It's like this master class sort of thing. It's really cool. He always gets a bunch of speakers to teach different things. I taught 2 classes last time. Is that where you found me and Minx? Yeah. Oh yeah, StockTwit, Michael, what's his face? Yeah, that guy. Stockwit or whatever. Yes, that guy. I always forget his name. Yeah, the olden days. We'd all get together and shout at the market in the mornings. I used to, at that time I only streamed for like 2 hours a day, and I spent the rest of the day on Twitter Spaces. Oh, back in the day. The old days. Yeah, Minx, that's how I met her. She was in the circuit. All right. I don't like that this is hovering here. I got the jeebies that this is gonna fall. I don't know. I don't know. Gapping up slightly. Oh, and explain Triple B to you guys. Hold on. But I was like, man, hopefully I didn't miss something big. You know, it's like, yo, Matt, what's up? It's 50 Cent, your boy. I'd like you to come, you know, do a collab, you know, something big, you know, something like huge that I missed. I didn't miss on anything big. I just missed on Twitter. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, hey, Matt, Snoop Dogg, I like you doing, man. I'm secretly a fan. You know what I mean? I was like, when I went through that, I was like, I wonder if I have something like cool, you know, like something. Nah, I was just all trader collabs. Yo, it's your boy Snoop Dogg. I'm like, hey, what's up, man?
Hey Matt, it's Tupac. I'm still alive, but I'm also a trader. That's how I'm surviving.
Nothing cool or newsworthy, just random stuff, mostly crypto nonsense. And I'm like, I don't, you know, I feel like, you know, it's D to double OG trading props. Okay, all right, cool, bro. I'm a huge fan. Let's go. Okay, Triple B, let's go. That do not sound like Tupac. All right, here we go. So Contango midpoint, right? So what happens, what this number is, how much time we got? 6 minutes, okay. So what this number is, why do I have it? Let me make sure that's in the right, looks like it's in the right place. So whenever you have 2 different futures contracts on VIX around the rollover, holy shit, little dumpy dump there. The rollover, which is the Tuesday before the 3rd Wednesday of the month. You see how, and me talking about it, looked like we just kind of took a quickie little red dump candle there. Around the rollover, you have a different price between the contracts. This is like July and August. And so the August contract is pricing in VIX slightly higher than the July. July's contract is trying to price in the VIX at the end of July. This is trying to price in at the end of August. Clearly, it's telling you August is likely to be more volatile than July, and that's all it tells you. So the midpoint of that distance, the contango is when it's higher, backwardation is when it's lower. The midpoint is always a high volume pivot on VIX itself. It's some kind of just thing that happens. I don't have time to explain all of it, but essentially when you get to here, VIX has the ability to trade higher, which means the market is very susceptible to very solid, sharp red candles out of nowhere, just like we saw just now. They like just saw it drop like that. So when you're trading, you would love for the market to try to price in future volatility and be wrong about that, where it's not that volatile at all and VIX gets below this level. If VIX gets below here, then the market is surprisingly bullish between the 2 months. New bulls stepped in and the market volatility just decays and you get a strong bull wave. So usually when you're above here and it hits it and bounces off of it, you don't have new bulls step in. That caution we had last month is still here this month. So you see how we just had that, like, just this red dump candle right here, just out of nowhere to open up flat? That's what that is. This is the same effect you have. So I don't like chase highs like I'm gonna miss out on some big bull market, right? All right, which hour was this? 8:30. Okay, let's see what news we have coming out today also. Double check, guys. Hit the like button. Do me a favor. Remember, we have tons of accounts we give away. We never get through all of them because you guys don't hit the like button enough. Every single day, I don't give away half of the stuff we're going to give away. There's numbers in that poll. Read it. 500 likes, do Blue Sky. 600, we add Tradeify to it. 700, we add My Fun and Features. 800, we have TBT. We get 1,700 people in the stream every day. All you guys got to do is 1 out of 2 of you got to hit the thumbs up button. Only 1 out of 2, and you get free accounts. You guys are leaving tens of thousands of dollars a month on the table worth of goodies. By not clicking your free button. Okay, so today, earnings, nothing big today, really. SpaceX is Tuesday. No way, Eli Lilly is $1 trillion market cap right now? What the hell? I didn't even know that. Well, Eli Lilly on Wednesday. Damn. I need to be paying attention to stuff. Am I reading this wrong? Berkshire Hathaway on Friday. So mild earnings, yes. These 3 micros are getting hammered. What do we got going on this week? We had Fed last week. No rate change. We have the ISM manufacturing numbers come out in about 30 minutes. Let me double check. We don't have some kind of news that led into this, some Iran war stuff or something. Let me read what's going on down here. Jolts on Tuesday. ADP non-farm stuff on Wednesday. ISM non-manufacturing Wednesday. The manufacturers today, non-manufacturing Wednesday. And then non-farms on Friday, regular non-farms. Nope, nothing. Market just went to open flat. Oh, Kyle, that's cool, man. That's cool. There was that little half gap there too. S&P also has a half gap. Let's mark that really quick on that gap up. It is going to be 75.26. Okay, so we'll just know that when we fill the close, I'll just draw like a random. And again, today or tomorrow, I expect to maybe take some losses. The idea is that I'm going to take a bet that we will reverse, even though I don't believe that we will. I'm going to take the bet that we will. And if the bet loses, then I lose. That's totally fine. If I take the bet that this is the reversal area and I take 1 or 2 losses, I come back next month. I'm talking like September, and then I hit this for the big rally up. So at this junction in time is usually when I try to take a stab the reversal, like, and make sure that was Thursday, Friday a dead cat bounce, we don't know. And this is the day that tests. I always still try to take a long on the test day, just in case. Like this day here. Like I try to take a long on this test. Like we went up, we traded down on Friday, and that's why I made a tweet about Friday. I was like, it's probably another month of this crap. So we did gap up. We are holding the gap. I always want to engage in here just in case it takes off. If this fills the gap and I take a loss today or tomorrow, then I'm just done for like the month. I'm not gonna hit this hard and try to pretend like I'm gonna get a big rally out of it. You know what I'm saying? So let's see what we get on this initial. Like I said, the chips have been selling off all night. Again, that's the big sort of thing. Yeah. So we'll see. Waiting for my maps to come through. So the opening trade didn't really pay off. That's why I got a couple of micros. Let me see if I can get a dip here. If there's a pocket or not. If not, I'll just close out and just chill. I don't have much that I want to risk today. But if I take a big loss today, especially in the challenge account or whatever, then we just don't confirm the rally. But I definitely want to take a stab just in case we get that big reversal rally, which I don't think we will. Here we go. Okay, MHP break on Nasdaq. This is not good. No bueno. With the current conditions of volatility, 430 down to 350. That's 80 points of overshoot. So down to 300, and that's it. That's it. 300. Okay, so right on the so I'm gonna take a stab. I'm gonna take a stab at this. If it doesn't work, we're gonna let this day sell off. Okay, Ryan hit this MHP liquidity pocket. This long entry right here, right here. But the fact is that we lost this. This is not good, and this is negative. So, it's not likely to break above that. This looks like the path today. We got liquidity pocket down here at the bottom. Okay, let me run through some of the stocks really quick. Like I said, the goal today is just to test and see. Take a wide, smaller bet. I just grabbed 3 micros with the intent to dig lower here at the bottom, and just in case we do break out. Okay, Nvidia, unfortunately, not in a good spot. So, and again, if I take a loss, it's planned. The idea is to take a stab of a continuation, but I'm, like I said, 70% sure that this is another down month. But I don't want to miss. April was the same thing, right? I don't want to not take the risk. If I take a small loss and I just slow roll it for the next month, that's totally fine too. Okay. Like I said, it's pretty good for the lower bear zone at 280. I might add to the position here. I just grabbed 3 micros just in case to absorb the initial volatility. I'm not going to go any heavier. SpaceX tomorrow. Here we go. SpaceX liquidity maps working now. Like I said, I'm just holding through it. Like today's the day where the market's going to figure out what it wants to do. I'm just holding through it. 3 micros, not enough. This account has like $10,000 of buffer in it, so I can hold 3 micros all day long. So there's that push to MHP. Just watch and see if things stabilize a little bit. I'm not, like I said, it's going to be one of those days where you just got to kind of, you know, hold your breath and see what happens. Micron breaking MHP. We'll see if it holds, right? Intel breaking MHP. AMD. Double check this. Yeah, so a lot of these things aren't looking so good. Yeah. Oh well. We'll see. Always worth taking the stab at though. Okay, cool. MHP, like I said, didn't add anything to it yet. Nothing. Just chilling. Let me get the run up to here. Be kind of nice. We are at the half gap right here. This 426 level is the half gap on Nasdaq. Let me see if we did fill that gap for did we fill that gap? What was that? Was that close on Friday? Oh, we got close. We actually didn't fill that gap. Oh, nice. Okay. This hourly candle turns green, then we're good. Like I said, just take it small trade. Just sit back. Let it be small. Don't overreact. Like I said, 3 micros, just holding on. Half of the trick to trading is understanding that you're volatile. Don't overreact. Just hold through the chop. Keep it small enough that you don't have to worry about it. And we'll see. See how it works, guys? Like a lot of time, position sizing is king. 2 monthly maps, see what we got. Position sizing is all that matters in trading. I know it's volatile because triple B. That's why I just said 3 micros, see what happens. Long term, ooh, okay. All right. They ain't looking too bad. Monthly maps looking solid in NASDAQ. Okay. Okay, let's check S&P really quick. While we can. Get some time. Okay. All right. Bull market monthly maps too. DD ratio 77. All right. Okay. So I'm returning to my exuberance and my excitement from Friday morning. Now upper DD band on S&P. All right, we're chilling. Upper DD band on NASDAQ, we're chilling. Maybe I'll take the profit there in a second. I don't know. We'll see. Is this the big breakout? Like I said, I just held through the chop. I don't know. But I'll take the 20. I make 20 grand right now in the other account, in the challenge account. All right, let me take the prop there. All right, let's close out. Upper DD band, that's the smart play. Like I said, the trick is to hold small enough that you can just absorb whatever. Now let this market figure out what it wants to do. Oh shit, I busted the eval. I forgot about it. I forgot to have the eval sitting there. Oh my God, I guess I'm trying to. Thank God that's just the eval though. Good, good. All right, and then bust the real ones. That's funny. All right, well, let me reset that eval. I forgot, remember I grabbed a mini on accident? Okay, so that one didn't survive the whole, oh my God. All right, how much to reset this thing? The one eval I still got going. Do I even need to reset it? $59, okay, let's reset it. Do we have a code with Blue Sky for resets? Hey team, hold on, I don't do this a lot. Do I get a code for resets? Thank God it's reset, blew the eval. Kyle, did we get a reset? I don't get a reset. I had to pay the full $59. All right, hold on. How do I do this? Okay. All right. All right, so I closed out there and locked in. So again, remember, I don't know if it's going to be that kind of day that's going to rally. I'm a little hesitant, but I did close out up here at the top. All right, let's pay the 59 buckaroos and turn this guy back on. This was a launch account. There we go. All right, this will pop back on in a second. Okay, let's see what we got. Now, so far, everything looks pretty solid. Now, again, remember, the trick is, cool. All right, there we go. This guy can now trade again. Thank you. So this is, my other 3 Blue Skies are funded accounts. That one was the one eval, just to have something on shitty days, but I'm not really sure. I'll just trade the eval just to do something. So far, not too bad. That first run up was about 20K on the challenge account, 400K on this one. I just held through it. This one took about 6K of drawdown for it made 20K. Like I said, it was only 10 contracts. So that was kind of nice. Amazon's up very bigly today. 5% on Amazon. But the thing is, Apple opened and dumped. Even though Apple had gapped up a little bit, it was up about 2 or 3%. Apple's down back to flat. Guys, do me a favor, hit that like button. Hit the like button. So the question becomes, do we rally out of this and we're done? We don't know. The trade to upper DD band is always a solid play. And we'll see what happens from here. Like I said, I'm not super convinced that this rallies just yet. But I always take the trade like it does. That's why at the start, I put in something. The trick is to have a small enough position to hold through the chop. That's it. Easy as that. So I'll take the 19K. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Let's see how many messages I have now ever since I cleared out all my messages. Even after I cleared them all off, I got like 5 new message requests. All your resiliences are kind of chip chopping here. So we're figuring out, like, again, the market's trying to ask itself what's going up. I'm going to tell you, with the way things have been trading lately, I don't think that it does. I'm 70% certain, or 70% that it doesn't go up. Maybe it traps some bulls today. Maybe it goes higher. But I think tomorrow and the next day are like more important than today. Today it's going to span the range. I think there's only 1 or 2 good trades to make today. It's this first long, maybe a second wave up. That's it. There's a second wave up and you get lucky on that. That's it. I think 2 waves up, maybe it'll hold flat and chill, and that's it. If I'm wrong, 1 wave up, 1 wave down, second wave down, stay down. Like no down and up, just like down and stay there. I feel like that's what we get today. So I did close out the upper DD band a second ago on that pop. That was a beautiful trade. Beautiful setup normally that you do. It's what is this, a BSD? Oh, no, sorry, BLD. BLD is one of the best liquidity maps in bullish. It's long on MHP every time. I just traded small enough to hold through the overshoot, and y'all saw what I quickly did was account how much volatility I'd be accounting for, right? So we had the initial candle. I immediately get here and count, and I go, okay, 430 down to 350, and I say that's 80 points of overshoot. I'm gonna allow 80 points and close at 300. That's exactly what I said. We got right at 300. Time I was doing that calculation and it bounced there. That's the 1 minute candle rule is very good for this. Right, and I already knew it was gonna be very volatile because the candles like this. I mean, we were already getting, you know, 46 down to 10. We're getting 40, 60 point candles sometimes. So I knew that like the way overnight trading was going on, that we would get some dip, which is why I tapped it with only 3 micros. And I thought about adding like 3 more to it, but then I just didn't do it. I decided to hang on to it, keep it small. Submit your audition tape. Audition to the email in my post. Dude, I'm telling you, half the people I don't understand. All right, so we're hiring like, I don't know, 3, 5, I don't know how many streamers, as many as we can. Right, we're gonna be quality. We're not gonna be like there's a lot of shows out there that are hiring a bunch of streamers, like 2 hours, 3 hours, 1 hour. It's a terrible idea. Nobody ever wants to watch bullshit like that. Y'all want to invest in somebody that's, you know, there for a while. So we're not going to be like a variety show. I call those like variety shows where somebody's all day show was like 1 hour, 1 hour. All the prop shows do that. Nobody watches them. So the idea is to hire streamers, Spanish community for Latin America in our time slot, Central, right? Central time zone, North American time zone, Spanish speaker, European markets, preferably an English speaker because there's so many different languages out there, but most people speak English. India, so native speaker in one of the million dialects in India, you know, whatever, or English, you know, but a lot, it just depends on, you know, what you believe you should do for the time slot. These are to capture new audiences, not, it's gonna be like, essentially, there'd be a Spanish stream right now at the same time for Spanish speaker, and then there will be a stream in India like after Brad's done, and then a European stream after that guy's done. Where can you apply? I put a post on Twitter. French or Arabic stream. Yeah, like Arabic is a big thing I want to do too. The only reason I'm not pushing for it now, because I don't know if this is even a good idea to open up streams in different languages. We're going to test it in a place where there is a unique market to capture. Although I think Arabic would probably be one of our best opportunities. The idea is it overlaps with Europe. So it's like, which of the two do we choose? And the European markets trade US markets. We know that for sure. So it's an easier market to enter. If we enter the Euro market and nobody watches the stream, then it's probably going to be like this whole project's not worth it. But after we do these first 3, my next is to have a Arabic speaking streamer, 100%. So that's when I say like 4 or 5. How much does it pay? It depends on who you are. Like the upwards, if you do very well, I mean, you do very well, 6 figure at least. If you're okay, let me start over. If you bring in a big audience and you do well, you make a lot. If you do very well, you make a whole lot. It's about, you know, the size of the star power. If you're a person with 1 million followers, obviously the offer will be higher than if you're somebody just starting out and we got to build a community with you. I'm not going to tell you exactly how much Brad makes, but it's over 200K a year. So when I say upwards of 6 figures, I pay very well to my team. We're fucking wealthy over here. All these streamers out there. I asked somebody on another YouTube streamer how much you get paid. He's like, oh, they pay me like $2,000 a month. I'm like, oh, bless your heart. These fucking kids. Oh no, dude. I pay my guys pretty well. Yeah. So we ain't broke around here now. We making money. So one thing I do for sure is I take care of my peeps. So now starting out, you're not going to be there starting out. But if you command bigger roles, there's growth opportunities to get there. Yeah. Seriously, dude. I ask these people, like all these other big streamers that hire their other streamers out there, they paying them like 60K, 70K a year. Yeah. But anyways, if you're, like I said, if you're a new person starting out, you'll probably start out there though. It all depends. Time to learn Arabic. Pierre. Everybody out there right now, yeah. Sign up for Rosetta Stone. Is that what it is? Wait, where do you Duolingo or whatever? Yeah, everybody's out there like, shit, I'm gonna learn. I'm learning how to speak Hindi. All right, let's go. Speak Arabic, Spanish. Every morning, you guys are gonna greet me, "Hola, Mateo," and I'm like, I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing. ¿Cómo estás? Okay, so it's hovering there pretty good. Resilience has just got slightly better, and we're an upper DD band. The question always is, in April burned me the same way. I missed out because this happened and I was too scared to take it. Now let's watch and see if things happen. These little like sort of like big dead count bound stay that flapped once and flapped twice. A lot of times can be a support. We call these, you know, y'all, you call these things head and shoulders or whatever, here to there today, right? This is the support resistance range. And so if it is rallying and reversing, you know, you get this and then it breaks and goes. But the idea that I tell myself, and I'm telling you guys to understand the same thing, when VIX is above triple B, you tell yourself it's volatile. There's a rule of thumb from the boot camp when it's volatile. And what you say when it's volatile is, whatever I want, I'm going to get. Because it's volatile enough to bounce through everything, right? So what do I want today? Oh, I want to hit the lower MHP again. All right, well, I'm going to wait for that then. Trust me, it'll go through it. If not today, then tomorrow. If not tomorrow, the next day. It's volatile. So I'd like to see trades down in here too. But look, this always is a strong, hard choice to make. And what I normally do is I pop in something medium and I just hold through it just in case it goes. So like I got this run here. On that run, I didn't add to it on a second play. What I want to do is let it be wide. Remember, volatility is going up. Tell yourself wider, okay? We're not going to play small consolidations, wider plays. So if this thing falls to like lower lows, I'm more willing to take the bet up into there. Okay. Not diddling the middle as VIX is going up. When the VIX goes up, it means the index gets wider on its moves. So you tell yourself, whatever I want, I'm going to get. So what I want is a lower low. And I'm gonna get it. There's no way I wouldn't get it. Some point today, tomorrow, next week, next month, I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get a lower low if VIX is above triple B. Whatever I want, I'm gonna get. So I want a lower low. So I'm gonna wait for that. What happens if it breaks out and goes higher? Well, then I missed out on a small part of the rally today. But what I normally will do is still take a little spot long on DD band break. The problem is this has been the same as it's always been. We gapped up above DD and sold off on it. It's not the most common thing that we break into and keep going either. You can see markets fighting to hold. Your indicators so far look pretty decent bullish, and monthly maps are bullish. Greater bull market is back. The one thing that just has me kind of like, ugh, is that we are dumping in a lot of the chip stocks. Now, if these things base out and bottom out in here, this could be a good sign. But knowing how things closed on Friday didn't give me any sort of confidence in the market, because I knew we would flush, but we also flushed at the end of the day, an emergency flush into the weekend. So people can get this crap off of their books for July. For whatever reason they needed to do that. So I'm going to avoid taking the long from here for now and just chill for a minute. You know what I mean? The idea that we dumped, the close was pretty weird. And although that doesn't really reflect everything sentiment wise, because it's, you know, the close is obviously quiet. We did sell and sell and sell and sell. Then MOC we dumped, and then we closed low, and then we dumped at the end of the day. Like the Nasdaq fell like 200 points post market in the last 10 minutes. So whatever reason caused that, you can just have a true view of that sentiment there is not the best. And watching these chip stocks just get hammered, not a big fan of it. What's Tesla look like? Oh yeah, let's take a look. Tesla's doing very well today. MHP break to the upside. To Tesla, while it did have that resistance, did spark a little push to the higher side. And this consolidating in this kind of like pennant shape, I know you classical chartists like to call these things pennants, usually indicates a solid push. If there's enough buying pressure to get out of this, it pops twice as hard. So the length of that flagpole is the length of the breakout. You guys know your classical trading, charting. But I don't trade like that. But you can see the algos are keeping prices higher as long as things are moving up. Problem is that we have bigger chip stocks opening and dropping lower. Micron slightly higher off the open. Intel slightly lower off the open. So anyways, back to the auditions, right? I can't tell you how many people just went out of their way to disqualify themselves from the start. It's hilarious. I make a post and it's like, send me an email, you know, like with your best quality stuff. I want 3 minutes of you streaming, whether it's to me or to an invisible audience, doesn't matter. Or not to me, sorry, to an invisible audience or a real audience, doesn't matter. Don't talk to me like, hey Matt, it's my audition tape. So I've been trading for 5 years and, you know, I'd like to be a streamer on the show. I really could sell your brand. I'm going to throw your tape out in the first 10 seconds. Like, I want you to be like, yo, what's up, chat? Welcome. Here we go. Market's about to open, guys. Get your stuff right. You know, like, talk to them. Don't talk to me. I don't want to interview. I want to see what you sound like if I was a viewer. Like, I'm watching a streamer and be like, oh, that streamer's funny, or that streamer's good, or that streamer's whatever. I want it to be the best lighting, the best audio, the best sound, you know, the best layout. I want to see this, these things, those things, your chart layout, and just talk for 3 minutes. What's your show gonna look like? A pilot episode. You know, what's up, guys? Did I get your demo? Probably. Yeah, I got your demo, bud. And we have not even watched. I've watched it before, and like the first time you did it, but we have not started. We barely started. We have not gone through all of them for first round, for sure. You're like, hey man, I really like streaming. What mic would you recommend that I get to do this? And I'm like, save your time, man. I don't know. Maybe this time I'll be friendlier because I think like maybe there's some hidden gems out there that didn't know they can do it. But somebody sent me a message on Twitter, was like, hey, I think I can do this. I'd love to do it. I'm like, rule number 1, read the instructions. I'm a stickler on following the rules, and you know, I'm like a Steve Jobs when it comes to running a company. I run a very tight ship. I get annoyed if you don't follow the rules. So don't start off the wrong foot, not following. The post is like, send me a message, send me an email with your video. And people are like, so what do I do to audition? I'm like, yeah, I'm going to be babysitting you if you're one of my employees. No, can't do that. Okay. Looks like the bull pennant's breaking out higher. Like I said, today's not a day where you're going to miss out on much. Today's the question where we go day. Like I said, if we get up to here today and we hold inside of this, we break out of that, that'd be great. I honestly don't believe that happens unless the chips turn around. I'm watching them. There are some buyers here, and Amazon's doing okay, which is good. But yeah, so where do I submit the audition? What do I do again? I'm like, I don't know if I want you to work for me, man. So I'll be nicer this time around. Send me an email, 3 minutes, 3 to 5 minutes, whatever. You know, I'll get the gist in 3 minutes. What is your stream going to look like? Talk to people, show the graphics, show the whatever, build out a stream. So it's not like we're going to put you in a streamer and hire you for you. We want to hire the goal is to hire a professional streamer. Someone that knows the game. I don't want to teach you how to do the weather. You've already done it at your local station. Now I'm taking you national, right?
Today, it's raining over here in Waxahachie. 92% clear skies today.
Like, you know what you're supposed to do? You point at the screen. You can read a prompter. You dress the right part. You know, you don't say naughty words on air. Like, you know, you're a streamer. You know what to do. You know, got to be the best trader. It's got to be good at streaming. That's it. What's the next level? If you want to go to the next level for soybeans, I'm your man, bro. I'm telling you. Once soybean futures become the hot thing for prop traders, then we're all in on that. What's the bathroom rule? You must be able to have a less than 5.0 TPT, which is total piss time, which includes hand washing, hand drying, and returning to your seat. If you can't get in and out of the bathroom in 5 seconds, you're not a good fit either. Can you backtest rock shooter like it's the MHP on daily backtest? Yeah, you can. If you go up anything higher, like 15-minute chart or higher, we'll have all the historic hedge pressures and stuff for you to grab it. Yeah, ISM in 2 minutes. That's why I'm not chasing this just yet. But yeah, this has been pretty good at the open. My first play was to trade to there. When we got to the bottom here, the only reason I didn't long was because resiliences were still negative and ARB was negative, so I didn't take it. But it looks like we popped up anyways, which is good. ARB is cycling back down with the ISM manufacturing numbers coming out in a couple minutes. Let's take a look at those. There are 8 events this week. There's not a lot of events, so maybe it'll be important. They've always been showing some pretty good. The PMI has been good. We've been above 50 for the last couple of reads. So, I mean, it's like, you know, just showing the growth that you want to see. Manufacturing growth is huge right now. You know, we've been seeing a lot of growth in these companies, and S&P rallying higher. Good. I know Friday morning I was like, bull market's back, and then we flushed and then retraced. Now it looks pretty good, but again, I'm still always hesitant to this. Now, if we close long and strong like we are right now, this is a good sign, a very good sign. And this goes down below here, then I'm going to ape in the longs for the next month. It's going to be beautiful. Say decision day. Like I said, I have this weird suspicion, like I'm still 70% that for whatever reason we flush and fill the gap. Unless people start picking up chip stocks. And it looks like they're kind of doing it right now, just a little bit. We need to make sure that we get above MHP on some of the majors. Let's go through them again. Oops, wrong one. Well, actually, no, that's still in the same place. Okay. Not Amazon, no, Micron. Let's see where we are there. The Micron bounced good. We want to see everything turn out to be bullish. SanDisk, not so good. AMD, almost good. AMD at MHP right now. So it's like we're sitting there kind of at the edge, right? Where things matter. Let's look at the monthly maps on the individual chip stocks. Remember, this is what's causing most of the volatility. And you can see there's still bullish liquidation and bearish liquidation as well. So when they kind of fan out like this slides up and this slides down, it's more volatile. So again, like I'm still subscribing to the idea that we have another month of chop. Would I be shorting this? Not under these conditions, no. Certainly everything's bullish enough. Like here, this is actually still not bearish for the next 2 weeks, which is good. It's still just choppy enough. So we might have to exhaust a few more sellers before we turn around, but I think we're almost there. I would say that maybe by September, we're back to breaking highs and rallying. I used to think it was going to take a whole nother year, but the setup is decent enough that if people start grabbing the chips again, then we're back to rally. Got all the mechanisms we need to rally. Unfortunately, things like SanDisk, you're still sort of illiquidity pocket, which is not good, right? So Yeah. ISM strong. Here we go. All right. Numbers just came out. 53.9 on global manufacturing PMI for July on 53.8. So basically just flat on expected, and same as last month, by the way. That's the S&P numbers. The ISM numbers, 55.6 on a 54 forecast, which is a huge beat, which is great. Anything above 50 is really good. The price index, although still very high, 70, it's also big. And again, manufacturing prices, you can thank Donald Trump for the, the tariffs. Cost of manufacturing goes way up because of old Trumpster. Old big dog. This is inflation in manufacturing, and they're going to raise their costs of things are going to go up, and that's where that comes from. So that's Trump causing that issue. And again, we've had those couple of waves of that. I expect it to be slightly higher, but maybe it hasn't realized with the new 10% whatever tariffs we have in Europe. But whatevs. Employment is up. Employment index up a little bit, which is good. Yeah, manufacturing PMI is great. S&P Global PMI is good. Yeah, so this is like pretty decent news. Nothing bad, but the market always looks for, okay, did that good news create a rally? Nope. Okay, let's dump. I always kind of think of that. Now, right now, this is technically a long entry point. To demonstrate it, like I said, I'm going to demonstrate it very lightly in this eval account I just reset. Okay. One can long a DD band, but one probably should be hesitant to do so. In this current climate. But this is the eval that I busted earlier. Just an eval. Nothing serious. Not long in this and anything else. Just an eval. Like I said, this is decision day. It's like judgment day from Terminator. The goal here is to take the next resistance, 550 to 700, 150 point rip. If I can get it, be kind of nice. Yeah, market's doing, at least the S&P is doing very well right now. Popped a few micros on an eval. Nothing serious being traded today. You guys like free shit? Do you like free shit, guys? I love free shit because I like to do some giveaways. We got 577 likes. For whatever reason, you guys don't want all the giveaway accounts. It's based on the number of likes. For the last week, I have not done Lucid or TPT because we hadn't made it that far. If 1 out of 2 people in the stream, just 1 out of 2, hit the like button, you guys are leaving, what is a TPT Pro account that's 150K? How much does that cost? 1,500 bucks? How much are those things? Or not 300 bucks, 400 bucks, whatever it is. 300 bucks? Times what, 20? It's like $6,000 plus the Lucids, 360. You guys are leaving like 15 grand on the table every month. Y'all leaving like 15 grand on the table every month. Not hitting the like button every morning. I promise I'm going to train you guys to do it. Hit it twice. There you go. You thought the idea of Rockseer is to short the upper DD band. It's not. DeRay, good question. It's not when the market's bullish. Now, again, let me explain it. Let me explain this. This ratio right here, with it's greater than half, then one can attempt a scalp off of the band, but only a small scalp like this. That's it. It's dangerous to do so. It's more likely to rally off of this than reject off of it. So what I do is, again, I'm demonstrating the long side. I go with the confluence. If this number is less than half, then we short for lower lows. If this number is greater than half, then I can short to some kind of trending support like this, right? Like if it were to flush, I would not bet on lower lows on the last wave when it's going against confluence. The confluence is bullish. I'm definitely going to be bullish. Like I'm aping into a long at the top. Feels like it, right? See how the pressure is bullish? Yeah. So here, It's kind of like that last wave low. Here's that consolidation we broke. If I were to take a short, I wouldn't try to short any lower than that. Not with these conditions. But anyways, yeah, y'all hit that like button. Y'all like free stuff? I like free stuff. I like free stuff. All right, guys, log into your bot accounts. Let's go. You're ready to go. It's time for some bots. Give you guys a minute to log into your fake accounts. Ooh. We're the best at doing this, guys. You can almost say I'm a master at this betting game. All right, first giveaway today, Blue Sky launch accounts. I've been trading Blue Sky. I've racked up 21,000 in payouts from these guys. Very good firm. The payouts have been clean. Like I said, I always tell you guys. Is it better with an O? I don't know. I'll put an O. I don't know how to spell. All right. Are you guys master bettors as well? Type in the word for the free Blue Sky launch account giveaway today. Blue Sky, right now, deal we got going on with these guys. $200K promo to celebrate our 200,000 subscribers on YouTube ends today. Score code SCORE200 is 60% off the 200K launch, only ends today. It's exclusive just to here. We got that going on. What I like most about Blue Sky, it's like TPT and My Funded Futures only light version for people on more of a budget. We have code SCORE is 50% off your first launch account, and SCORE 30 is 30% off all the other ones. Launch is what I'm doing mostly now. Launch account is a 2-day pass, then a buffer phase, then 1-day payout, just like everything else. But the difference between it and everything else is that maybe the 50K here. I'll share really quick. The main difference is it's an activation fee model. And what's cool about the activation fee model is that all-in cost is so your upfront cost is cheaper to do the eval. So if you fail, it's cheaper to fail. And then when you go all in after the activation fee, it's at par with My Funded and slightly more expensive than TV. Not that bad. When you add up your failures, like if you fail 5 times before you pass, these guys can be more expensive than this. They do pay out more. That's kind of the downside. But if you're on a budget and you're not getting any payouts or you're a new trader, this is a better place to start because it's cheaper to fail. Pretty much all the same parameters out the door. Price the same, scores are the same, but activation fee model makes you. So it's like essentially TPT with an activation fee model. And TPT, My Funded Futures don't have activation fees. So for those of you that are like really, I tell people why trade one or the other. If you're like me and you're trading very well and you get payouts all the time, you're going to want to do TPT or My Funded first. I'm going to be straight honest with you guys. You're going to want the bigger payouts. But if you're a student and not getting any payouts and it's harder for you to get a payout and you're not there yet, you want to be in a Blue Sky instead. You're not going to spend so much money to fail. And so I've traded all 3 of them. I love all 3 of those firms. Fantastic. Those are my goated, top 5 goated, right? So I'm trying Blue Sky now. And what I like about it is that dude, my all-in cost, I put in maybe like less than like 3 or 4 grand in the Blue Sky, and I've already taken 21K out. Not bad, right? For those of you that, you know, but for me, it's like when I did when I did TPT, when I did, you know, Lucid, I'm putting in 20, 30, 40. I think I put in over 50 grand in TPT probably. 50, 60 grand, at least more than that. Some of you might not have the ability to do that, to take 300 or 400 out. The same scale down for your matching your income. It's not bad to put in, you know, less than 5K to get 20 out. You know, it might be more where you are. But they're all really good. So I have no complaints about all of them. I train them personally, so y'all can get my personal experience and opinion. It's good stuff. No crazy shit with Blue Sky. You know, I heard about them a long time ago, but never checked them out until recently. And everybody I've heard is solid. They also allow algo trading and news trading, which is kind of cool too. You can YOLO through FOMC and stuff. All right, we got like a bunch of these giveaway today. Let's go. All right, you master bettors here. I'm not even gonna lie. We discovered them and how good they are, and some other bigger, slightly bigger YouTuber started promoting them the minute we did too, because we're a fucking trendsetter, we are. Everyone want to copy what we're doing now. I get it. We're a trendsetter, baby. We find the good stuff out there, and once we find it's good and everybody sees that it's good, they want to get in on it too. So other people started putting a spotlight on them too. Their plans are good. And so my first month, I've taken out 21,000 in payouts. You can have 3 funded accounts, 3,000 every 7 days. NASDAQ Nick, congratulations. And so when you say like, what's the best feature about Blue Sky? I'm like, and it cost me almost any money. Like relative to every other prop firm I've gotten, the ROI is about the same. You know, I'm getting about maybe 5x. I need to go add up what I spent. But gosh, I mean, I imagine if I was like 22 years old, I just out of school, just starting my job, you know, and I got a couple of $1,000 to my name after every paycheck, and I'm like, you know, it'd be great to play these evals at $30 a pop. And essentially, like, if you were ever trading Apex, for an example, right? Apex being, you know, an activation fee model is what makes people excited to trade Apex, and Apex is totally scamming people now. But the reason people like it, because it's like $30, $20 to trade an eval. So it's almost the same thing with infinitely better conditions. So, all right. So today's giveaway, we got one more to do. What's the percentage of stats on DD band long position size? So 4% of days close above the green line. 8% of days close below the lower green line. 88% of days close between the two, which means 96% of days stay below the upper line. Only 4% break. But the thing is that when they do break, the few that do typically stay the course and don't sell off. So it's rare. S&P will probably interact with the band today, and it's, even though it's only 4% of days stay above the band, the times they do break above, they tend to stay most of them. So it's rare to break the band. It's even rarer to fall back in once you do. Most days don't make it that far, which is why it's 96% the other way. Congratulations, NASDAQ Nick, Danush, and whatever the last one is. I can't read your name there. Congrats. You know the drill. Part 1, you must have a prop score account and make it today or you're disqualified. Number 2, the website's in the description below the video. Number 3, go to the prop score Discord, also in the description of the video. Go to Claim Your Win channel. Figure it out from there, get your prize. Y'all all have 50K launch accounts of Blue Sky. Have some fun there. Did I miss monthly maps today? Baby, it's bullish. Bullish today. It's bullish today. Bullish today. 100%. Bullish until it's not. Adventure knows that's the way you trade. It's bullish until it's not. Like, don't be afraid to be bullish until it's not. Like, that's exactly the way to go. I agree 100%. Like, people are like, Matt, somebody said something the weekend, like I've only seen you take losses in the US sessions. You show up with money and then take loss in US session. Like, yeah, market's kind of been like that for a little bit. Well, why is that? Because the Asia market is where I've made most of my money this last year. There's no lie about that. Asia has been so clean. The old man, Donald Trump, is sleeping. He goes to bed at like 5 p.m. I feel like. He shuts the fuck up at the end of the day. Iran, Middle East, they're all sleeping too. You know, the beautiful hour between like 5 Central and midnight Central. Oh, beautiful. Oh, guys, turn off your bots now. Giveaways over. It's so quiet. It's peaceful. The pivots are sharp. There's no random news articles coming out. It's just by the book. And it's so easy. I've accustomed my trading style to do a lot of nighttime trading since the last tariff crap. All right. We've noticed that the market is crazy in US session and very mild in Asia sesh. Yes, I show up with money on screen. And I take a lot more losses than usual. But also in the last year, we haven't had a solid bull market. Just wait until we get another 2023 or another 2017, a bull market where we go up for 6, 7, 8 months at a time. You guys will watch me turn this 100K into 10 million. You haven't seen that in a year. You've seen the market kind of chopping me, and I've been at a pace. You know, that the 100K challenge to million last time took me 3 months, and I only made it to 900,000, you know, in 3 months. It's a lot harder to get there. Oh yeah, these little kids out there. Everybody out there wants to copy my job. That's the thing. They all want to do what I do. Every single one of them. They all wish they could be in the throne of 2 million views a month. They all want to be like big baddie prop affiliates with fancy lies and whatever, and they can try whatever they can try whatever they want. But the rule is, in life and in trading, unless you crush it as a trader, nobody's going to believe a story anymore, because there's too many good people that stream and trade online. It's getting a lot better these days. There's a lot, like the people that have floated to the top after the COVID explosion of content providers have actually been good traders. A lot of really good traders are the ones with cameras on them now. Ribs, Dakota, Brian. These guys all do pretty well. Lanto, they do well. All your, like, you know, prop kids fell by the wayside. So it's kind of nice. So my advice to anybody is, if you're a good trader, you'll grow an audience. That's for sure. But you can't just put a camera on your face and then life's gonna be all right for you. Competition's too good. Too many good traders out there doing it now. But yeah, I have made most of my money this last year where's my, I've made most of my gains this last year, like since the first round of tariffs and the Asia sesh. Not gonna lie. Don't forget about Lance and them. Oh yeah, that guy's great. Lance the Hobbit. For $10,000, you can buy his boot camp. You can sit with him. He'll come have dinner with you. He'll sit over a pot and have potatoes like Samwise Gamgee's, the 3-foot tall hobbit that he is. And he'll hang out with you guys, get potatoes all day long. $10,000 to have dinner with that guy. Imagine that. When you go to the restaurant, ask him to have a booster seat so he can see over the table. So he can color on the little kids menu with his crayons. What do you think about Robin creating social network for traders where trades can be verified? Explain. I don't know. I never heard of that. Tell me more about that. I won't have dinner with you guys. Yo, I'll have dinner with you guys if y'all come to Houston. If anybody ever comes to Houston, I have a rule. If y'all come to Houston, like, hey man, I'm in Houston, I'll take you out. I hang out with everybody that wants to hang out. That's a fact. So if y'all come out, I'll hang out with you guys. You know, hey man, me and the wife are in town. I'm like, let's go to dinner. I always find an excuse to get out and have some fun. So Alex at Flow Zone is good. No, that guy's bad. I watch him trade one day. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's a fake. And EP bots. He's not good. Ask for results from these kids. Like I said, these people out there and start their streams in ViewBot, and you think they're good, but they're not. Can I tell you guys, can I give you guys a hint? All I gotta do is ask people in the industry, hey, is this trader actually doing well? And then, you know, the CEO of the prop firm is like, no, that guy's fucking terrible. But they don't tell anybody, and I can't tell you who says what about who. But just remember, I know everything about everything and everything about everybody. And I'll tell you all the truth. I can't tell you who told me what or how I know, but I know if shit comes to it, I bet you I can get everybody's trading results in my hands if I wanted to. No, that guy does not make bank. These people are good. These are good at showing you that they do. But they all do the same tricks. F2, no. That's the biggest lapping stock in all of trading. No. Do I post verified results quarterly, annually? I do, and I show my broker statement at the end of the year. I'll show you my 1099. I'm the only person in trading that does that. So at the end of the year, I'll show you my 1099 for this account from NinjaTrader itself. You love Matt from Trade Brigade? Yeah, Matt's good peeps. I love Matt a lot. Him and I have known each other since the beginning of the streamer era. His stuff is good. He's good analyst for markets. Yeah, he's good stuff. Am I gonna ever try single stock futures? Nah, they're not that liquid yet. Like single stock futures, you'll open back up. The liquidity is very bad. And also, I don't really like trading stocks, to be honest. I don't really know enough about companies to trade a stock. Yet another Matt. Yeah, there's like a million Matts, right? Let's see. There's me. There's Tradesway Matt. There's Matt Leach. Trade Brigade is Matt. Ash from My Fund of Futures name is Matt. There's Matt Money, which is Matt, I think Farley's last name. He lives in Houston. Then there's Market Moves Matt, the guy that's on Instagram. It's a lot of Matts in trading. There's a guy that backtests streamers' strategies so they make money and none of them do. That's kind of cool. But also be careful on that, because strategies aren't really like, a strategy requires a pilot to fly the plane too. Some people can make a strategy work while other people can't make the strategy work. That's also a variable to that type of analysis. Something that's like claiming to be cut and dry, do this and do this every time and follow these exact rules. You know, a lot of my strategy is fluid. Like, my stop loss is never the same. It's adjusted based on volatility. So like an example, if I chose something different than you did, I might have a better success rate than you would. So there's a little bit of discretion. Yeah, it's like somebody said, you can't backtest the discretion a trader will take, but most trading strategies on the surface fail. And that's what he's proving. There's no such thing as a strategy that beats the stock market. It's impossible. The stock market's random and unpredictable, but the trader's application is typically where the market's beat. Like the trader beats the market with how they trade. But yeah, I agree. Like the discretion part is kind of hard to backtest. Now we touched the upper yellow line here. I think that's pretty good for the play. I know I'm just trading an eval with 2 micros, $400, but I'm going to pocket that because I did get the run on this. This was a nice little 140 points. And when you guys ask me if I think somebody's good, I'm just really picky because I'm so good. When I say somebody's bad, I mean, from your standards, maybe they might be good. But when I say someone's bad, I just know they're not a millionaire trader. You know what I mean? Like, when I say somebody's a scam, they're a failed trader pretending that they're good. If I say someone's bad, they're just new, but trying to appear like they're good. And I'm like, I could tell that kid is dribbling the basketball with both hands. You know, he looks like he's 5 years old. And so from my perspective, when I say someone's bad, that's compared to, like, you know, upper echelon. When you guys say someone's good, they're probably better than you. And they appear to be good, but I guess when I want to learn how to play basketball, I'd like to learn from Jordan, not from the guy that sat the bench and just barely played and just got out of the minors, you know? Like, but when you guys are like, is this person good? That person's good. Easy as that. Hey, can you show me your performance report? Can you show me your P&L? Can you show me what you did in the last year? When I did my challenge account on stream, you guys saw the updated P&L every day. Like, that was the goal. And there was, like, from November until like April, like 5 straight months of that same account. That P&L was every day. Here's the stats. Here's the whatever. My exit the yellow line. Yeah, pretty much my exit here. We've extended a little bit higher on the S&P than I thought we would, which is good. But yeah, so this I was not expecting to get to yellow. I was trading like we were consolidating below it, so that's why I exited right there. So that's a good. So all my trades today have been winning trades, with the exception of the oopsie on the eval. Whenever I bought, I got a mini on accident, and it just stopped out right there, which. Whenever I grabbed it, and I was like, oh crap, I grabbed the mini, and I was like, yeah, whatever, it's an eval, I don't care. Well, that cost me $50 or whatever it cost me to reset it. But my 3 fundeds are doing good. So let me update the P&L for you guys. Hold on. So this is the current balance. Since I reset it, it doesn't show the loss, but it still shows it here. You want to see your P&L? I mean, kind of. If you're offering. So far, so good. Bull days. You guys welcome to whip it out for me. Show me some of that P&L. Oh, Diego. All right, guys. You know it's that time again. Time to whip it out. Show your friends over here, the Rock Scooter team, the Prop Score team. Show us your P&Ls for me if you want to see what you got there. Jason M with $1,100. Nice even numbers here. Kind of a tricky day, but I think a lot of you guys did all right. Yeah, 5,000. Ooh, nice. 5,000. Peter's P&L. 6A Super Race 195, 400, 221, 1,400, 785, 25. 1840. Nice. MHP on MES? Yeah, it's way down here today. 7380. Nice curves. Nice curves, you guys. Very nice. 900 first day with Blue Sky. Very nice. Did I have to wait 2 weeks on your funded accounts to go take a payout? No, I took a payout like immediately whenever I got to the target. I have to wait 2 weeks. Oh yeah, no, the minute I went funded, I hit my target in like a couple days and I took a payout immediately. I started trading on like a Sunday and I was taking my payout already by Thursday. No Blue Sky. I remember that specifically. On the orbit that I was trading. Somebody said when I was trading props, I never showed my payout certificates. Yeah, I know. I should frame them and put them on the wall behind me, you know? Proud owner of a funded account with Top Step. It's printed out, you know? Show my parents, they'll be so proud. Nice curves, you guys. Nice curves. Nice curves. Okay, this is good. Nice. Again, I like to see the S&P do this today. Great. This is a great response to, you know, quote unquote bull market back. I like the feeling. I love the feeling. It's good. Again, I'm never too eager. I know we all think April, right? Oh my God, April was so easy. Just jump in. You're not going to get the dips. This is going to be a different kind of bull market, I feel. We'd be so lucky if it became like in April. Not everything's getting that buying power out the door though. So I think that it's going to be like a normal bull market, which is going to be sort of like chopping its way up like this run. The last part of April was kind of normal. I think a lot of people are thinking like it's going to be like this. This was a fluke, like this up like this with no stop. This is rare to see markets like this, but I'll give you some realistic market like this. Trust me when I say this is not going to be the strongest bull wave. It would be nice if it did this though, although this is harder to trade for most of you guys because a lot of y'all have fears of aping in the longs. I know the feeling. When it just pops up and goes and you got to jump in at the open and jump in the open and, you know, this is harder to trade for most people. A lot of people, this is easier to trade. You get a dip, buy the dip. Every day you get a dip, buy the dip, get a dip, buy the dip. And you're going to get a lot of that. Every once in a while, a flush day or two where you take a lot of drawdown and recovers by the end of the day. But hopefully, if it does turn to a bull market, we get something like this. Now, after we get the full breakout, we're probably going to chop a little bit before we break out again. Chop a little bit, break out again, because there's a lot of money shuffling around. And it's not all consistently jumping into all the things. You go to a stock heat map, and not all the things are green. It's a mix of green and red. Like today, healthcare is down, right? Apple is down. Your chips are all still down. But all your other communications and discretionary industrials, all that are up. Financials are up. Energy's down. You know, it's a mix of a lot of things. When you have a mix of a lot of things overall and money flowing into the market, overall it goes up, but it's going to go up in more of a choppier way, I think, than a nice, fluid, sort of easy to understand bull way. It's not going to be, hopefully not as choppy as this. Obviously a downtrend choppy, or as choppy as this because volatility is low. I mean, VIX is like 17 right now. VIX futures, so not that bad. But I really think that, you know, if we do turn into bull market to get out of this and it starts now instead of next month, like I really think next month, you know, I don't know where this comes from, is the way to go. A lot of times, and again, a lot of times, guys, you get green day, green day, green day, red day, red day, red day, and then you test this out, and then you usually run or you break. I'm not convinced if the chips continue to sell that we don't do something like this and we recover from here instead. So this is option one, this is option two, and I think this is more possible. Right. So option one is 2 or 3 days, then we flush, then there's the dip to run up. Option two is we have another down month. Like this is a red month, another red month, and then we have a green month to take out of it. Let me see if I can show you like a go buy. I mean, engineering, we're always big on go buys. Like what does it look like when you have, you know, and here's a good example right here. Actually, the very first minute I open it up, looks like this. See this right here? That's a go buy. Now, again, it's 1 month down, 2 month down, 3 month up, and then month 4 was the retrace or whatever. Like, you know, the idea is you can see how there's slight, like this market turned like it was green, then sold again. Now, again, this was a recession induced by FOMC. This could just be a correction month. I don't like to look at charts and say it did this before, it's going to do it again. Different circumstance. But when you get a monthly like sell off, there's always a second month where it tries to figure it out. And then usually by month three, or 4, the market's figured out what it wants to do. There's 4, there's 4, there's 3, there's 3, 1, 2, there's 3, 1, 2, there's 3. See how there's a trend? Usually when there's a down month on a monthly candle, I always tell myself the next month is iffy, and then if things are fine, then the following month is good. So here could be another sort of like, you know, month like this. It's very rare that you get a single red month and then it immediately pops out being green. Usually a single red month leads to lower lows before it's green. Single red month. Sometimes it pumps out of it. But again, like I say, as most of the time, you take a little bit of time. When things sell off as hard as they do, and also engulf the previous month, a lot of times that leads to 3 months of be careful. Oh, this donation chat. July was your first 6-figure month since joining the Rockseer family about 2 years ago. Rick Rocket, very happy, able to give back, start your journey with the boot camp. Well worth it, my dude. That is incredible. Well, let's do some boot camps to give away. Gonna donate. I will also donate $300 to the 100, and we'll give away 20 boot camps. All right, free class, not free glass, not freak ass, but free class. One word. First 6-figure month, man. That's incredible. All right, free class. You guys can actually join the boot camp for free. And again, well, boot camp is a 20-day class that we do. And if you don't win this, please just sign up on its own. I think that only losers sell trading mentoring, like absolute losers and pieces of shit do trading mentoring. It's fucking idiots out there do it. We have a trading class because we teach you how to use Rocket Scooter. It's $1 a class. So I wouldn't consider it for sale. And that money just pays the overhead of the admins that, you know, work for us and stuff. So I actually don't actually physically make $1 from teaching. It's essentially free for me. And if anything, you know, your $20 isn't making the Ferrari payments. So, but I've seen like $10,000 classes and $5,000 classes out there. And it's so sad and pathetic that they do that, but it's even more pathetic that you guys fall for it. You're that desperate to hand over your hard-earned money to somebody. A stranger on the internet. I can't feel bad at you for getting stuck, but like, you know, ask people for proof of their trades and not before you pay anything. Our bootcamp is $20 for 20 days, $1 a class. And if I ever host a webinar in town, like, hey guys, come hang out with me for a 3-day seminar, it'll be $1 a day. That's it. Well, I mean, I don't know. I'm never gonna host a webinar, let's be real, or a seminar. Like, I can do that kind of stuff. What kind of loser needs a day job when you're a trader and you're good? Who wants to go work on a fucking weekend? Not me. Anyways, but if I did, I'd charge $1 a day. Our boot camp, it goes over all the tenets of actual day trading skill set. It's not a boot camp that covers charting skills. People are blown away by how little charting we actually do. It's actually real trader skill set, and I'll show you what's in the boot camp. I said it's only $20 to go through all the classes. The videos are there, but it's free for 20 of you guys right now. Get the whole thing for free. The whole program's free. We teach you probabilistic edge on how to find edge in your trading by using the probability of something, how to stick to your edge by attacking it. Then we immediately go into position sizing. See how there's all these tools we have for position sizing. It's the most important part. We teach you how to find volume pivots in our way. We give you the probabilities and backtest results from the different probabilities we do and how to attack them. We give you confluence indicators and how to use them. We show you strong bull and bear setups. We teach you the DD band, which is one of the major structures of futures. This is the risk interval, CME stuff. We teach you how to make trade plans, how to use the overnight dynamic hedge pressure, where I make most of my money overnight. When to sit out of markets, when markets are irrational, how to avoid them. How to know when, like, okay, today I need to sit out. Right now, sit out mode. Teach you everything you need about the structure of the futures market, etc. There's a whole lot of things in the CME groups, Globex, that you don't know about that are affecting markets. We teach you entry targets, exit targets, certain trade setups that I take every single time, no matter what, because they work 80 to 90% of the time under ideal conditions. How to set up pre-market, how to adjust your screens and all the things I look at to stay in tune with the news. A VIX masterclass, everything related to VIX, which is including today's choice to sit out. It's all VIX related right now. How to adjust your position, entries based on volatility, which is what you saw me do today. Today, because the market was volatile, I adjusted my basis by spreading out a position, although I didn't grab a second or third entry. I did adjust based on my 80.1 minute candle philosophy that I used for stop losses. You all the diagrams that go with it. You know, and then we teach you how to ace prop accounts, which is kind of the good stuff. Like how I crush props. So anyways, it's a full masterclass for day trading from start to end. Most of it goes over how to adjust your bet based on confluences that you have. It's all betting philosophy class. And betting is the most important part of trading. Most people that you pay money for, you're paying for a charting class. You're literally paying for somebody to draw on a chart for you. You're paying $1,000 for that. If I had my way, I would go into, I would find a way to non-violently punch every one of those guys in the face in the most non-violent way possible. You know what I'm saying? Like, who do you think you are? Now, again, if somebody was like, here's my 3-year, you know, here's my 3-year results as a trader, and here's my tax returns. I made $20 million by my $10,000 class. I'd be like, of course, there's value there. But you get a bunch of failures teaching stuff for high dollar amounts, and they're trying to, you know, pay their bills with your money and stuff, and I get it. Okay. Anything I ever teach or ever do is always $1 for the principal alone. Y'all keep your money. Choose 20 random names from this list. And you guys get to come to the entire class series for free. And if you still want to do it, which by far is one of the best things we do, please sign up for it. It's only 20 bucks a month. So it also gives you Discord access and all that stuff. And you can learn everything. Market Vandal, Night Abyss, Day Trade John, Mika, Lucid Pizza, Harsh Shit Apex, Awesome God Shit Apex, I love it. Coiled Markets, Cage Brouts, Ghost, Techie Realtor, John Leffer, DJ Day Trader, Base Hit Bill Trading, Fruja, Troney Porter's Fitness, Diesel Trading, Lou Gold, The Taxman, Alex Trades. All right, 20 of you guys go to the Claim Your Win channel. Do we still do that in Discord? Oh yeah, so go to the Rock Scooter Discord for boot camp. I don't know, wait, mods, how are we doing boot camps now? Do they need to talk to Slacks, or do they go to Claim Your Win? How do they do it? I forgot. How are we doing it now? Where do they go for boot camp? All right, guys, what do y'all think? You think we flesh out today or what? Slacks, hey, Andrew, what do they do? Are they supposed to message you? What's the protocol? I just forgot how to do it. Do we send people to Discord and Rocket Scooter and you talk to them? Oh, yeah, go to the contest channel then. Okay, thank you, guys. All right. Go to the Rocket Scooter Discord and then claim your prize there. I'm gonna start charging $2 because the names are hard to pronounce. Yeah, exactly. You sent Discord message you 4 days ago. Would I take a look, please? Did you miss today's conversation that I went through my Twitter messages and had messages that were like 8 years old that I never responded to? I'm gonna get to my discords today. 100%. Congrats, champs. All right, you guys will, I'm gonna tell you, the boot camp, I'm not gonna lie, I'm very proud of it. It is by far the most substantial thing I've ever built, even though I built Rocket Scooter, Rocket Place, and Prop Score. I honestly am most proud of my boot camp more than anything. I think that is by far, of all the creations, inventions, businesses I own outside of trading, inside of trading, is the best thing I've ever built. And you can come read the reviews yourself. And what makes me so happy is I feel like a chef that cooked up something that, like, you know, unanimously has almost every single person giving a full 5-star with their life story to go with it. Like it's just, people are like, life-changing, mind-blowing, like, you know, the idea that it's 20 bucks kind of helps. But you guys can go read the reviews all you want. It tells you who from our community bought it and then what they bought. And I'm really happy to see something like that. So all right, guys, now we're chilling. Now we can see what happens again. No fading bull market. So if it doesn't sell, I wouldn't be trying to short it. Wait, you're currently taking the boot camp and the video stop about 20 minutes and start over? Are you watching them in the Discord or on the website? I'll have to look at it if it's on the website. Yeah, just, I'm starting to think just buy dips. Yep. In this mode, I think that this is the mode that we're in. Just buy the dips. So that was pretty good. On the website, let me look into that because the website's been a little glitchy. We'll go to the Discord right now. This week I'll try to go through an update and make sure the website's okay. Yeah. This happened to you a bunch on the websites too? Yeah, well, I'll look and see if there's something like fundamentally that we can modify. Maybe some update we need to do. But the Discord is the best place to get the updated videos. They're all there. Yeah. It happens if you tab out. Yeah, because we try to do like this embedded version where you can watch it all inside the website. I'm not the biggest fan of the way that we did it, but because it can be glitchy sometimes. Yeah, you can also download the videos, and that's kind of the best way I tell people. Go to the Discord, just download the videos. All right, I'm up 19K today. So like I said, I took some trades. This was the funded account I did. Again, in bull markets like this, I'm in no desire to short. What I do is I let the market just do whatever. There is no entry point here. The trade was from here to there, and I closed out. This is not an entry point. This is not an entry point. There is nothing to trade off of here. Unfortunately, in markets like this, I don't have a pivot to enter a second trade on. One can try to keep longing at a yellow line if you want to. It's not really a traditional entry point that we have, but one can try. Is there a list of Darb? Yeah, we have one in there now on the newest video series. Yes, sir. It's like at the bottom. Boost guy is 50% off your first account, but 30% off all your others. You guys ready to go? We got another giveaway to go right now. Celebrating 200k subs and further. Next giveaway we got going on for you guys. My Fun and Futures. Love My Fun and Futures. By far, I would say you guys is one of your favorite prop firms. One of my favorite prop firms. Type in my Fun and Futures. MFFU. We used to do just MFF because the FU would trigger the bot, or trigger the bot tricks to not register off participants, so it seems to be working now. My Fun and Futures Rapid 20% off right now. Code SCORE 30% off builders. Code SCORE. Great plan. Rapid is the best plan right now in prop score. 2-day payout, 2-day eval, 1-day payout. $10,000 at 90% split per day. Times 5 accounts. Get a little pickup on the chip stocks right now. Getting a second little. Like I said, I'm excited. I'm excited to see the good stuff. We got 5% up SanDisk, almost 1% up Micron. Micron turned green for the hot minute there. I like it. Intel popping 1% green again. Yeah, I like seeing it. I love it, guys. Unfortunately for me and my trading style, I don't have setups here, and the fact it's only like 10 o'clock in the morning and we're this high, I don't really have anything I can play off of, and that Nasdaq chart's gone straight up, which is awesome. All right, all you half gap boys, surfer boys, get your surfboards ready. Time to ride the wave of the risk interval. Got 2 of these to give away. They said the Rapid is by far the best plan in props right now. So much so that everybody's copying what they're doing. TPT, My Fun and Futures kind of set the trend for this type of account. And everybody's making them. Same day payout accounts. They're fantastic. I'm probably gonna start. I'm gonna circle back around and probably start trading. Cause like after I've already gone live with my funded, but that was over a year ago. I might do them next. I gotta circle back to something. Them or Top Step, I don't know. I gotta do something after Blue Sky. I gotta figure it out. Maybe I'll do my funded again. Go through their program and go live. Maybe next gen. Yeah, I still gotta do next gen maybe. Blue Sky has an activation code. Not for us, no. You just use code SCORE or SCORE30 for Blue Sky. There's no discount for activations. They don't do that for affiliates. Oh God, I did a third one. Oh my God, I did this again. Hold on. I have to take it off the screen. I spun it 3 times. There's only 2. There's only 2. Sorry about that. The third one doesn't count. My bad. It's only 2 today. Wait, no, that is 2. That is 2. Wait, hold on. I'm an idiot. That's right. No, you won. Mr. Gamer, that's you. Okay, let me. Boy, I totally just messed it up. I thought that was 3. Okay. Mr. Gamer, you win. Are you here? I saw you type. Okay. Turtle Trader. Oh my God. All right, I'm fired. Okay. Somehow my brain stopped working for a minute. Turtle Trader, Mr. Gamer, even though I moved it off the screen, you still were typing, so congratulations. Mr. Gamer. All right, you here? You here? My bad. My bad. All right. Make sure you're paying attention because you won. Tough day today. Oh, I'm loving this. I'm loving this price action. It makes me happy that the bull market monthly maps look good, so we may not have another down red month, which I love. I love how my encoder thinks that Thinkorswim is a game. That's just so funny. It keeps saying in-game overlay available. This is good so far. Like the two hourly candles here are actually really nice. One thing that has me worried is like I said, up day, chop day, up day, you know, that we don't figure our way back down. But honestly, it looks pretty good. Maybe we can get up to the 29.4 the next week. Are you guys believers now when I say we don't fade bull markets? Greater bull market, the way we teach, right? Greater bull market. You have 3 indicators, 1, 2, and 3. Indicator 1, DD ratio greater than half, check. Indicator 2, S&P above MHP, check. Like we're way above it. It's like way down here. Indicator number 3, monthly maps, bullish, check. On monthly maps, you're gonna click the chart. You're gonna click D for daily. And then you're gonna kind of zoom in on it. Turn off the bearish band for a minute there. And you're gonna look at where the bear side, which is mine is light gray, and the bull side separate. Currently, we are trading in the bull side. And if the bull side bottom is sloping down and the bear side top is sloping down, you are in a non-liquid bull market going forward. Check, check, check. All 3 greater market signals are bullish. So when somebody said earlier, do we short off the DD band? And I say, well, if you do, it is a scalp only. And I mean only a little tiny scalp. When the greater market's bullish, the answer is we actually teach you in boot camp not to do that because of this kind of day. Now, I will almost always short from it for a scalp, but knowing that I'm in the way of something like this, right? You're a believer and a believer. Yo, master, see you later, bud. I'll read your, I saw your message pop on my notifications that you made something for me. I'm excited to see what it is, but I haven't read the full message yet. If I didn't start the boot camp this past weekend, I probably would have gotten smoked on a short today. Thank you for saving you some money. Well, you saved your own money by making the trade yourself, but awesome. I'm telling you, when markets are that bullish, I can still take a small short, but I know it's a scalp only, and I'm not trying to break lows of the last wave. Like here, I'm not trying to break lows. And you can see how when you get to it, it still fights to hold. But when the market is this strongly bullish and all 3 of those indicators are bullish, it's more likely to not find lower lows from it. Unless an event or some kind of thing triggers it. All natural things, when the market does, especially when you open at the band, it usually stays up and keeps going when all those indicators are bullish. And we don't try to fade. Like I don't look at this and say, oh, look at this. You know what? It's gone up. Maybe it'll come down. Let me go ahead and fade it. I'm not thinking that at all. I'm thinking, okay, if it dips, where can I get in? Perfect. You know, I'll look at it like that. This is a good sign, really good sign. So I'm buying every dip now, going forward. Master is another mat. Add another mat to the list. Does monthly maps work on NinjaTrader? It should. When you click daily chart, it should load up the monthly. I'm not sure how they have it, how you toggle between the two, but it should when you move to a daily chart pop up. How to play upper bearish with everything bullish. This is how I trade bull markets, guys. I wait and I strike. I wait and strike. Look, in a minute, in an hour, in 2 hours, Donald Trump's gonna put a microphone up to his ass and fart the word Iran, and the shit's gonna drop, and I'll be ready for it. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no play here. Get used to just saying, okay, let me wait. Most of the time, you're gonna find an opportunity, right? If you look right here, you may say, should I do something? What do I do now is what I had this little speech the other day. And it's like, there's a difference between what do I do now and what do I do next? What I do now is a dangerous thought that traders have. Like, what do I do now? Now that we're here, what do I do? Now that we're there, what do I do? What do I do next? And what do I do next is I wait for a dip. Like, next does mean not now. Next can be an hour from now, a day from now, a week from now. So what can happen now? Well, we've got proof that the market's so bullish. And I could jump in on this and maybe make some of it. Maybe make a little bit more, right? Maybe make a lot. Or somebody says something and markets do this and I take a whole lot of drawdown, then I stop out and the market bounces right back up. And I feel stupid. Like I said, my friend Keith I went to high school with, turned out he became a professional annuities trader when he got older. He did fixed income trading. He used to tell me we had this rule where we say we don't pick up pennies in front of a steamroller. And a move that's like this is a penny in front of a steamroller. Yes, you can get in and probably make a little bit more, but it means that the upside return is much smaller than the downside risk. Even though it looks like selling puts in a bull market for income. I see a lot of scammers selling these kind of classes, selling puts for income. Oh, it's easy income. It's easy income. Well, you're making pennies every day, but the day that there's an event, you gave up a month of gains, right? So the way I tell myself is in this environment, there's nothing I do now. What do I do next is I buy the dip. Well, let's find a dip. Well, there's not one. Okay, well then there's no trade. And what happens? It keeps going up. Well, it keeps going up, but you're missing out. Am I missing out? You know, it used to take me like a whole quarter of work as a kid to make $18,000, like 3 months of my life. You know what I mean? Like that was 20 minutes of my life. I'm missing out on anything. I did all right. Every day there's some opportunity I'm going to get it. But what I can do is either A, try to turn 18 into, 30 or negative 70, or just wait. And the option is miss out on something small, but also miss out on losing big, but also be primed in case somebody says something and the market just dives like this, and I can jump in long, and then make 70K on the way back up. And I think of it like that. I'd rather miss out on the last 10 or 20 or 30K to not take a 100K loss, to have to hold through all that rest of the day in a bull market. So usually in bull markets, I usually take bull markets in small chunks on the way up. I get the long, get out, and chase the days that don't dip. And then once I get past like DD band or a couple risk intervals or upper band, I usually wait. What I don't do is short. I never will short in this kind of condition ever to bet that it turns around. Markets don't like to turn around when they're this bullish. But they can if something happens middle of the day. So what I look at, I say, okay, where's the lowest low? I'd want to just jump in on the long if we get it. So something happens right now. Trump says something. Okay, well, we have two different waves of support where the market has started out. Like Nasdaq supported here, has supported here, and supported here, right? The market somehow dips anywhere inside of here. I'd be willing to get back in on a long just to trade it back up to here. So now I tell myself, looking at like maybe, this, I try to like, I know it looks weird like a trend line, but I try to find that these consolidated areas right here and right here, that we're going to find higher lows if the market is going to dip on a random news event. Remember, VIX is still high, so we can, or still above triple B. We can dip pretty hard on some tariff-based news or some kind of like Iran-based news still, but not that bad. Like if we get something like this, I'd be willing to enter somewhere above there. Do y'all understand what I'm saying? Iron Pigeon says, you had roughly 5,000 trades the last year between futures and options. And thank you, Rock Cedar, helped save your mental health. There you go. Right, so that's what I'm gonna do is just wait, right? So what do I do next is, well, here are the options. The options are it just keeps going up and I miss out on something. But then I'm not really that unhappy because I didn't miss out on anything. So sitting out, missing out. Okay, well, there'll be a dip tomorrow. Then what I do next is buy the dip. Well, if it's not today, there's one tomorrow. There's always a dip somewhere. Number two is I'm not doing anything and the market falls and I miss out on the world's biggest short. That's okay. I didn't miss out on anything yet again. Number three is market dips. Then I can start buying the dip in a bigger, wider range. I can long here, even long here. So if we fall, I can try to throw a couple minis. Here's an example. Say that I'm an investor and I want to be long in the market. It falls to here, 2, falls to there, 5, falls to there, 20, and then falls below there, stop out. And now I can build like 30, 27, whatever contracts all through here, and then I can hold the long forever, right? That's a way to think about it too. The market's proven itself to be pretty bullish today. Or I wait, and the minute we get like a single risk interval drop to VWAP, on a news event, I'm going to long it at least back to there to make this scalp right there. And now I just sit here and dick around with my friends on stream. Somebody says, Matt, you're a genius. I've been trading for just way too long. I got the hang of it. All right. Will it be classified as high VIX? Not high VIX. I misspoke. My bad. VIX above contango midpoint, triple B, right? This is the thing right here. So this contango midpoint where the VIX is sensitive to news, it means that, okay, well, then let me wait because it doesn't take much. Like this 1774 level on VIX, we give you a number every month. This is this one. And in a couple of weeks, we'll give you another one. As long as VIX is above here, it's sensitive to news. So it doesn't take much to get the market to explode. It's not as liquid as you'd like it to be. It's getting close. We've kind of expected a higher volatility for this month and last month. So the market is less liquid between the 2 months. If somehow we price below here, then the conditions have changed. So right now it's still in that sense of, you know, let's be careful. So in this mode, I like to wait because, like I said, when I joke and say Donald Trump farts into the microphone, it's that sensitive. It's that he said I ran sells. And no, he just farted. No, guys, calm down. The market's just like plunging on nothing, right? Trump says, you know, the meeting got postponed from Sunday to Monday. What the hell? Wait, what? You know what I'm saying? Like it's like that stupidly sensitive. That's kind of why we say it's like too sensitive possible. And once you get to that interface on the other side, you'll notice that the difference between VIX being above that key level, that same news would do that. If VIX was below that key level, the same news would do this. It would not be as over exaggerated of a move. There's not enough liquidity. So dealers like to sweep wider ranges when it's not liquid to find buyers. That's just the price of volatility, right? Andrew says, wait, I don't understand people with a this mindset doesn't compute. What mindset are you talking about? You're on my mindset? My mindset of not shorting markets at the top, or what are you saying? Which part? Very rarely do markets go straight up. I'm always in the mode of let me find whatever next dip we got. VWAP is your best play. When your market's going straight up, hug the VWAP long every time. But from here, don't take it, right? When you join Discord, why do you get 4 different Mad account friend requests? Yeah, you're supposed to join my secret Telegram where I give you all the plays and feet picks you could want for the low cost of, I don't know. It's all scam. Don't fall for it. None of it's me. Can the mod check on the Blue Sky accounts? Prop score says 50% off. It's only 30. Mike Shear, it's 50% off your first one, 30% off the rest. The won't short here mindset. I just don't see a reason not to scalp it occasionally. Well, let me explain something. I used to have that mindset too a long time ago. It's better to wait because of the following. If I were to tell you this, I love this conversation, Andrew. It's good. It's a good thought, right? Okay, so let me ask you a question. Which way is the market going up? Which way is the market going? And we'll say it's going up. But is there a play in the way of it going up? Well, yeah, you could short a little bit. And even right now, look, there's a little bit there. But what is the risk? And you have to think of it like this. How much further can it go up today? Well, you might say it looked like it's gone up a lot. It's probably done going up. Okay, and you might be right. One thing to note is that bull markets, I'll give you some stats and you'll like this one. You're not wrong. In a bear market, I have a different mentality. In a bear market, I'm always finding plays. I'm longing and shorting. In a bull market, however, I'm longing and mostly sitting out of the short side. I have two different mindsets, and this is a Matt Cowart thing. This is my own way of doing it, and I'll tell you why I do it this way. You can pick a random bull run, okay? Random bull run. And like I said, we call it the blind monkey thing. Let's find a random bull run from bottom to top right here. Okay, bottom to top. Here's the top, here's the bottom. You agree? Let's exclude the choppiness of that Trump stuff and talk about it. But I already look at all these candles here. I just go through. Let's just do a quick estimate. This goes from April to the end of January. So April to January. So April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, January. 10 months, right? 10 times 20 is 200 days. Out of 200 days, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. You know what? I wonder if it'd be funny. I like counting the candles. Y'all watch me count. I get like ChatGPT count the number of candles. Watch this. Let's just use AI. I keep forgetting we have AI as a tool now to make this demonstration much easier. All right, I'm doing the lazy thing here. Oh, here's my ChatGPT. All right. All right. That's the old AI. That's all AI does here. I used to count the candles, which was fun, but now let's get it right. Inspecting image dimensions. All right. I mean, I don't need a. We're not building a building here. Let's go ahead. All right, here we go. I love it. Let me get the numbers. Hey, my estimate was total 200, close. All right, 117 out of 80 red. Total 200. Let's just make it easy. Okay, good deal. All right, here's one thing you'll notice, right? In any bull run, there's more greens than reds. A lot more. It would probably have been quicker to count this time, yeah. So, roughly, of the spread of the 200, this is what? About 60% are green. Almost 60%. If it was 120, it'd be 60, right? So about 60%. Thank you, Hypno. So 60% of your candles are green and 40% are red. But let me explain to you the difference between all of them. Let me show you what most green candles look like, okay? Most green candles look like this, okay? Literally. Or like this. Or like this, okay? Most green candles look like this. You're gonna notice a trend, or they're gonna look like this, okay? What you're gonna notice a lot about green candles is there's not a lot of top wicking on them. Not a lot. Look, I'll even go through and circle some of them and show you the difference, right? Now, scalping is one thing, but I don't like to scalp because the potential to upside is so much bigger. The only ones with even moderately substantial top wicks, I will circle. And look, there's not a lot of them. You see this? At least on the green ones. Out of the 200, there's actually not 200, sorry. I zoomed in out of the half. I only zoomed into August, but in these, 5 months of trading, there's only really like 3 big top wicks, right? Another thing that to take with you is that how reds look in a bull market. There's almost always more substantial bottom wicks in a red daily candle in a bull market compared to top wicks in a green market, right? I just caused a fire in a data center, right? So you'll see how you notice it's more frequent to have red candles that look a lot like this. Red candles tend to have a lot of wick, especially wick to the downside, right? Red candles are very violent and very volatile, and there's a lot more of those. So this leads to a couple conclusions that if you were to just blindly play the market, it's very appropriate to always be buying the dip because it's very rare that you don't usually see red candles that close at the low. As a matter of fact, in this period, none of them close exactly at the low. There's always a wick at the bottom. But in green candles, there's not always a wick at the top. Like very much almost no wick, almost no wick, almost no wick. So you see where I'm going with this, right? Almost no wick. You have a higher probability of a bull market closing at the top as high as it goes, and a high probability of a bear market coming off the bottom. So in most of the cases that you see, you should be buying at the highs and buying at the lows, which is the weird conclusion that I came to in the period of me trying to figure out how to be good at trading. I found out that I now in a bull market, I'm buying 90% of the time in my trades. In a bear market, I'm longing like 50 to 60% of the time. So the weird conclusion I came to is that I'm almost, people are like, Matt's always a bull. I'm not always a bull. I'm just playing the odds that green stays green and red usually wicks. So I'm okay with holding long when it draws down and just smacking it hard at the end to get something back. I'm okay with aping in the longs at the top when it's green. So because of that mentality, the only reason, which you're not, I love this discussion, the only reason I don't short for scalps is because I don't want to be caught in that one type of situation where I'm shorting and it just slowly squeezes against me and slowly squeezes against me and slowly squeezes against me, and then I'm finally out. Because bull markets move so slow. Let's see if you can understand why I don't want to take a small short and get out. Can you give me the right answer why that just is not... It's not a big loss on paper, but why would I not want to be in this trade? If you give me a good answer, I'm curious if y'all can figure out why it's not optimal. Time. Lentech. Nailed it. See, if I'm wrong in a bull trade and I buy and that shit dies down here, man, I stop out in 5 minutes, I'm done. Done. If I'm here, this thing etches away at my soul for the 2 hours I'm watching it go further and further and further and further upside down. It's mental capital that you lose trading short against the bull market. I could trade long against a bear market all day long and take a very quick slap in the face hit. Oh, that hurt. Okay, phew. In and out, right? But the death of being upside down in a bull market is a mental capital drain that's exhausting. Exhausting. To the point I learned to very quickly not want to take the fades. And if I do, it's like, okay, let me get the DD band short because I know it's a quick scalp. I only do the quick scalp here. And there, look, this is 10 minutes and you happen to make 100 points. That's actually wasn't that bad, right? So you can make 100 points in 10 minutes, but like up here, look at this. You're engaged in a trade since we started talking 9:53 and 10:18. What I found was this is 20 minutes of going nowhere. 20 minutes of me being like, and if I lose, I'm going to lose very small and slightly bigger. And it's not even a big loss, but it's draining. And then it starts to fuck with your brain because you're like, okay, I'm losing. Okay, you know what? Let's get back into the long. And you jump in on the long, then it happens to dip. And you're like, okay, crap, let me get back on the short. And then you start to get out of sync with the market again. Then you can somehow, under that stress, go flip, flop, flip, flop. And so that's a big part of it, right? So anyways, that's the reason I don't do it, Andrew. Andrew, technically on paper, you are 100% right, bro. 100%. You are 100% right on paper. So when I showed you the 2 reasons I don't is because the fact that there's not a lot of top wicks in bull market is because volatility is drying up. So when you're trying to short, you're expecting volatility. And as markets go up, the volatility goes down. So the dips are much smaller, even if you get them. So the further up, the dips are even smaller because volatility is even less. So here's that first major dip is that big, the second major dip is that big, and the third major dip is that big. You can see how I can zoom in, but you can see how it gets smaller as you go up. So because volatility is crushing, you don't get a lot of downside move. You're just sort of gambling on an event, which can happen, but the chances of it happening while you're in your trade before you lose your patience is small. So that's why I'm saying you said you felt the pain. The reason I don't do it is mental game. And it's, again, I could get some pennies in front of a slow moving steamroller. You know, the Austin Powers when he's like, you know, driving the steamroller and he's like, move on to the way. And the guy's like, no. And they were like 50 feet from each other and it was just going slowly and the guy just froze and do anything. It's almost like that in trading. So what I've learned is that in a bull market, I'm much, at this phase, like right here, I'm like more likely to sit out and do nothing than I am to try to fade it. And that's the reason, death by 1,000 little cuts. And even here, as we're talking, not that I'm saying I predicted it accurately, it could have gone either way, but even trying to, like, number one is where do you get in, right? How did I know to get in exactly here? It felt like it was stalling out, so maybe I can jump in somewhere in here. But because there's no volatility, the only way that I knew it was stalling out was that it was a little bit of red candle already, and this was already half of the move. So it's like your efficiency is bad. You don't have a pivot to get in, and the possible move is really small, and the loss is really slow and like taxing on your soul. And that's the reason I don't do it. And as years went by, I found out that I made so much money sitting on the sidelines, not doing it, because 1 out of 5 days, the old man wakes up, crawls out of his hibernating cave and says, ugh, fuck Iran, we're gonna bomb those bitches. And then you get this, and then I'm like, oh crap. And then I turn 20K into 120K just by sitting out. Or I can try to scrape 3 or 4K per scalp every day. And I just learned that in trading, as time goes by, that less is more. And the less I did, the more that I make. And you know what I mean? You're not wrong on paper. You were absolutely not wrong. 100%. But the mentality was that when you're wrong in this kind of environment, you're wrong small, and it takes hours for you to finally stop out, and it hurts. And then you get to that, your mental game is like you're exhausted, right? And then you're too hesitant to do anything else. If I found when I can lose in 5 minutes and be out of it, I'm like, reset, let's go, you know? But if I take a small beating for like 3 hours, I'm a little gun shy at that point. I'm a little too timid to 1 million toothpick stabs. I get a little like exhausted to do anything else, right? And so what I like to do is not take like at the top, and you're absolutely watch you be right. Watch it drop 40 points, watch it drop 60 points. And I missed out on it. But now the other side of the coin is now I've got my money. Now I'm chilling. Now I'm armed to enter in another trade and be the first one in. I see the market's bullish. I want to dip. If I get lucky and there is a dip, I can be the first one in. And I've got capital to play with. If I think the market's going up, my goal is to find entries into it as much as I can and not try to take little counter moves along the way. If anybody wanted a hard lesson on that, short at the beginning of April. And I did. I was shorting at the beginning of April, and I got burned trying to hit those yellow lines and short the yellow line, then short the next one. Remember, the first 2 weeks of April, when we ran up here, it was this time that I was shorting a little bit. And then I was like, you know, because remember, I made my P&L. I took my $805,000 from the account from here, and then I had 100,000 left. I ran 100,000 up to 300,000, and then up here I started shorting. Nope. And I ran it down to less than 100K, and I was like, all right, fuck this. I'm going to call it on the challenge. So I was even confused because we didn't get any dips. This fluke of a week was crazy. And this is what reminds me, you know, this happens, you know, once a decade or whatever. This kind of crazy run up out of a dip reminds me on the greater scale of why I don't do that. Because every once in a while, that pure week can bankrupt you. Now, again, I was fine because I already took out most of the challenge account money. I had worked it up from 100 back to 300 in this run here, and I was so happy. And then silly me was like, yep, you know, we got some yellow lines. Let me go ahead and pop. We had some sell off there, some sell off. Let me pop some shorts at the top, but it didn't work. And here it didn't work. Here it didn't work, and I got squeezed. And I'm like, yeah. So I ended up taking like the 300. I was up 330K, and I took it down to like 80, and I'm like, yeah, all right, screw this. So the problem is that a lot of times when you're wrong small, but then April told you can be wrong quick. And that was the crappy part. And you don't normally see fast moving bull markets, but we were coming out such a wound up short squeeze from like 6 months of the market chopping that this right here is so unusual. This was not death by 1,000 toothpick stabs. This was death by 1,000 machete hacks, because it was like quick moving bull market and quick moving bull market. So occasionally in your career, you'll also be against a fast moving bull market, which is rare. Like I said, once a decade or something, you climb out of some hole like that, or twice a decade. It's not that, you know, after a COVID or after whatever. Then that just reminds you that you can lose quickly, which is rare, but you can actually lose big. This, you just lose small over long periods of time. So I've learned that I do better missing out on the last, you know, couple hours. Like here is an example. Now I'm looking at this market basing out right here and this basing out right here. The S&P itself is kind of building around this area. So if I'm like super bullish like I am and we get no news and somehow we push lower into here, I'd be willing to bet on this market not having much of a top wick. So usually when the market hits a high and we dip closer to VWAP or closer to something, I always long to get back to the top because green candles don't really have top wicks. They're really small. So the high is usually where you close near. And even as we're talking, looks like there's a little small dump candle there. Looks like something's happening. Let's see what's happening here. Somebody dumping some stuff there. What we got? Just a single order, not a big deal. But right, so technically speaking, I'm always like the main reason besides psychology why I don't do that type of attack at the top is because I don't have a place to short from, and I'm very particular about shorting. Longing, you guys have learned from me, y'all been watching me kind of long even in the choppy market, that I like to long across a range, right? I like to find a cluster of pivots and build a long position in a basin. Right, and it works so well. Like an example is bull zone, an open price with positive rest, check. MHP, great. So now I've got an area I want to long from, not just a pivot. Like I'm very lax on where I long from. I give myself a big wide range to just add position to. So here's an example, all from 28.4 down to 20, you know, down in here. I want to build long all through this box. But when I'm shorting, I don't do the same thing. I don't say, okay, I'm a short, add to a short, add to a short. I never try to get upside down in a bull market. When I'm shorting, it's off of a pivot only and a very, very, very moderate stop. I'm never short and then short and then short and then short again. Did Trump fart the word Iran? Oh, Trump. See? What'd I tell you? Brr. And he farted into the mic. It was a smaller one though. It wasn't that big of a deal. Little tweeter. That's it. See, I'm telling you. See, even as I'm telling the story, you know, Trump can pop out the word Iran. We're overdue for it. Like I love when I'm telling the lesson. It happens. We were talking about a solution to the problem that Iran caused. I love how he phrases that. Truth Social, Iranian leadership is unbelievably duplicitous. My English is good, but it ain't that good. I don't know what that word means. Hormuz is being controlled by the US Navy. We're talking about a solution to the problem that Iran caused. See, he farted into the mic and it sounded like the word Iran and the market took a little turnaround. Great, aha. See, had I been a short, now you got lucky to make some money, but now I'm like, ooh. Where can I buy the dip now? Right, and I have that mentality, right? Duplicitous means two-faced. Ah. I guess if I would have done out the Latin roots to that word, dupla means duplicate or two of something. And specious or aetious is the state of being. I think that's the root. In my old... Or having characteristics of. I was really good at my SAT Latin roots. Did y'all do those? Did y'all study that when y'all prepped for SAT in high school? Learned your Greek and Latin roots to words? Sometimes it helps in English. English is so hard to learn if you don't know English. I feel bad for people who have to learn it later in life. Useless word for a headline. There you go. English seems hard as shit. We have no rules. Our words follow no rules. The sound doesn't sound the same. You have letter combinations that have 5 different pronunciations. It's almost like an Asian language, like Vietnamese has the tonal quality to it. Like you know, you know, it's like the way you say the word has a different meaning. With English, it's like that without the little hints. Like, you know, they have the little, I forgot what they're called, the little like marks above the letter that tell you how you inflect your voice to make it easy. Here, it's like bead and bread. EA is like E. Eh. Bread. Bead. And you're like, what? There's no rule. R, is not the reason it's E. Not R is not the reason it's ed. B is not the reason it's eed. As a matter of fact, read by itself can be read by itself. So like there's no rule. Like if I was learning English as a second language, how does like, I imagine how hard that has to be. The reason that you know English is from memorization and context clues. You have to be so fluent in English to understand English. You can't just learn the words. There's no formula. Insane. You know what I mean? So kudos to you if you had to learn English as a second language. I feel like that's gotta be the hardest language to learn if you aren't natively speaking it. I like if learning Spanish is easy. Probably learning Vietnamese is probably easy, you know, like. But damn, you just remember English. Yeah, you don't learn it. Like you have to just remember everything. There's no rules that you follow. You learn English by playing GTA? Hell yeah. Fuck, it's the cops. Yeah. Spanish almost confusing English. I mean, when I was learning Spanish in high school, it was fairly straightforward because there were some small like rule breakers. So I feel like every English rule is a rule, and the reason because English is not like Spanish is a language with Latin roots. English is not a language with just Latin roots. There's Latin roots, Greek roots, Germanic roots, Gaelic roots. English words come from 1,000 different places, and it's like it kind of blends. And because the way English moved all over Europe when you know, during the Middle Ages, when like Europe changed hands of ownership many different times, you had English travel all over the place and just become this weird sort of like buffet of a language. It's like crazy shit. You learn English playing RuneScape. Actually had people that I know that learned English from playing MMOs. I know some people that learn English playing WoW. And then of course, yeah. And a lot of English is spoken with idioms, like, you know, phrases that are hard to figure out what they mean. Like, it's raining cats and dogs. You know, like, in a literal sense, again, more memorization. You can't figure out what that actually means. But many people learn English by watching Friends. Hell yeah. Bless your heart, yeah. Spell words that are spelled differently but said exactly the same, yeah. There's a lot of that in Asian languages where it's the same sound can represent 20 different things. She told me this one in Vietnamese that was like some word, and it's like da or something, and it had like 80 different, like it was just like, you can actually make, I don't know if it's da or it's like I think there's a D in it, but like you can say like da 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 da, and it was like a full sentence of different words. So the way that it meant, some word can actually mean 20 different things, have nothing to do with each other. She told me it was a funny one. I forgot what it was. And then of course, yeah. All right, guys. Somebody said we're dipping on a double doohickey right now. Easiest way to learn language is through music. Hey, that's true. The Trump fired the burner rant, got a little bit of a dip. See, wasn't enough for me to act on. I would like to have seen a press at least down in here, but you see how this works. And if I were short and I just arbitrarily shorted and I got something like that, I would have taken the profit immediately. Again, like if I'm against a bull market on NASDAQ, I'm trying to get 40 points. I'm out. I live in America and I still don't speak English that well. I'm from the South. We have our own dialect. Brad was telling you, I saw on a stream the other day, it was like when you order a drink, you go to Texas and they say, what would you like to drink? And you go, yeah, do you guys have Coke? And they're like, yeah, we've got Coke, Sprite, Dr. Pepper, Mr. Pibb, root beer. What kind of Coke do you want? And you're like, oh, I'll have a root beer. Cool. I don't know if that's just a Texas thing. You ask for a Coke, they say, what kind? That's how good Coke's branding is. You want your brand name to be the replacement for the word soda or drink? You did a good job. But you go anywhere else, you ask for a Coke. Yeah, you guys have Coke? They're like, yeah, we have Coke. They bring you a Coke. You're like, wait, but I wanted a Sprite. Why didn't you say Sprite? Sprite is a type of Coke. And that's just the way that it is. It's a Southern thing. It's a Southern thing, isn't it? I guess when you ask for a Coke, they go, what kind of Coke do you want? Coke means soda. Pop is up north. Yeah, soda pop. You guys use normal words that tell you what it is. Pop, soda. They say soda out west. They bring you a bag in Atlanta. There you go. Man, I'll get me one of them there Cokes. Oh yeah. Old sody pop. Texas is not Southern, it's Texas. Somebody said, this is true. Texas is a little different than, even though we were part of the South during the Civil War, Texas has always maintained its own like detachment from the United States. It's its own culture. It always has been. It used to be different. It's a lot different now that everybody moves to Texas from everywhere else. It doesn't feel like the Texas I grew up with, but it's still kind of there. I don't meet anybody from Texas anymore. Everybody you meet is from somewhere else. They moved here for work, be a doctor, be an engineer, transplanted over here from California. Every one of my friends right now, none of them from Texas. Almost none of them. So it's starting to feel like just a normal state again. Like, or a normal state. Unfortunately, you know, the Southern values and traditions, the Texas values and traditions that we always had, like, you know, I mean, when I was growing up, every bar, cocktails weren't a thing in Texas. It was a bar. Every bar you went to had a dance floor. Every bar you went to had a country, bluegrass, or blues band playing, and you had people dancing on the dance floor in boots and hats, even in the suburbs. Now there's a single one in the city I grew up in. The town I grew up in, Pearland, used to just have, you know, everyone had boots, everyone had hats. It still felt like Texas. It just isn't popular anymore. We used to go down to the honky tonks when I was in college because you could drink for cheap, and then they started becoming further and further away. Somebody said they heard people are racist in Texas. I actually would disagree with that. I'll actually be real with you. I think Texas is probably the most tolerant state of mixed cultures and races because Houston is the most diverse city in the country, by the way. If you look at the diversification statistics, Houston's more diverse than New York. There's 160 languages spoken in Houston, something like that. Houston and Texas in general are very lovely and very sweet and very kind. I've been to other states where people are just shitty to each other. Houston, at least Texas, is pleasant. People are pleasant to each other. I would say Texas it's so common. Like it's hard to be racist when everybody in your street is a different race. You stand alone. There's no, like, you know, it's so diverse here. It's normal to not to, you know, like when I was a kid, it was like my high school was mostly just white kids, you know, like 90%. Now it's just an equal blend of like everybody, which is kind of different than most states. I feel like I think it's Texas like work culture. You know, you have a lot of people move here to chase opportunities. Medical field's big, engineering field's big, and so you just have over the years people just come here and move here. It's kind of nice. Yeah, I don't experience. I don't like my friends. None of my friends, at least where I live, you know, ever experience that. You never witness that. You don't really see a lot. Now again, I'm in the city. You go to the country, it might be a little different, but in the city, it's different. Yeah, you have to stay. Somebody said you had to stay in the major cities for that. Yeah. You still got your backwoods hillbillies, you know, still being fucking hillbillies, stupid, ignorant, you know, toothless hillbillies doing their, you know, we don't lock you around these parts sort of thing, but that's so rare. You got to go out to the boonies for that. I think football is big in Texas. Football brought everybody together. That's what it is. But yeah, and I'll promise you guys, y'all, you come to Texas, actually very, very lovely place. That's why a lot of people that are born here don't like to leave. You go anywhere else and you're like, man, people are just shitty to each other. What's going on? It's very friendly. Houston, very friendly city. You just got CJ to access using Rockseeder platform for the first time. Can you show you have the setup and charts and platform? There's a bootcamp video that goes over it. So my charts, I have liquidity map and Varus bands. I add them from the indicators. It should load default, and I just do a split screen over here to put two different things. I have a watch list. You can add all the tickers I have for my futures are right here, and then of course save your layout after you load it up. Just click save. How's the homeless situation in Houston? It's very hard. It's very hard to say because every major city has that, but I'm gonna tell you, I feel that Houston, again, when you go through downtown Houston, you don't see it. And I don't know if we're just good at providing housing, but there's not like very strong encampments where you go to like San Francisco or something and there's like entire city blocks with just thousands of people homeless. I don't know anywhere in Houston where you see that much clustering of folks. I don't, again, there's probably areas I haven't traveled through, but like downtown, when you go through downtown, you don't see it. You might see a couple of people here and there, but it's, I think, yeah, it's, you don't really see a lot. Maybe it's because they're not out because it's hot. I don't know. Like they're in shade somewhere, but it's not really that bad in Houston. At least you don't see it. So I don't know the stats though. You see it in downtown San Antonio. Yeah, you see a little bit of that. I've seen it in San Antonio, Austin, especially Austin. I've seen it. It's kind of bad in Austin. Well, that's liberals for you. Let's not get political here, but that's what happens when liberals take over. Yeah. And that's Austin for you. So when I go in Houston, like I said, in Houston, you still see it, but I can't name like a block downtown that I've been to that is almost like, there's some places you go like near the bus, Midtown, there's some areas like that, but it's probably of the major cities in Texas, probably the least here. But yeah. Flat market, man. Love it. Love it. Can I get is there a trade I can get in though? Let's see if there's any kind of resistances on some of the major, let's see if NVIDIA broke their MHP. Okay, it certainly did. Now where I lived, my last house was in sort of like closer to downtown, you would get, like I told this story, like there was like a homeless person banging on my door in the middle of the night, just like high, like out of their mind on something, like a zombie. They were grunting and growling, probably on fentanyl or something. It happens. It's every major city is like that, I guess. All right, y'all ready for another giveaway, folks? Are you ready for giveaway? Oh man, we did so good today. Two trades, both of them made money. Didn't make any trades overnight. I'm glad I didn't do anything overnight either, because I didn't have any trade to take. And I think like once we opened and ran up, it did sell off most of the night, which is good. So I didn't take anything. Chilling on this. How we doing the giveaway? But I think that's why, I think another reason why Texas is so popular, everybody's trying to move here, because they realize it's, of the big cities, it's one of the last, it's like, you know, it's cheap to live, people are nice, people are friendly. It's much different. People come here and say, man, it's so different down here. I'm like, I know. Please go back. Please don't come change it too much. We love it here. We unlocked the TPT, guys. We unlocked the Tradeify. Tradeify, good stuff. Okay. All right. Tradeify. We got a little thing to tell you guys about some Tradeify here. Tradeify Select. Tradeify is one of the best payout plans and structures of all of trading. They do very well at their payouts. You tend to make, Brett came on stream on Friday, was telling us about it. You know, they tend to have a set amount you can get paid out before they go live, and that's just basically it. You follow the rules, get your payouts, move forward. Would I use red line and yellow line retested new entries? Right, that's correct. So let's do that really quick before we do the Tradeify giveaway. Let me show you, because we're waiting on that. Good point. Right, so let's do a, you know, quickie red line. Right, so you need something. That's what you're looking for. So let's go back to here and let's find where that last little, oops. Zoom out a little bit. There it is. All right, you're 100% right. So you start here. There's your impact. Yes, sir. And then you got your little right there. Yep. Right. So this, they, like you see out here, there's the start, there's the expansion, contraction. So there's the first one, there's the second one, right? So this is your area of interest, which just so happens to line up with, you know, above that last consolidating range. Yeah, exactly right. So Tradeify, my friends. Their select accounts is really cool. They're the first sort of account that allowed you to, of all the props out there that innovated this sort of thing, that allowed you to pick your destination after you pass your eval. No state taxes in Texas. Yeah, that's right. No state taxes. Weather's really good. If you like sunshine, we got enough of it. If you like heat, which I love the heat. Sometimes I get out of the house and I'll go sit in the backyard and just be like, sunshine. Like if I was a tree, I'd like to stick my hands in the ground and absorb the nutrients from the sun. Man, that'd be a great way to just like vibe out in the sunshine. No, it's great. Yeah, occasionally your house will get flooded all the way to the roof with water, but you know, part of the name of the game. Somebody said they traveled to 15 states in America. Texas is the least prejudiced at 10,000% nicest folks. You are a brown guy and a brown guy told you that Texans are racist. That's so weird. Yeah, you told him that, then why do you leave Illinois? Please go back. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, my girlfriend's Vietnamese. My son is half Filipino. My best friends are Nigerian. It's Houston be like that. It'd be like that. When Texas, you remember Texas got a little snow not too long ago and the houses were falling apart? Dude, when it gets snow, it's funny. There's a little snow flurry. I remember in college one time. It snows like twice a decade here. And like, you moving to Dallas from NC. Dallas is nice, dude. Dallas is even more frou-frou than Houston and suburban. Like, Dallas will feel more southern than Houston will feel. So you'll have a lot more of that southern neighborhood vibe. You know, you'll love it. It's kind of nice. Houston's still a little raw and exciting like a city. Dallas is like one giant neighborhood. Super duper friendly. Very, very much Texas culture still lives in Dallas a lot more than Houston. You'll love it. Okay. So anyways, yeah, like when I was in college, Fort Worth is your favorite. Yeah, Fort Worth is cool too. Yeah, same vibe. So when I was in college, I remember it was like a snow flurry. I was driving and like little snow flurries. You're like, oh my God, it's like snowing. I'm at a stop, you know, I'm at a feeder on a freeway at the red light. And I'm sitting there and there's a cop next to me. And I'm like, oh my God. And I roll down the window and I'm like reaching out and like grabbing the snow, like scraping a little bit off my windshield, a little bit that would stay. And I'm like, oh my God. And then the light turns green. And then I'm like, oh, the light's green. But then I look over and the cop next to me, his partner and him were like outside, like, whoa. And the cop, I'm like, yeah. And he's like, yeah. We're like, oh, it's snowing. Nobody behind us is honking like it's green. Everybody's excited that it's snowing, sitting at the intersection. Like, you know, like kids seeing snow for the first time ever. Wow. Who would have set foot in Texas? Too many guns. Honestly, believe it or not, you don't really notice that anybody has guns. People are walking around with it like on a holster. All my life, I'm 44 years old. I have never had a gun pointed at me by a single person. And I mean ever. I've never felt threatened by a gun. I've never felt like someone whipped it out while I was in front of them. I've never seen someone, well, I've seen like, you know, videos of stuff, but like personally where I've been, I've never really actually felt a threat from a gun ever. I think that's more of a Hollywood, and everybody in Texas, I mean, I have guns, everyone has guns, but I've never felt like in the Old West, right? You watch movies, cowboys, they walk into the bar, they got a gun in their holster, you don't feel threatened, it's like normal. I think if you're not from here, the stigma or the Hollywood thing is like, you know, Texas, everyone has a gun. Everyone will shoot everybody. Never once have I felt threatened by a gun. It's crazy. Even though they're everywhere. Never been drawn on. Never seen one of my friends or been somewhere where my friends got drawn on. I think the notion is that people are like thinking that, you know, like what kind of Coke do you want? I want a Sprite. We're out of Sprite. No, you're not. Give me a Sprite. You know, people think it's like that, right? It's not really like that. It's a very defensive state. Like if your house gets robbed, people got guns, right? Nobody's house can get robbed. My house not gonna get robbed. I'm a great shot. However, people aren't aggressive with it down here. It's different, right? It's a whole different vibe. All right. So again, just as a data point, if you need a data point, in 44 years, I've never felt threatened by a gun once or scared of it. Do I carry personally? I do, yeah. Just in case. You know, I drive from Ferraris, Aston Martins. I feel like I'm pulling the wrong side of town, someone try to rob me, then I'm protected, but you had an old man blast a shotgun onto the ground to get out of his front of his house in Katy. Well, I think that's a one-off thing, but yeah. All right, type Tradify in chat, guys. Johnny, first winner. Do I carry Bofa? You know I carry Bofa, both hands too. Somebody said when you grow up with guns and respect them, there's no issues. Yeah, when idiots have guns, the problem arises, but the fact that responsible gunners are there. I feel like most people I know are responsible gunners. Like my friends have arsenals in their house with like, you know, steel vault doors on them. I have a friend of mine, this whole top floor is an arsenal, like hundreds of guns. He collects them. Congratulations, Gianni. An armed society supply study. Yeah, it's crazy as it is. You don't really see a lot of... Now again, I'm not talking about the outliers of like the bad people that do bad things. It's going to be everywhere. But like, you know, It's a lot rarer than I think the media would make it seem like. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I'm not a dick to people. I don't cut people off. I turn with my blinker on, you know, like I don't create situations for myself. Well, someone will pull a gun on me because I'm, you know, I don't ride people's ass on the freeway. I don't slam on my brakes when people are behind me. You know what I mean? When you, I guess there's a trend out there when you're a polite, lovely person to the world around you and you think about other people first, there's a less probable chance of you having a gun drawn on you. You mean, use your blinker when you turn. The odds of somebody getting mad at you go way down when you do that. Anthony Sandoval, next winner. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? When somebody cuts me off, they cut me off. What I'm gonna do? Honk my horn at them? Yeah, asshole. Like why? Like why? Like just let them cut you off and get on with their life. I've never had an altercation, so I don't care. See, the way it should be. Let somebody have their moment. They probably had a bad day at work. We all have bad days at work. You know, let them be a dick for a minute. We all are gonna be a dick for a minute. Just get on with it. Get on with your day, and somehow there's never been an issue. Knock on wood, but. Go figure, right? Anthony, congratulations. Johnny, congratulations. You guys know the drill. Go to the Prop Score Discord. Claim your win channel. No, yellow lines. Oh, let me do yellow lines real quick. Yeah. Let's get it real quick. I gotta drop it. Higher targets today. 29,187. It's like the next one way up here. That's the next one. S&P, let's find out what we got on S&P. 7611. Oh, yes. You're right. Thank you for reminding me. And 7546. Yes, sir. All right, we got them both on here. Yep, that's it. So that's the exhaustion of the move. If there is a place to exit and get out, this would be the one, but I still want to short it. Nice job. Nice job. You try to tell your wife that, but she won't listen. Yeah, that's a way to get a crazy person on you, though. You know, like I said, people gonna be crazy, let them be crazy. Oops, someone delete that. But I've learned in life, you just let stuff go. You know, your life tends to be a lot better. I'd let your pride get in the way of stuff. Pride gets people killed sometimes. You cross the wrong person because you had an ego. I think that nobody's gonna care. You're gonna forget 5 minutes later and you cut them off. Like somebody gets mad at you, just put your head down, apologize. Say, hey, my mistake. How can I make it better? I'm really sorry. I know you. They're like, oh, you screw you. No, I'm sorry. That was my mistake. When I take you to dinner, buy you a beer, brother. Like. Totally my bad. Like, why argue back with people? You know what I mean? Be polite to people. And life has always been good. But yeah, use your blinker. That helps. You know what I mean? It definitely helps. I have an ego in trading. Don't let me get wrong. Comes to trading, oh yeah, I'm cocky as fuck. But in real life, I'm not. I'm very low key as a human. All right, what do we got here? Yellow line tap, S&P. Like I said, we talked about earlier, right? Where can I enter? The only time I ever can even fathom entering a short is when I have a pivot to short from, which would be, there's a pivot to short from. Now the question becomes, is there a trade off of this? S&P today reminds me a lot of that April trade where the market opens flat, just goes up. This is a really good sign of recovery in this market, which is good. VIX is coming down also a little bit. Nice key level 1774, at least on the daily chart we're tapping it. So we got another day of figuring itself out, but I think if we open down here we get another up day. Like you see how it's flat and then pushes up, it's probably gonna be flat and push up again. So this might be another situation where tonight, like I was waiting last night to see what happened, and I think tonight right when we open, I'm gonna long right out the door when we open, and then add to it on MHP. Days like this, I love it. So I'm gonna ape in the longs at the start, maybe 10, 15 contracts, take whatever drawdown I need to long at MHP, and then build my trade for the run up. Highs one more time. Yeah. Was I wealthy before trading? Before trading, no. I was pretty much like average before trading. Like I had a job as an engineer making 120 grand a year. My family wasn't wealthy. My dad and my mom are both working class salaries. So we grew up rather poor, more respectively poor. We had very little. We lived in a neighborhood where like our house would get broken into a lot. People would steal our bikes and stuff. You know, right out the railroad tracks, kind of like in a slummier part of town. So kind of didn't have much. I had to work in high school to help my mom pay bills. So definitely was not wealthy. So my dad was a trader. No, my dad wasn't a trader. My dad was a cable splicer for the phone company. And then he promoted as the years went by. My dad started with the phone company right out of high school. He's a cable splicer. And then he worked his way up into upper management. And then he ran DSL for AT&T. You know DSL, right? The old DSL lines. Before we had like the broadband. He ran until he retired the DSL division of like a quarter or half of the country. So he was like the manager of DSL projects. In the era where you could work your way up in a company. So that's what he did. You know, cable splicer is like entry level job. And you were poor. I mean, you know, your job is going in the manholes, in the sewers, and splicing cables together. You're getting paid slightly above minimum wage there. We had my brother. I had one brother, and we both, like, you know, we both grew up with like. Well, I say we didn't have much left. It was more like we both grew up with special needs, like not special, like special needs, like medical. We were like, I grew up as I was a child prodigy. My brother was an athletic prodigy. So we were always, my parents were like struggling to get us into every camp and things they could. We'd have to borrow money, you know, my mom worked 2 jobs my whole life. So I can go to like math tournaments and stuff. So my brother could have all the equipment to travel and play baseball. Like we never traveled as a family, never on vacation. We never got on a plane. We couldn't afford to fly anywhere. And the first and only trip we ever took was to go to the Little League World Series. When we were kids. So it's like, you know, we never went out to eat at restaurants. We'd always cook our own food. You went out to eat once a year on your birthday. But when I was 13, I got a second job at the baseball field. Or I got a job when I was 13 working the concession stand, the baseball field, make $20 a night, and I would give that to my family. They would store that money, and we would use it to buy like gear, cleats, and baseball gloves and stuff for ourselves. So like a lot of times, like I remember my brother went to the Little League World Series the first time. Him and I were washing cars around the neighborhood to raise money for it, you know, to help our family pay for the flights and stuff. So like, you know, and also I did game announcing, and when I was like 13, 14, 15, I would get on the announcements and do it at the Little League Stadium. I would do the announcer for the game. Up to bat, blah blah blah, and they pay me like $10 a game too. Yes, yes. What are you saying? Crawdad says that doesn't make sense if he worked his way up for that far to have remained poor. Oh, you're talking about my dad? Well, okay, let me start over. Like relative poor. Like we were definitely not a wealthy family. And by the time he worked his way up, I mean, I was already in college and graduated, you know? I'm talking like the difference between my dad being like 18 years old versus, you know, 65 years old. He worked for the phone company for like 40 years. As the decades rolled by, he worked his way up, but in my first 10 years, my dad was a cable splicer, and then he worked in the bucket truck. I remember when I was in 4th grade, my dad was taking an aptitude test to apply for a management position. I was helping my dad study for it. It was almost like a, you know, when you take the tests of like, here's a drawing, here's a drawing, here's a drawing. What's the next pattern? You know, stuff like that. So I remember helping my dad study for that. He'd be like, hey, Matt, can you help me with this problem? And I'd sure, and I'd come in and help him with the problem. What's going on with the market right now? Moving up higher still. See, even that little tiny bump there. I don't have an entry. So again, I'm waiting for a bigger entry, but I don't think I have one here. But I'm pretty happy making 19K or whatever today. You feel like you get chopped too much? Is 20, 30 points too small? If you're talking about NASDAQ, that's way too small. NASDAQ moves at minimum in like 40 point chop. At minimum when non-volatile. With NASDAQ, you need 40 points to stop. 20 is too tight. My brother still played baseball. Now he's retired too. Yeah, he played for high school, college, and he played for the Giants organization for like maybe 6-7 years. Then he retired. Then he became a free agent. Then he played for like a private league in Kansas for a while, and then he retired. But let's just say that like Crawdad, so let's just say, I think relative in the 1980s, both my parents probably made $25,000 a year, probably, if anything. 25, 30, whatever it was, like minimum job, minimum wage almost. My mom did data entry at an oil supply company. So, I mean, it was like entry level. It'd be the equivalent of like, you know, these days, those kind of jobs pay a whole lot more, unusually require degrees, but like the equivalent would be like two folks that are like working at Walmart these days probably make the same amount of money. And now you get paid very well if you're a full-time employee at Walmart and you get business benefits and stuff, but it's kind of like you're struggling on that, right? You can't afford anything outside of your bills at all. There's no extra, there's nothing left over. You know, we have a jar where we'd save all our quarters and stuff. You know, like I said, my brother and I would wash cars to save money so that we can like, you know, go to a baseball tournament because the entry fee was $50, you know. Does my brother trade? No, actually he does a little bit. He doesn't trade like I do, but he's an investor. He's always telling me like, man, I bought this one stock, and he has pretty good ideas. My little brother is actually very smart too. It just never, academics was never what he focused his time on. He was known at school for being, you know, Mr. Athletic. I was like Mr. Nerd. My brother was Mr. Athletic. We were the two like most popular kids at our school because of that. We both, it's like every time there was something, either him or me were winning it. So we kind of had this reputation of both being good at stuff. My brother, people didn't think he was smart. They always just knew he was a great athlete. But if you really deep down, my brother was actually very, very good at mathematics. And if he would have applied himself like I did as a kid, he probably would have been an engineer too. He works in oil and gas right now, but he's very intelligent. He didn't ever pursue it though. He was not in like advanced placement classes or anything like that. He didn't study a lot. He kind of just cared about baseball. Black 700, yeah, that's the support for tomorrow. 700, 100%, yeah. How to build my businesses? First by trading profit. Yep, first by trading profit. Like that's my first windfall in life was trading. I shorted oil when it crashed a decade ago. The big oil crash is where I made all my money. Starting off. And then that windfall seeded me for the rest of my life. Oil fell from like 140 to like 26 bucks. $25 in the 80s is roughly like 70 to 80K now. Yeah, pretty much. Yep. Yeah. Mr. Athletic, that's your brother? Yeah, yeah. When should we short oil again? I think oil is a good short in general. Sandisk just found higher highs for the day. We're not, there's no stopping this today. This is good. Like I said, we had a pretty good run last week at the end of the week, and now it's looking good. No, wait, no, Sandisk didn't break all time. Didn't break daily highs. My bad. It's still, it's testing it though. Do I still trade crude? Nah, dude. Ever since I switched to trading index stuff, I got oil. I got over oil and I'm out of it. I hate trading oil. I hated trading oil. I mean, I liked it, but I hated it at the same time. And I don't think I'm ever going to trade oil again. It's too hard. I think a good time, I think 90 is a great short for oil though. I think oil is going to be 40 bucks again in 10 years. Like, it's never going to break hundreds of dollars unless there's another massive global scale conflict. Comfortably speaking, oil demand growth has slowed down tremendously as alternative energies are taking over, and that's just bigger part of it, but also because demand growth slows down because there's only so many third world countries with massive populations that modernize. So like that all took place in the 80s, 90s, early 2000s. And everybody else now has cars and stuff, and so the growth is slowing down. There's not a lot of investment in new oil projects. It's like reached steady state. There's no growth. There's no growth explosion in crude oil anymore. Population's not even growing that fast. So the further needs of crude product, like the growth rate is slowing. Yellow line, what do? We get a little bit of resistance. Remember, like I said, remember I told you earlier, death by 1,000 cuts, brother. Why? Even though if I short and if I short, the one thing or another thing is I pick the wrong place to short from, I don't get any downside. If I get happy to get lucky to get a short from the right place, look at this. You're just chilling for an hour, and then you have 7 minutes. You get your profit and get out of the way and look, you're upside down again. That's the reason I don't fire the shorts here. And so I got really good at not doing that. If you guys are on the stream, I'll let you know when I'm not doing that for some reasons. TBT likes. Oh, well, it's about that time again. I'm gonna do another giveaway in a second. No My Fun to TV today also. What am I gonna do with my afternoon? Let's see what the doc is up to. What's she doing right now? I'm gonna go to the gym. That sounds fun. Where's the doc? I wonder what the doc is doing. I'll text her later. I'm off the stream. We can go to the gym today. I love the bull market being back. You're gonna stay here and try to pay off your credit cards today? There you go. That's a good way to spend your day. All right, we're getting close to giveaway time. Got something new coming up. We already did the Tradeifys. Yeah. TPT. We hit it, guys. We got close to the TPT, and we made it. We made it. Today's TPT giveaway is brought to you by Take Profit Trader. Now, Take Profit Trader is by far my favorite prop experience. TPT, My Fund and Futures, Lucid, Tradeify, Blue Sky. This is the goated 5. I've traded all of them. I love all of them. TPT was my favorite. Now, but let me tell you, it's favorite for a bougie reason. I paid the most in and got the most out. Their same day payout. It's very similar to My Fund and Futures Rapid. TPT is the best live program out there. You can take 2 days to pass. Once you get over that, you have 3 calendar days you wait, and then you can go funded and same day payouts. 10K a day times 5 accounts, 80% splits. You make 40K a day. There's a period in TPT where I made 63K in 3 days once I went funded, and they pushed me to live. The second round I traded with them. So that was a fantastic quick path. Like I said, quick path. 2 days to pass. Yeah, it's 2 days to pass. It's 3 days to flip. So the way TPT works, thank God PropScore is here to teach you that. TPT is 5 days to pass. However, because it's 50% consistency, you can get your trades done in 2 days, and then days 3, 4, and 5, you just open and close a micro. It's called flipping, and it just runs the clock down. So you could flip your account the last 3. You only actually put risk on for 2 days. FOMO futures. See, that's what I'm telling you. We read the fine print for you. This is the hack. TPT hack is actually only 2 days. Now, you have to wait 5 days to go funded, but you don't have to trade 5 days. You only have to have your balance made with 50% consistency. 5 calendar days, 2 market days minimum. So 2 market days minimum, 5 calendar days total. So with TPT, what I did was I would just hit my profit target, and then the remaining days I'd wake up, open and close a micro, make $1, lose $1, and then wait and wait. So now I really have to make trades 5 days in a row. So the difference between an account that takes 5 days to pass require 5 victories in the market. This requires at minimum 2 victories in the market. If you don't get it exactly 50-50, maybe it takes you 3 days to get there, like 40, 30, 20 or something. But on average, most people will get out of TPT by day 2 or day 3 and then flip the other 2, which is really nice. So I would set my profit target to 50%, whatever I needed to make, and I would just get the whole thing in a day, and then the next day I get the whole thing. And I might be off consistency by like 30 or 40 bucks, and I try to make the other 30 or 40 bucks the day 3 and then flip the other 2. Okay, 150K account coming right up. These are the accounts that I use at TPT. I took over 300,000 in payouts from them in a 3-month period, where one of those months I wasn't trading. I 5x'd ROI with those guys. It was an amazing experience. And I went live. I got 5 $4,500 accounts, and you can reset your lives, which is kind of cool. And you can reset your funded, which is pretty cool. Also, a little bit of a price to that, but certainly comes in handy if you don't want to waste time, which I don't like wasting time. Okay, this is the big dog. You guys hit the 800K, 800 likes today. I'm excited. Are we supposed to spam this stuff? If you want to win the free prize, you type it once, but people spam it just for fun. You only get one entry.
I'm dreaming of MHP tonight, with all the levels shining bright.
Boo-doo-doo-doo-doo.
Where every candle's slow and steady, and futures traders feel so ready to catch that perfect market flight. I'm dreaming of liquidity maps with gamma pivots on their laps. The VIX is cozy, calm December, low vol days we all remember, where price just taps the bands and snaps. I'm watching that midnight market glow as NQ drifts like Christmas snow. The hedgers whisper soft and low, let price be gentle as it goes. A candle's dance becomes the show. So here we go. Nice and slow.
Boo-doo-doo-doo.
Bands we know, may your trades be clean and your charts glow white. Glow white. And may all your market days be tight. Oh, the bells are ringing through the dome, and ES glides its way back home while traders hum that Christmas.
Okay, ready?
tune and
5,
markets drift
4,
the moon.
3, 2, 1. Today's the perfect example why my lesson is I don't try to fade or short bull markets. I just wait. At some point, you will get a dip. You will get something to enter on. But yeah, I just wait. I got so good at waiting. Hello, dear. Well, hello, dear, to you.
The VIX is cozy, calm December, low vol days we all remember, where price just taps the bands and snaps. I'm watching that midnight.
Today's winner is iPhone.
Like Christmas snow. The hedgers whisper soft and low.
Imagine trying to fade this market. That's why I learned not to short bull markets. It hurts. It hurts all on. Thoughts on Apex Legacy? Apex? Oh, Jay McKean. No. Apex is a red flag, red flag, red flag. Nobody in this chat trades Apex. Avoid completely. Blue Sky's infinitely better in every category. Price, payout, timing, integrity, everything. Everyone that trade Apex uses the Blue Sky. Apex does not pay out. Apex moves you to live and puts you in limbo. I have some people that waited 6 months to get a live account from Apex when they got banned from trading there. It's the one prop firm in the industry that is scarily like alarming, scary. How bad it can be over there. Horror story, horror story, horror story. It's too dangerous to risk your money over there. And when I started like revealing the truth about that kind of stuff to the public, they were like trying to silence us and stuff, like, you know, which got even worse. Isn't TPT live trading down on funded stage? It is until you build your buffer, Quantum. My funded wrap is the same way too. They're both funded trailing when funded. By the way, Blue Sky is end of the day drawdown when you're funded in the buffer, by the way. So it's actually, I forgot to mention that earlier with Blue Sky. So Blue Sky same day payout account isn't trailing when you build your buffer. It's end of the day drawdown. The TPT, yes. My funded, yes. It's trailing until you build a buffer. So base hits to get out of it. Yeah. Yeah, unless you're an influencer, then an Apex is goated too. Yeah. Yeah. I was not the only one revealing their ways. I think other people were too. Yeah, they got really. Anyways, like I said, I got horror stories from you guys to say whatever, but. I'll let you guys decide. I put a vote on the channel and it was like 60% or something of y'all said y'all thought it was a scam or y'all wouldn't touch them. If I were to put a vote up right now to say like, what do you think about TPT? Like 90, 10% of y'all would probably be like, it's good. It's like, it was so overwhelming. That's how you knew there was an issue. It was just like a couple of bad actors talking like their experience. It was like overwhelming. More than half of the people here were like, do not trade it, or it's a scam. Like, that's how it was. So the only reason I say it's dangerous is because there's no clearly, for a year, they would ban people from trading and not give the payout and said, congratulations, you're going live. And the website didn't have anything on it about the live program for almost a year. So like summer of last year, or fall of last year, until a couple months ago this year, and they finally released their live program. And when they did, they said they give you one $3,000 account. You bought 20 accounts with them, they give you one $3,000. So live program that they finally announced after all the pressure we put on them to like, hey man, why don't you reveal what this live program is? They finally did, and it just sucked. It just was such a rinky dink, tiny little reward that everyone else, this live program is so much better. So anyways, like I said, the few little tiny bit I ever traded with Apex, I didn't personally have a bad experience, but I didn't spend a lot of time with them. I immediately switched to my funded futures, and I found it to be so much better personally. But I just go anecdotally off of what you guys have said your experiences are. And when I asked people to send me emails, I got countless emails of people like in a bad situation with them. So, and then they're being sued like by 3 different people right now. I think there's one lawsuit. I just read this brand new. They had another class action, or not class action, another lawsuit. They're always engaged in something. And the lawsuit, they revealed that the owners were like, you know, what the owners were talking about behind the scenes was revealed. And they were kind of like talking about ways to cheat their own customers and stuff. I mean, that was what really kind of opened the doors to people, was that lawsuit. Anyways, like I said, trade at your own risk. Obviously, we can't make the choice for you. But of all the firms out there, I can say there's only one that I have that attitude towards right now. Most of the other ones are decent enough that most people like them. How do you feel about Tradeify? Yeah, Tradeify is great. Tradeify is one of the best payout structures out there. I mean, you get paid very well with Tradeify, and I had a great experience with them. Like zero issues with Tradeify. Like, it was by the book. You hit your rule, you hit your target, you got your payout. No questions asked, nothing. FYI, Amp will reject your application if you work for a bank. Really? Oh, that's crazy. I didn't know that. Can I talk to NextGen getting rid of the 7 days? NextGen's coming out with brand new plans, by the way. And you're welcome, because we helped them redesign their plan. So we spent a lot of time helping them see a better set of rules. And they're actually, I'm going to leak a little bit of it, but NextGen's coming out with massive overhaul, to the point that rumors of what I've been told is that their plan will be so competitive, it should be at least a 9.0 or above on prop score because of the design. I don't know, because I haven't seen it, but it's rumored that their plan is good enough to put it in the top 10. What's the difference between Lucid and TPT? Lucid and TPT are completely different. TPT has one plan that you can buy, and TPT is a same-day payout account. Lucid has a... Wait, didn't Lucid just come out with a new plan? Lucid just came out with the new plan. Hold on, let me actually talk about Lucid's new plan. Maybe it's this similar. I forgot. Lucid does have a new plan now. The daily. Lucid now has a daily account. So let's put them side by side. I forgot. Lucid has a daily now. So let's put it on there and compare. Lucid Daily has, it's been a while, I forgot. So Lucid Daily, end of the day, trailing. So this is their version of that same thing. So let's put that there, end of the day. They have a DLL and no DLL version, end of the day. And then they have a full trailing the whole way through. The full trailing, let's ignore that, because that's not as cool as the end of the day trailing. But the stats are the same on the surface. Let's compare them all. Let's put them all together. Okay. So the Lucid Daily, end of the day, no DLL option and DLL option. Okay, first of all, none of the competitors out there have DLL to begin with. Okay, so Lucid, to have no DLL, you're gonna have to pay for that option. It looks like it's $15 more, but it's at par with my funded futures, and it's slightly more expensive than TPT. So if we put them all, let's like get rid of this one, so we just compare together the no DLL option. And you can see everything else is pretty much the same. 2 days pass, 1 day, 2 days pass, 1 day funded for the most part. 50% consistency, no consistency on funded, and a DLL almost exactly the same. Everything else is pretty much identical. The payout is a little bit less. But the difference with Lucid, I remember now, is that with TPT and MyFunded, no matter what size account you get, TPT and MyFunded is 10K max. However, with Lucid, what makes them stand out, which I kind of like, that's cool. If we go to the no DLL version on the daily and with the 150K, the payouts actually scale up. So you don't see this in TPT or MyFunded. You're locked at 10K no matter if it's a 25K or 150K account, 10K. However, with Lucid, you can unlock bigger payouts with the fatter accounts. So while the 50K is an 8K payout, the 150K is a 12K payout. So 12K at 90% is what, 1,080, right? And so you get it? 120, 12,000 by 120. So 1080 net. And the net here is 9,000. And now it is going to cost you a little bit more up front to have that opportunity, but the payout is slightly bigger net if you want to pay a little bit more to get that. So the cool thing is that Lucid now has the best or the highest same day payout of any of the firms. I think for the 1 day payouts, but the difference is that, you know, it's only a little bit over $1,000 difference for an extra $170 in the account. But that is kind of cool. So essentially, like, Lucid Daily has no trade during news rule. Yeah. Right. So during like almost all the news events, a little more stricter at Lucid. Yeah. And TPT only has 3 news that you can't trade. Right. And Blue Sky, you can trade through any of the news, by the way. So Blue Sky has no news restrictions. And there's like small differences between the firms that I'm not really too aware of. Next gen, are they gonna use Tradeovate? Eventually they will at some point. Oh shit, it's time to go. You gotta tell me it's 11:30. It's time for the room to show up, guys. Neon's gonna be here. I love you. Tune in tomorrow, friends. We'll see y'all bright and early. Neon's coming on live and Brad's gonna be on tonight. We'll see you later. I gotta run. It's now time for old Neon to be on here. So we'll see y'all later. Have a good day.
Afternoon stream, let's get it. Neon on the mic, yeah. Neon stepping in, yeah. Session wide awake. Night shift lay the ground. Matt set the play. Now it's midday money. Structure on the screen. Neon seeds acting holy, price moving clean. No FOMO type in the channel mode. We learned that lesson back in 24. Half gap buys when the market dips. DD bands bounce and we let it rip. Bulls on flashing like a warning light. If it's not a line, we let it slide. Patience, heavy, discipline, sharp. Room full of killers, but we play it small. When the clock strikes noon.
What up, baby? Liquidity. Liquid session. What's good in the hood, baby? I can't see chat yet. Stand by.
The room shows up.
The room shows up. Pop out chat. There you guys are. TRSU. I love it. What's good, baby? Happy Monday. Let's get it. Beautiful session. Kind of a, like, it was, I didn't push hard today because, you know, today's the first liquid session we've had in a couple weeks. So, you know, I didn't know it was going to be this liquid. I was hoping. But man, is it liquid today. I caught the bottom, but I didn't really hold it. You know, I didn't hold it for a long move. But still a nice trade. I also got stopped out at the bottom because I scaled in. So I traded two different entries down there. So one entry stopped out and then a couple entries, nice moves. But overall, nice session. Nice session, nice and liquid. This is the most liquid session we've had in 2 weeks. Really nice. So hopefully it stays. Hopefully liquidity sticks around. VIX in a healthy spot. Let me get the music started here after the anthem's over. The room shows up. The room shows up. Alpha, Muhammad, C. Kennedy, Swamp Demon, T Vlogs, Andy, CK Mon, G4, Fast Mike, C. Kennedy, Real Wave Cypher. What's up, people? Welcome to the room. If you didn't know, the room shows up. Was anyone out there surprised by the volatility? By the liquidity today? I kind of wasn't surprised. I was hoping for it, but I wasn't confident in it. I wasn't confident in it. I actually had bought at the highs. I called a few points and then I let it go. But man, liquidity doesn't lie, huh? Liquidity doesn't lie. Let's zoom out a little bit. Pin chat. So let's zoom out here. Let me 70509. Let me zoom out a little bit here. We'll go over basically what we were going over the entirety of last week. And yep, it ended up coming true. It ended up coming true. I had a swing trade, but I mean that's closed out already. But the idea was I can't actually zoom out enough to show it all. You know what? Let me see. How can I zoom out? Let me zoom out more. This is the most I could zoom out. That's okay. This is enough. So last week, we know there was 3 liquid sessions all up here. I'm on the top right. There was 3 liquid sessions all up here. And then we had this session, which was liquid until that line that I just drew. Right? And that was the liquid spot. We drew it last week on... We drew it last week, basically every day. That this was a highly liquid spot. And it came true. You know? It came true. Look at that. It came true. This area, the market wanted to get back into it. When the market was down here, it was absolutely empty action. There was no participation down there. And then we got back into the range where the liquidity is, and the market has been very happy and very stable here. Every time it's hit this spot, it's found liquidity. Look at velocity, right? What do you see? As volume slowing down, price is also slowing down. That's a sign of a liquid market. Volume slows down, price slows down. Volume sped up right here. Price sped up right here. It was supported by volume. Volume came in right here. Price also sped up. Right? So this is what a liquid market looks like. Now, of course, it could just be one liquid session. But the point is, for those of you who kind of tune in every day, you know this is something I pay attention to. And you could see this is the first time in a while that we've seen such a liquid session. Now, I will say this. The market did show its hand on Friday right here. The market showed its hand on Friday right there. Because on Friday, for the first few minutes of the session, we rallied. And the market was actually stable. And then the market fell out of that stable area. And it thinned out. Right? So it was kind of a miniature version of what had happened here. Let me show you. If you remember, if you were here on FOMC day, you know when we got up here, I said, oh, wow, market's really liquid. And then we pulled back. I was like, oh, that makes no sense. This area is empty. Same thing happened on Friday at the open. Market rallied. It was liquid. And then we pulled back. Made no sense. It was empty. So it's not surprising that we made our way back up to this spot on the chart. Right? The market's always hunting for a liquid spot. Now the only issue is that we're now at the liquid spot, but it's very difficult to navigate from here. Now there's a couple of scenarios. We could just fall out again. This liquidity could be used to load up shorts. I don't think that's what's happening, but it could be. This liquidity could be used to load up shorts. We could drop back into the hollow spot. And maybe it becomes liquid down there because shorts are exiting their positions. Or what's very likely to happen is that we start rotating around the spot. Like this becomes a little consolidation area for a few days, with this liquid spot being the middle of it. Because maybe we go higher, maybe we thin out, then we come back to this liquid spot. Then we dip lower, we thin out, then we come back to this liquid spot. So it's going to have to be monitored session to session. All I know is that as of now, early last week, starting Friday before last week's Monday, this spot showed liquidity. Last week, this spot showed liquidity. Every time we moved away from it, it was thin. Now we're back at it. Now we are back at it. It's still liquid. And if you go back and watch the streams from a couple weeks ago when we were trading in this area, you'll remember I said, oh, wow, we're just in a giant liquid spot. There's no hollow spots there. So somewhat of an not easy, but somewhat of a it's very predictable action. You know, it's very predictable action. So that's nice. Like these kinds of things, 65, 70% of the time, when you get that sort of, you move to a hollow spot and you move pretty deep into it and market doesn't pick up liquidity, there's a spot on the chart where you know that there's a lot of liquidity. The market's going to want to visit it. So pretty easy read. Unfortunately, now we're at the spot where we're in the middle of it. So now it's going to be a little bit more difficult. Low volatility, low VIX, just a highly liquid spot. Now I made a little bit of an error today. Well, I don't know if it's an error. I wanted to buy upper DD band. Because it's so liquid, I was like, you know what? If we get to upper DD band, I'm going to buy. It was so liquid. When it's the session where it's the most liquid it's been in a long time, you know, a couple weeks, I thought to myself, I said, because I was in at the bottom. Let me show my executions real quick. Oh, my entry was higher than I thought. Oh, it was in lower. Now I'm still not trusting liquidity. So this was only like a 40 point trade. It doesn't look like much, but I mean, you know, it was a fine trade. Breaking through MHP, nice trade. Now, I also, on a different account, which account was this? Let me see. There it is. Look. You see this? So I wanted to buy DD band. I wanted to buy upper DD band in these kinds of conditions when it's highly liquid and I know that there's a big liquid spot ahead. I'm looking for a pivot that I can long at. And because we're so liquid and there's so many shorts, in my opinion, probably offside, I was like, I want to buy upper DD band. So we got up here to upper DD band and I did buy it. And then I realized, you know what? The Ninja Trader DD bands are different than the Rocket Scooter DD bands today. You know, it's a technical, there's an error. And I didn't have time, you know, I'm mid trade, I got risk on. I'm like, I don't know which one's right. So I just flattened the position. Either would have worked. This one worked fine, and the actual correct one worked fine for long. Looks like the correct one is 28551. So the correct one would have been around here. So I don't know why the DD bands are wrong in NinjaTrader today, but that kind of fucked up my trade. But what are you gonna do? I'm over it. I've been doing a good job because everyone knows my one of my triggers is technical errors. They really infuriate me. So usually I go from like a 0. I'm a pretty calm person. I go from 0 to 10 when there's a technical error. Like, I get really pissed. I've been doing a good job. The last 3 technical errors I've encountered in the last couple months, maybe a month or 6 weeks, I've gone from a 0 to like a 5. So that's like a personal thing I'm working on. I'm calm when I trade, except when there's a technical error. When there's a technical error, like something wrong with my platform or my tools, I get really pissed. So right here, this happened. I only went from a 0 to a 5, and I quickly came back down to a 1. I just flattened it and said, you know what? Whatever. I've been battling with these DD bands being wrong some days for the last few months. I'm just kind of, I'm over it. Like, I'm okay with, I manage it. I manage it better now. I don't know why they're wrong, but whatever. I'm fine with it. It happens sometimes. It's in beta, you know what I mean? So it's to be expected. Nothing's perfect. So anyways, a very good session. Kind of a session to buy the highs. I thought about clicking the button here, and another technical error. The add-on that I'm working on for NinjaTrader that manages sizing and stuff, I have a feature in it where I need to confirm that I'm like focused. Basically, because what happens is, it's just like a focus confirmation thing, and that mechanism, something's wrong with it, so it wouldn't let me enter. So whatever. But regardless, great session. I wasn't super active because I was, had that issue with DD Band, and I had the issue with my little add-on I'm working on. But sometimes those errors hurt you, sometimes those errors help you. So I'm just I'm accepting it as it is, and I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. C. Kennedy said, how much drawdown do I allow myself for trades to go down before I say no more trades? Hey, C. Kennedy, that's a great question. So not all traders have something like that. Not all traders have something like that. I tend to have something like that. The reason is I'm usually fairly accurate. So if I'm being inaccurate, it's usually an indication that either I'm out of sync or the session is just not vibing with my strategy. So what I'll usually do is have a max realized of either -2 or -3 risk units. Right now I've got it set at -2 risk units. So if I realize -2 risk units, I won't open a new trade. If I'm realized -1.5 risk units, I can open a new trade, and maybe I'll lose a risk unit, so I end -2.5 risk units. I'll usually have a bigger drawdown, whatever. It might be 0 times a month, could be up to 4 times a month. Like, meaning, 2 risk unit drawdown, 2-3 risk unit drawdown. It just depends. Last month, I had a 3 risk unit drawdown. I think maybe once or twice. I had a 2. Yeah, it just kind of depends. But yeah, I do, because I use it because to me it's a quick signal that I'm underperforming. To me, it's a quick signal that I'm underperforming. Someone said, how do I go about changing bias? For example, you were initially bearish on today due to the gap up and kept fighting the trend this morning. So, friend Cello, I don't know how to say that name, 7569. So when we're in a market where it's kind of mid-range liquidity, it's not liquid, it's not illiquid, you will get a lot of two-way action. So in sessions like that, I don't have any specific rules on switching bias. However, I always default to long bias. I always default to long bias because if you're going to have a bias to default to, I mean, just look at the market over the last 100 years. The safest bias to default to is up, bullish. So I always default to bullish, and I always need a reason. I need a specific reason to have a bearish bias, and that reason is usually that it's the kind of the opposite of the environment that we've been in, where there's a liquid spot overhead and hollow spot below. What will give me some short bias is if there's a very well-known liquid spot below, a hollow spot in the middle, and we're very extended on the session and we like hit a liquid spot up top and it's not really accepted. Like my short plays are usually, I'm trying to cross an illiquid spot to a liquid spot that's below it. Like maybe like 3 or 4 weeks ago, we had like a huge, well, from my trading style, huge intra-session swing trade. It was like 200 to 300 points. Towards the close, it actually hit 350 points. And that setup was exactly that. Liquid spot up top, hollow spot in the middle, liquid spot below, extended for the session. So in that sense, and I walked through my thesis when I made that trade, was I was making the bet that we weren't going to rally into the close because we were so extended for the session. And basically the bet was, like, you can always make a bet that you're not going to rally into the close. Of course, you can always make a bet like that. Like this bet was made maybe like 12 p.m., 12:30 Eastern. You can always make a bet that you're not going to rally. But I will typically only make a bet that we're not going to rally or close at highs if I know that there's a very fragile floor below, right? Like if there's a big spot of, let's say we're really extended and there's lots of liquidity below, that's like means you got a really solid floor below you. So like even if you get a news catalyst, like there's a ton of liquidity below to absorb it. But if there's a very fragile floor below, that's the time where I'll be like, well, like it's a delicate floor below. It's kind of like you could fall. It's kind of like if there's really a fragile floor and the floors are like distances apart from each other, like you just start to collapse through it and there's big spacing and you just have this cascading effect. It was like 3 or 4 Fridays ago, but that's a good example of like a short I would take. Now I do take short scalps sometimes, but I'm going to prefer that it's low liquidity. And we're hitting a liquid spot and I'm kind of feeling out. I think that shorts are loading up sort of thing. But shorting is never, to me, shorting is always uncomfortable. And it's got to be quick, you know, because shorting, it's very easy to get absolutely smoked. Let's see if there's any other questions. Head just said, do I use Kelly sizing or fixed for my large account? I use fixed. So as I was growing, you know, as I was growing my account initially over the first, 8-9 years, I would size based on a percentage of the overall account and the drawdown I would be willing to take. And then once my account once my capital reached a certain level, then I stopped doing that, and now I just have a max size. So I used to do it based on account size. Now I do it based on just max size because I don't want to risk 5% of my capital. Learn the hard way said, if I wasn't streaming, how long would I like to trade per day if I only had a personal account? The only thing that changed with my routine is that now in the afternoons, instead of setting alerts and closing the charts, I have the charts open. My trading hasn't really changed. No, it hasn't changed. Like, I trade the same way I always traded, but the difference is I'm in front of the charts now. My routine before the stream was I trade my morning session. You know, maybe I get done 30 minutes after the open. Maybe I get done an hour and a half after the open, whatever. And then I would set alerts at levels that I'm interested in. And then, you know, if I'm home, I would get the alert and I would come to the desk. If I'm leaving the house, I would take a laptop. Now, I'm at the desk in the afternoon, so, you know, I just watch the levels in real time. Bob Tanian said, Matt using stale, misleading data. The 80% of the time price closes in the DD range in the last 2 months. 50% of the time price closed beyond the levels. Well, the last 2 months is only 40 sessions. The last 2 months is only 40 sessions. That's a isolated example. I'm pretty sure the 88% was like, the 88% was probably measured over 4 years, so probably 1,000 sessions. So 40 sessions out of 1,000, you know, that's like if you get 3 heads in a row. It's like, well, that doesn't mean that the coin is not 50-50. It just means you got 3 heads in a row. 40 sessions, that's a very small sample size. Now, I don't know what the running total is. Bob said, but you're not trading the past 4 years? Well, if you base your trading based on stats that are from the last 2 months only, you're going to be running around like a squirrel. So, and also, by the way, I've said this many times, DD band, I almost ignore them. There's only very unique cases where I pay attention to them. Usually I don't trade DD bands naked. Like, to me, DD bands is my least favorite pivot. If it didn't exist, I would not. Like, if DD bands went away, I wouldn't care. If MHP went away, I would care. If bull zone bottoms, bear zone tops went away, I would care. If overnight pivots went away, I would care. If DD bands went away, I wouldn't care. Like, I use them, but I weight them very low. I weight them really low. I've always said that. I've always said it's my least favorite. My least favorite rocket scooter pivot. MHP, bull zone bottom, bear zone top, to me, those are all equally good. MHP a little bit more. MHP a little bit more, I should say. MHP to me is the best. But, you know, DD bands, bear zone tops, they're right there. Someone said Varus. Yeah, I made a small change to my charts. I'm not charting the inner Varus anymore. I think I'll only chart the inner Varus if there's no other levels around. Like, let's say we're in a session where there's no pivots, then I'll mark it. But otherwise, I found that it overlaps other pivots too much, that it gives me decision fatigue. So that's just something I'm experimenting with. So I still have the outers, but the inners I removed from my chart. Someone say you set limit orders for overnight MHP and go to bed. Yeah, overnight MHP. Overnight MHP is probably the I think overnight MHP is probably the #1 pivot. Probably. Because the overnight MHP it tends to be really sharp, so you don't need to worry about sweeps. Like, you can kind of trade it first touch from above. We ran out of well, we don't have a lot of barley. We don't have a lot of the barley drink left, so I actually got a decaf from the gas station this morning. Now I do have my barleys, but it's kind of weak because I didn't have much powder left. A lot of great questions. Let me see if I missed any others. How much drawdown do I allow? Daniel said, good work holding yourself together. Hey, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. It's kind of something I've been working on. It's something I've been working on, you know, because you can't upset your way into a solution. So when there's a technical error, you know, getting mad is not going to fix the technical error. So it's kind of, I'm putting energy out with absolutely zero return. And so it's not really, you know, it doesn't really compute, but it's just kind of a reaction I have because, you know, I hold myself to a high standard. I don't want to have technical errors, but sometimes they're out of your control. The NinjaTrader one error that I had today, that add-on I'm working on, that's in my control. The DD band one, that's out of my control. So, you know, I'm kind of just, you know. I think if it costs me a risk unit, though, like the one time I got really upset was when it cost me a risk unit on my main account. You know, that's annoying because that can throw off my week. Because, you know, I kind of build and manage the arc of my session, manage the arc of my week. So I don't want to lose a risk unit when I'm not wrong, because it throws off the statistics, you know? Like, what happens if I have a 60% accuracy week and I give away a risk unit on a technical error? Now I might have a, you know, my week might end up being near flat. Let's see. Boosted Dime said, what kind of clientele was around the Circle K? My people, you know, my people. You know, good members of society, but rough around the edges. Those are my people. And, you know, some shady people. That's cool. I like the gas station. I like seeing who's around. I like going to the gas station. The gas station convenience store. See what's up. See what's going on. You know, go there at like 4 or 5 in the morning. See what's happening in the town. I like that. Sleepwalker said, preparation or intuition? What wins more trades for me? Hey, Sleepwalker, I wouldn't be able to know. I'm not sure. I would say preparation supersedes. Preparation is more important. Well, actually, you know what? I would say preparation. Because I could probably trade without intuition, but I couldn't trade without preparation. Like, I couldn't trade without my levels, you know? Does intuition help me at the levels? Yes. But would intuition help me without the levels? No. So if I could only have intuition or the levels, I would choose to only have the levels. Sleepwalker said, what made me successful at one stage? that turned into a liability later. I don't think anything. I don't think anything. Yeah, I don't think anything. I'm just trying to think. No, I don't think anything. I think I've done a good job of eliminating things and... Hudie said, you feel like intuition's guessing? You know what? I don't... Okay, so there's... Hey, hey, so this is an interesting thing with the intuition thing. So some things you can't put your finger on. So what happens is, when you are paying attention to the markets, your brain's ingesting the data. And it's kind of storing... It's doing pattern recognition that you don't even know it's doing. So part of your intuition as a trader, you don't actually know what it is. But because of thousands of hours of screen time, it's almost like your brain tells you something. That's the intuition. You don't know why it's telling you that exactly. But it does give you additional edge. You know? So, intuition's... I don't think intuition's guessing. I just think intuition is screen time realizing itself as... intuition helps with filtering, I think. Because if I trade purely mechanical, my accuracy will go down. If I trade purely mechanical, my accuracy would probably go down to... It would probably drop 3%, 4%, something like that. Someone said, who's my favorite American trader? I haven't studied a lot of traders, because most traders that are well known that do the style of trading we do are not... Most traders that we know that do the style of trading we do, they don't have long track records. Like a lot of the people do podcasts and stuff like that. You got a lot of like influencers, all that stuff, but like they're not, you know, like, you know, you don't really know. Like, when you say American trader, like, you know, I'm an American trader, Matt's an American trader, Darb's an American trader, but, you know, people who sell courses for $20,000 are American traders as well. And, you know, they're just, half of them are garbage people, maybe more, maybe the majority of them are probably garbage people out there. So if I were to say who my favorite American trader would be, I would say Linda Rashke. I would say Linda Rashke, because that's the only one that I've talked to her, and she had a hedge fund. She did intraday trading at an institutional level of futures. So I would say Linda Rashke would be my, you know, I just have a great respect for her. Body dip. She's cool. And accessible. That's cool. But like, I'm not really, you know, I don't know all the, I don't know. I kind of stay in my lane. What I know about, here's what I know about other traders. The only, like, I know a couple of, in my real life, I know a couple of other traders. And then a year ago, I got introduced to Matt. Matt's a great trader. Less than a year ago, I got introduced to Darb. Darb's a progressing trader. He's a great trader, and he's building his journey towards his career as a trader. The only other traders I know, other than Matt, Darb, and a couple of in my personal life, are the Rocket Scooter family. And then from when I started the stream, and still, like, I go on Twitter, like, I have a Twitter, so, like, I see traders on Twitter, but a lot of them are, a lot of it's garbage, so, like, you don't know, you don't really know. A lot of them have only been trading, a few years, sort of thing. So, there's no, like, database of American traders, sort of thing. So, who knows? And then there are also those like big, well-known, like traders who have made billions of dollars from their hedge fund and stuff, but they're just a different style of trading. They're a different style of trading. But, like, to me, I would say like old school traders, Linda Raschke. New school traders, I mean, the only new school trader who trades any decent size that I know is Matt. And Matt's a banging trader. Matt's a great trader. So, I mean, the only two I could think of is Linda Raschke and Matt. That's the only two bigger traders that I know of. But full disclosure, I don't really know a lot of, I don't know who's out there. I have no idea. I stay in my lane. Maybe there's a whole bunch of them and I just don't know about them. Someone said Reps. Yeah, he's a futures trader. Yeah, Rips I've heard of. His posts pop up sometime on Twitter. He's always got the book map up. He seems cool. When he talks, like the few clips I've seen of him, like he seems like he's actually a real trader. Like the way he talks, like you can kind of just tell when a trader's talking if they're like making shit up or if they actually know what they're doing. I always thought he sounded like he knew what he was doing. Sleepwalker said, on a scale of 1 to 10, how important is high IQ to become a successful trader? I think it probably depends on the strategy. Like I feel like there's certain advantages with not being too smart and certain advantages with being more smart. Like the same thing goes for kind of like people in sales and stuff. Sometimes more average people do better in sales because they kind of they're more okay just running in the hamster wheel sort of thing. Whereas sometimes smarter people, like they always want to kind of go off book and figure out additional stuff on their own. And it's not always helpful. Like I know in certain kind of sales, like it's not helpful. For trading, I don't know. I think so long as you're decently smart, I think you'd be set. Like if you have a strategy like Rocket Scooter, that it's almost like it's a little bit more mechanical because you have different indicators that help guide your decisions. And you don't have to rely on your own development of a strategy. You kind of have one handed to you and you just need to execute it and develop some level of filtering and market intuition. You know. Mike H said Enron had the smartest guys in the room but the dumbest guys in court. Man, Enron, anyone ever seen that documentary? Man, it's so good. So good. Yeah. Yeah, like that's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. I like, to me, I would in trading, I would prefer to have a high IQ. You know? Joseph said you had stock in Enron. Uh-oh. No bueno. Hey, let's do a giveaway. Let's see what we got here.
Maybe I'm the edge in knees. Maybe I'm the punchline feed. If I go short, you'll see a squeeze. If I go
Streamer HQ. You know, I started off today red because I tried to hit a little bit early. And I got stopped out right at the bottom. I tried to hit a little bit early and I got stopped out. I got stopped out right at the bottom. Let me show. So I started the day. Red. Oh wow, I took more executions on this account than I remembered. I didn't remember trading in here. I guess I did. Look, I got stopped out right at the bottom. You see that? And then this is the level that I actually really wanted to enter in. I was supposed to have a third size here and add the remaining size here. And I don't know. I don't remember exactly what happened. But I ended up putting on the full size here. And then when it got down here, I didn't have any bullets left. And I had to stop out. Because, you know, I always choose to manage risk over... You know, could I have given it a little bit more room? Yeah, but that would have helped me here, but that will hurt me over the course of a whole year. Because my plan was really 33% size, 66% size, let it go. And I ended up, you could see 2 executions, 33% size, 66% size. You know, so I screwed myself out of that one. So this started off red. Oh, and I took a trade pre-market. Trying to capture this zone, and that was a loser. So actually, I had my first 2 trades of the session were losers, but then right here I scaled in on another account and took advantage of that. And then it looks like I did some scalping in here, and then there's that DD band trade that I got confused about. That's flattened out. So the account that's minus 95, that was actually minus 1.5 risk units. Risk unit today was I think it was 3 micro. Yeah, risk unit today on these accounts was 240. So, you know, up over 3 risk units. So it's a pretty big day overall. But it was kind of as people say, it was kind of touch and go. My first 2 trades, they were solid trades. But a little bit of poor execution on my first regular session trade of the session. Let's see. Wow, such good questions today. Let me just start a giveaway, and then I'm going to answer some of these questions. Damn. I love when people have these kind of questions. It's so cool. Because I like, I don't know. People ask really good questions. I kind of enjoy it. Like, we get a lot of thought-provoking questions. I really enjoy talking about that kind of stuff. Let me just get started on the giveaway, just because I know people are interested in that as well, obviously. Let's do a Blue Sky 50K launch account. Let's do a Blue Sky 50K launch account. These accounts are great. They are 3 days to pass, or maybe 2 days to pass, and then they're activation fee models, so they're really cheap. And then once you pay the activation fee, they kind of turn into like a TPT Pro style account. They're really cool. So let's get some. Let me see. Let me get the giveaway engine started. I need about 2 minutes to get the engine fired up.
I'm breathing new air. Rocket scooters too. They're my battle plan. From the grind to glory. I'm my own man.
What am I doing here? Giveaway engine. BLUSKY. Code word is blue sky. Let's just use blue sky for the code word. And then I'm going to answer these questions while we do it. Okay. Someone said, does trading actually develop overall strategic intelligence that can transfer, or is it underrated? I think trading develops good if you stick with it a long time. Trading teaches you a lot about how the brain works. So that transfers. That transfers a lot. So, to me, that transfers a lot. Because then you know... then you kind of know. Like, you get familiar with what an amygdala hijack is. Because there's times in your regular day-to-day life where you'd experience a hijack. And it's kind of good to know that they exist and know how they function. Because that can even help you if you're like... If you're having a disagreement with your, wife or your girlfriend or your boyfriend or your husband. Because like sometimes when there's a disagreement, it could be your amygdala fires and you get hijacked. And that's the thing where, like, if you wait, everyone's chemical reaction takes a different amount of time to subside. But let's say you you disengage for like 15 minutes and then you revisit it. A lot of times you're going to be thinking a lot differently, a lot more rationally. It also helps with like, it just helps with different things. Like, you can almost catch yourself, Like, I used to get in a lot of fights when I was younger. Physical fights. And, it helps with that. Like, if someone annoys you or something like that, and maybe you're in a situation where it's getting physical. You won't do something stupid. Like, what happens if you hit someone wrong and then, they get seriously hurt, something like that. So I think the emotional intelligence part of it, understanding how the brain works, and that you can make some bad decisions when you're under pressure or when you're emotionally hijacked, that transfers to your regular life. The strategic part, I don't know. I had a good understanding of statistics before I started trading, so to me, the strategic part, I'm like, I don't know. I kind of understood that part already. Let's see. Oh, look at this. Hey, this is exciting. Andy said you're a bad trader. You're becoming an even trader. Hey, you're becoming an even trader. If you're becoming a break-even trader, it means that you are managing risk well. If you manage risk well, but you don't really have your edge figured out yet, you should be able to come close to break even. And if your strategy's not figured out and you're losing and not able to break even, then you're probably sized incorrectly. So your biggest change, I'm assuming, is probably sizing and risk management. Because if you're able to break even, that means your risk management should be probably decent. Any recommendations? Yeah, my recommendation will be understand what sit out edge is. Sit out edge is your ability to avoid bad trades. We did a visual example of this a couple of weeks ago. If you take 10 trades and you do a win-loss column, if you take 5 winners and 5 losers, right? If you take 5 winners and 5 losers, then you're break even. If you are able to identify times where you underperform, or maybe one mistake out of 10 where you revenge traded or something, and if you just take out of that 10 trades, if you just take one of the losers and put them to the side, now you've got 9 trades, 5 winners and 4 losers. You're now profitable. And even if you manage to take that sit out edge that you exercised and actually take that loser, and instead of removing it, actually managing to use that risk to place a trade in the win column, now you've got a completely flipped thing. You've got 6 winners and 4 losers. Now you're a really profitable trader. So understand what sit out edge is, and understand just how devastating to your statistics poorly executed trades are, or trades that you really shouldn't be taking. You know, even if you're like, ah, man, every now and again I'll take a trade I really shouldn't be taking. Well, if that happens once every 10 trades, that's your edge right there. So, it's a game of like small, you know, it doesn't have to be huge. Someone said, do I trade a percentage of the account or drawdown? In my main account, I just trade a max size. And in the props, I trade based on amount of drawdown, because the props don't have much drawdown. But in a regular account, if you built it up, you know, you probably won't want to be risking a big percentage of it. So then you have a max size. Okay, let me, damn, you guys have like the best questions. Let me just screenshot these two. Sleepwalker's got a question. I like that one. I pretty much answer all of them, but sometimes I miss them. But like I could clearly see these ones popping up. And then someone said something about price velocity. Let me see. Okay, I got those two. All right, let me just do the drawing. Then we'll get to those two questions. All right, here we go. 7, 6, 5. Guys, use code SCORE for 50% off the launch accounts, or SCORE30 for 30% off the other plans. Blue Sky's really good. Guess what? They're giving us a bunch more accounts this month. So we're kind of working with them again this month. They're giving us a nice amount of accounts to give away. So that's cool. They're giving us a bunch of accounts again. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pick a winner. Struggling Trader 80. Hey, congrats on your big win. This is a big deal for you. Struggling Trader, you just got yourself an account. That's cool. Hey, Struggling Trader, congrats on your big win. Oh, shoot. Hey, guys. Wait. While we're talking about Blue Sky. So I have this little dashboard. It's like the production dashboard. We're kind of fancy, I guess. We have a production dashboard. It's pretty cool. It's like a newsroom. It's like a production team. They like push stuff to us and all this. Check this out. Blue Sky has an extended promo until Monday, EOD, end of day. EOD, I say EOD, that's end of day. 60% off launch 200k static accounts. What? That seems good. Let me check this out. Neon seeds. Let me bring this up on the website. I never heard about this. Let me see. Da-na-na-na-na. Brave browser. All right, let's just check this out real quick, and then I'll get to these questions. It's Blue Sky. BLUSKY. Let's see what it says. Blue Sky launched 200k static. What do they mean static? Oh, it's $2,000 static drawdown. Oh, that's cool. Profit target 6K. So 3 times the drawdown as a profit target. But, oh, wait a second. Hold on. No, wait, hold on. So how much do you have to make to get it to 1-to-1? Okay, so once you've made 2K, it's 1-to-1. Once you've made 2K, it's 1-to-1. Okay, so these are kind of cheap. So if you get a win on your first trade, then it's going to be a $4,000 drawdown and a $4,000 target. And then in the buffer phase, it's a 2,000 drawdown and a 3. Hey, this is actually really good. How much does this cost with the discount? Hey, someone said go to 1-to-1 twice and you're golden. Yeah, the way I would do it is I would maybe go 1-to-1 once. And then I would just trade it really slow after that. Hey, does anyone know how much this costs after the discount? I think this is a really good deal, actually. This seems like actually a cool deal. $31? Some people say 55, some people would say 31. And then it's, oh, the activation's 180. Let me think. Activation's 180. Oh, but the drawdown is static and funded as well. Yeah, but here's the deal. Look at this. The drawdown is static. I might actually try one of these. How long, after you've passed the blue sky, the only thing is I think you have to activate it within 2 weeks, and you're only allowed a maximum of 3 funded, so actually that wouldn't work for me. But this seems like a good, I think this is a good deal. So mathematically, I think the situation is, it sounds like it's only $30. So to me, I would almost be like, buy 2 of them and then turn it into a 1-to-1 profit to drawdown ratio by taking a 1-to-1 trade and making 2,000 in the first trade. Now, I would only say that because it's an activation fee model. If it was a regular account, I would just trade it really slow. But because of the math of this account, I would trade it. This is how I would do it if I was doing this. I would trade this one really slow after making one-to-one trade. So I have a $4,000 drawdown, because then you'd have a $4,000 target and a $4,000 drawdown. And then it's as easy to pass as a TPT 25K, which is 1-to-1. Because 1-to-1, if you have edge, 1-to-1 accounts are really easy to pass, unless you rush them. But if you size correctly, you know, even if you rotate around neutral for a little bit because of a bad week or two, after that, you know, your curve will start going up. So, yeah, this is cool. I like that. All right. Anyways, back to the question. So I didn't really know about that. So. Now, okay, just one thing on this. To me, if this drawdown was not static, then to me, I'd be like, that's going to be as difficult as a regular. I don't know if it's the best. But with this drawdown being static, to me, I'm like, okay, that's cool. That's what makes the difference to me. Okay. A couple more questions I saw. Someone said, what's the code? Oh, sorry about that. I should probably say what the code is. The code is SCORE200. Sorry about that. SCORE 200. Oh, and it's only until end of day today. It's only until end of day today. SCORE200. Okay. Don't rush it. You know, but I would say probably I would say probably get 2. Well, get 1. See if you can get the $2,000 win. If you can't get another one, get the $2,000 win. Once you're up 2,000, you have a $4,000 drawdown. Then to me, I'd say just take it really slow. Not financial advice. Prices of participation may vary. See store for details. Guys, see store for details, guys. See store for details. Okay, here we go. Someone said, at what point in my trading did I realize it's important to think strategically rather than aim for home runs? Oh, pretty early. Pretty early, because to me, any general understanding of statistics, you know that if you cannot raise your risk reward without lowering your accuracy. It is just not. Unless you have some sort of inside information in the market, it's not possible to raise your risk reward significantly without seeing a change in your accuracy. It's just how numbers work. So I never really aimed for home runs. I never aimed for home runs. That's that question. And then the other question is, guys, stop typing score 20 in chat. I don't even know what that means. Score 200 is the code for Blue Sky. G Moria said, you said you could trade without volume velocity. Yeah, I could. But without price, not without price velocity. Can I expand on that? Yeah, sure. So I could generally see what's going on with the market when I'm looking at price velocity. Like, I could see that the market's stabilizing as it starts to slow down a little bit, right? So if I only had to have one, I would choose price velocity over volume velocity. The only reason it's much more beneficial to have both is because let's say price velocity is here. If volume velocity is at a score of, let's say, 60, then it means that you're not super liquid when price velocity is around 20. But if volume velocity is around 20, 30, 35, 20, you know, it's floating around the same area that price velocity is, I know it's liquid and things are just moving fast. So basically, if I only had price velocity, I could keep myself out of whippy action, but I couldn't read liquidity as well because I wouldn't know if it's just, hey, we're not whippy anymore. Like red action, that's really whippy action. But technically, you can get a really low score on price velocity if there's enough volume to support it and still be liquid. So that's why I use both. But if I only had one, I would still be okay. Like, I'd still be able to stay out of whippy action, but I wouldn't be able to read liquidity as well. Dave Mack says, velocity used to reassure us that buyers are present, basically. Yeah. Hey, Dave Mack, yeah. Because basically, watch what happens. Okay. Let me scroll back on both. Oops. Let me just yeah, let me synchronize the cross. Yeah, let me synchronize the crosshairs temporarily. Global. Okay. So see the open? The open, like, it's really whipping around. But, like, there's volume as well. I know there's lots of volume. Oh, you know what? You can't... There we go. Price was whipping around, but there was lots of volume, right? But what I'm looking for is... See here? Look. When volume slowed down, as soon as I saw this, I'm like, oh my God, look at the liquidity. The moment volume slowed down, price slowed down as well. So you've got, oh man, I got the crosshair synchronized, so I gotta be careful. As soon as volume, look at this. It's so hard because when I go on the price chart, like price and volume were just following, price speed and volume speed were following each other. So that just signals that, yeah, as volume slows down, price slows down. As volume speeds up, price speeds up. Sometimes you get it. Volume slows down, price remains fast. That means that there's no buyers or sellers there, but price is still moving around quickly. So it's hollow action, right? That's how I read the liquidity. Let me turn off this global crosshair. It's very difficult to deal with. Only Flash, you said it's like seeing regime positive or negative, but intraday version. No. It's nothing to do with regime. It's to do with liquidity. It doesn't have anything to do with direction. There's nothing directional about this. This is just, is volume high or low? Is price moving fast or slow? The directional read comes from reading this in conjunction with what's going on the chart. Like if you're moving up and you're gaining liquidity, it means that there's more. If you're moving up and you're seeing liquidity increase based on the way you're reading the meters, then you're like, okay, like there's more we're moving up into liquidity, but it's not a directional. It's not a directional thing. Man, this is such nice action. All right, let's go ahead and... Good questions, guys. Good questions. I like it. Let's... Oh, let's look at monthly maps. Deep in bull territory. Wow, look at this. Look at this, man. Liquidity is unmatched. Like a sin, no fiction. You chase green candles, I wait for the dip, then I lean in, calm with a grin on my lip. You say this one's the one, I say watch how it folds. I buy your pen, then I let it sold. You hold that back like it's glued to your hand. That's cool. I wish I held that swing. I wish I held that swing trade longer. I closed it out on, I don't know, I closed it out, I think Thursday. What day was FOMC? Wednesday? There was a day where we had a crazy sell-off. That was when I opened it, and then the next morning was when I closed it. Monthly map. Look at that! Beautiful! Ones cry. Your stronghold turns to a weak ass plea. I cash out clean when you stare at me. I don't pray. I place the bet. I move first. You still in debt. You see my line. Someone says, is there any resistance points above? Man, I kind of don't remember. The week before last, except the Friday. If I remember correctly, we were a little bit more hollow. If I remember correctly, we were a little bit more hollow above that range. So it might be... I don't have a daily chart. I guess I could do it on here. Let me do it on NQ. Maybe a 6-hour chart. Oh, 6-hour chart. That'll work. No, you know what? No. Let me find the line on. Let me find the line on seeds. Oh, we're there. We're there now. We're there now. Oh, we're there now. I don't remember this session. Oh no, I don't remember this session. Maybe I could scroll back to it on velocity. I don't remember this session up here. Oh, you guys can't see it. The session where we were between 29,078 and 29,322. I don't remember that session. However, I would assume it was a little bit thinner because I remember when we gapped down to 28,900 area or 28,700 and we were trading in this region. I remember being like, whoa, super liquid. So I think we're kind of, maybe this is a rotation point because I know we're liquid from 28,900 down to about 28,150. Super, just a giant pocket of liquidity. So I wonder if we maybe rotate around that. Like it gets a little bit thin above that range, then we pull back in. Then it gets a little bit thin below that range, then we pull back in. Maybe we'll get some rotation around it. I'll be interested to see where we open up tomorrow. Also, we're moving into that gap area now. So it's going to be interesting to see if we thin out or not. As of now, we're not. As of now, price is stabilizing even more up high here. So. Hey, J. Robert said, interesting to new to the trading sphere. Can I explain liquidity as it relates to price action? Maybe just a definition. Hey, brother. All right. So it's going to take about 3 or 4 minutes to explain the way I explain it, but hopefully this will help you be able to navigate the chart. For those of you who have heard the analogy before, sorry, but you know, I know it helps some people out there, so I'm just going to give it again for this person who's asking. So the way I view the market and the way I navigate the chart and the way I visualize liquidity is like this, okay? The market, what you're looking at, the chart, think of it like a game board. And people can place a bet up or down, okay? And there's two kinds of participants in the game. There's players and there's hosts, okay? Players are people who place bets. I think the market's going up. I think the market's going down. We place bets. Hosts are the market makers. They are paid to facilitate the bets, facilitate the transactions. They're paid for that. So they're not subject to the randomness of the direction. Like, they don't need to guess the direction. They just need to host people who are guessing the direction. So the way that the hosts are paid is by taking the market to a place where there's lots of players to play the game. And specifically, they want it to be a place where there's players on both sides. Like a place where there's lots of players who want to bet up, there's lots of players who want to bet down. That means it's liquid. So technically, what is liquid? It means there's lots of people who want to bet at that spot. So market makers, they could just host those bets and collect their fee. Okay? So what makes the market not want to stay in a spot that doesn't have a lot of liquidity, right? What does it mean? Well, just imagine you're the host. You want the market to be in a spot where there's lots of people betting. If the market's in a spot where there's only people to bet on one side, the market maker, their luxury of being able to collect fees to host the bets, the drawdown of that, the drawback is that the part of their agreement is that if the market is in a place where there's only people who want to bet in one direction, the market maker actually needs to participate in the game. They don't want to participate in the game, but they're forced to participate in the game if they have the market at a spot where there's only people on one side. So what they do is they participate in the game and then they hedge their position And that's how we get our rocket scooter levels. I'll get in. That's a separate thing. But just know this. When there's a spot where it's illiquid, it means there's only players on one side. The market doesn't want to stay there for a long time. The market wants to go to a place where there's players on both sides so that the bets can be hosted. So that is what liquid versus illiquid is. Liquid, there's people willing to bet on both sides. Illiquid, there's not a lot of people on either side, or there's more people on one side than the other, and the market maker would need to participate in the bet. Right? So just visualize, that's how I visualize the chart. And that's the reason why I was like, oh, the market should want to go. Let me zoom out. Let me give a visual example. Okay? Let me give a visual example. I'll give two visual examples. Okay? Two visual examples. So on this day, when we sold down here, the market thinned out, right? The market thinned out. So it showed itself to be illiquid. It showed itself that there was only really people on one side of the bet. And there wasn't a lot of participants. But when the market had been up here, it had showed itself to have people on both sides of the bet, right? There's tools that we use. I personally use these velocity meters to read when there's people on both sides versus one side. So the market showed it was liquid up here, and then it moved down to a spot where there was not a lot of participants and only participation mainly on one side. So think about a host of the game. If the game was being played up here and there was lots of people, it was liquid. And then the game gets moved down here and then there's not a lot of people. Like, well, shoot, man, I get my money when there's people on both sides and lots of them. There was lots of people up here. So that's pretty much why the market gravitated up towards that spot. Okay? That's one example. Another example is, it's basically the same example. On Friday, this little move that happened up here, the market moved up. The market showed itself to be very liquid. There was lots of participation, lots of people on both sides. And then the market moved down and thinned out. Now you got to understand, most people out in the marketplace, retail traders, like we are a niche group of retail traders. Like, we trade more like institutional traders, like not in size mechanics, because 30 minis, 10 micros on whatever. Like, first of all, the prop accounts don't hit the real market. And second of all, as an individual retail trader, no one cares about your 30 mini position. It's minuscule. It's non-existent. So I don't mean that we're like institutional traders in the sense of the size we trade. I mean, we're like institutional traders in the sense of the way we look at market mechanics, right? So most retail traders, they're not able to read things like this. So that's why that's why it's not like this loot. Like, market makers can't hide from this, but also most people aren't doing that kind of stuff. So anyways, so when we were up here, there was lots of liquidity. And then again, we pulled down and it was really thin. So most of the time, the market is going to be wanting to move towards a liquid spot. Now, I must say, it's not an exact thing, because think of it like this. I always trade with a market maker mindset. A market maker mindset, right? So, like, it doesn't mean it's going to happen. It's going to happen. It doesn't mean it's going to happen right away. Just for example, see this day right here? This day right here, let me draw it out. Like, it's not an exact, it's not perfect, like, because you're still going to lose. This day, we were up here, and I said out loud during the press conference, I was like, ooh, it's really liquid up here. We got out of the press conference, we started pulling down and thinning out. Right here, I got into a long position, and right around here, I got stopped out. So, I was right about the location of the liquidity, but I got stopped out on a trade based on that idea. But then at the end of the day, I entered a swing trade here. And we had this big move up into that liquid spot. And also, this entire morning, I traded to the long side because I knew the market was wanting to get up here. Not new, excuse me. I was about 65, 70% confident that this was the big hot spot. And you could see it was. So why I say it's not an exact science is like the market will go on discovery missions, right? Like for instance, let's scroll forward now. Like I view these things as like they're little discovery missions, right? So watch this. Let's say now again, this is the way I read the chart. You could say it's completely wrong, you could say it's completely right, whatever. But I just put myself in the mindset of someone who's hosting the game. So if I was hosting the game, I might do some discovery missions before I take the market to that spot, right? So let's just say, for example, this move right here, the market went up there and it was really liquid. Now imagine you're the host of the game. Well, you've been hosting the game historically, so you've got positions you need to balance. Also, you're a for-profit business, right? You're not a charity. And also the main market maker, this is crazy, but the main market maker is also has a hedge fund. They're separate entities, but they're human beings. You know, I don't trust the disconnection. Citadel, market maker, Citadel also has a hedge fund. Now, so let's just say, for example, you navigate as a market maker up to this liquid spot and you're like, ooh, okay, there's lots of players up there. Well, there's also advantages to you bringing the market down away from a liquid spot, because you can accumulate options positions, right? You can balance out other positions that you have open. So the fact that the market sometimes drifts away from liquid spots and then takes a while to get back to it, right? Just like we're playing a game, right? The market maker, they're trying to extract maximum value from the participants. They would like all participants to eventually, like they want participants to keep depositing. So they're trying to extract from participants. So it's not like you identify a liquid spot and you're just like, oh, I'm just going to keep longing until we get to it. Because if you just keep longing, you know, you might blow up. So you got to know how to manage risk and everything as well. And then those discovery missions, you know, sometimes you'll have a liquid spot up top. You'll have a hollow spot in the middle. And then you'll have a liquid spot at the lows. Right? So those are opportunities where you get really fast, nice, clean moves from one side to the other. And sometimes it kind of, the market will bounce from one spot to the other. And in between, it'll be really erratic because it's not liquid and it's just trying to kind of, it's just trying to get itself across to the other liquid spot. J-Ham said you purchased a 200k Blue Sky. Nice. Seems like a cool account. So anyways, I know that was a long explanation, but honestly, if someone's just getting started in their journey, that might really help them. Because I wish I knew that my first couple of years, because I was messing with like indicators and stuff. Sleepwalker said, how emotionally attached am I to my positions? Not at all. One individual position? Not at all. I am emotionally attached to, I would say, my month. I would say I'm emotionally attached to my month. Because I'm never really like, I get happy with a good execution session, whether it's green or red, but it's only one session. But I would say I have some emotional attachment to like my month. because a month is 20 sessions, and it's probably, it could be, you know, between 40 and 150 trades. So I'm a little bit emotionally attached to a month because it's a larger sample size. So I can kind of, I can know whether I did okay or not. Whereas in one session, it doesn't really mean anything. And one position, that means even less, you know? So I'm not emotionally attached to positions. I am emotionally attached. I'll be honest. I'm emotionally attached to my month's performance. And I'm very emotionally attached to my year's performance, but my year's, you know, my year performance, there's not much to be attached to, because, I mean, it's like, it's such a large sample set, and I've got solid edge, so, you know, it's always basically just like taking a look at what my accuracy was for the year sort of thing. But, you know, if I had like a really high accuracy year, I would feel something. And if I had a low accuracy year, I would feel something. So I would say there's some emotional attachment there. Quitting on myself. Look at this liquidity, man. Hypnotherapist Trader said, do you have any recommended content to learn about market maker mindset? Hey, brother. So unfortunately, that's something I made up myself. But the whole analogy of the game and players and hosts and players and the game board, that's my own idea. I made that up. Like, I know that's what it is, but like that way of explaining it, market maker mindset, all that, like that's all my own, you know, that came from my own thoughts. So I think the only place is really I don't know, I would say just hang out here, because I've never heard anyone else say that. So, but everyone describes it, you know, I'm not the first person to talk about liquidity, but talking about it like a game board and being a host or being a player, I've never heard anyone else say that before, so I don't know that there would be anywhere that you could like watch videos on it. Exploit the Vibe said auction. Yeah, maybe like auction theory. Maybe auction theory. Oh, but you know what? Unfortunately, auction market theory, it's like a buzzword now. So there's a lot of hacks. There's a lot of hacks and like fake information about it now. Like, you know, auction market theory, there's a lot of morons talking about it and they don't know what they're talking about. So, but there's probably some good information on it as well. But it's like the new buzzword, auction market theory. So you'd probably run across just as much bad information as good information if you start researching that.
I flip charts like a dealer. Profit run, I'm a killer. Front side, on a trade show, and if you don't risk none, you never get richer. Market open that glass. Sniper entry on the right side. Front side, tip it through shit.
Neo said, are the velocity tools freely available? Temporarily. They're in beta. Once they're out of beta, you know, there'll be a charge for them. But they're in beta right now if you want to try them. Velocity.neoncucumber.com. That's how you get access to them. To the beta. Someone says, did playing chess make you a better trader? I don't know. I don't play chess.
Je pose mes lignes, je suis dans le contrôle, zone de liquidité, j'attrape le rôle, structure propre, je suis dans l'école, Fibonacci, je calcule le goal, pas d'overtrad, jamais d'émotion, je vois la mèche, ferme la position, gestion du risque, c'est la condition, sans discipline, t'as pas la vision, père qui pompe, moi je suis déjà
you know what's crazy? Last week I bought Upper Varus Band last week. Man, I thought about it when we did this little reclaim or first claim of it. But I was like, dude, that's insane. But we are so liquid at these highs. We're so liquid at these highs. I tell you what's kind of going through my mind right now. So I talked about it last week. Like the entire month of July, I was pretty much defensive trading, and I had a good month, and there was a lot of opportunities to get destroyed in July, and I managed to avoid them. But part of the balance with defensive trading is transitioning out of it, putting more risk on. Like this today, look at this, so liquid, but it's almost like my trust in the market is a little bit hurt. So like tomorrow, like I don't know, I'm gonna defensive trade for a few more sessions, because like tomorrow what I don't want is a liquid open and then for me to put on extra risk and think, okay, now's the time, and then I get smoked because it was just like a 1 day, you know. So like even this like even right here, the bottom of the seed zone, I wanted to take that. I had a little issue with my Ninja Trader thing, but I don't know if I would have held it too long. So, you know, VIX, let me see, where's VIX at? VIX is still floating above triple V. VIX has not really moved down today. So, but we are undeniably liquid. We're undeniably liquid, but you know, let's do a little activity. Let me look at how liquid, you know, I have to enable tick replay. I really don't remember 2 weeks ago when we were up before we had the gap down. I don't remember how liquid it was up there. I forget. Because what happens a lot of time is when you have a hollow spot below, you have a really liquid spot, and then you have a thinner spot above. Sometimes you'll gap up into the thin spot, and then it's a really good short back into the liquid spot, right? So what I don't want to do, and this is why I'm a little bit like not on edge, but I'm like, oh man, I really need to remember how liquid it was up there. Because if it was liquid up there, it's like, okay, we gap up. It's kind of like continue to buy the dips. But if it was really hollow up there, then if we gap up, I got to be really careful, because we could fall back in to this liquid spot. So it could be a gap up and fade sort of thing. So, you know, I don't want to get stuck in that move, and if I'm putting on risk on longs, and then get stuck in an example where we're rotating around this liquid spot. Let's see. Top of this seed zone, 29035. 29035. Maybe the highs will be around 29. Maybe the highs will be around here. That's the only pivot I see. 29035 area. Rocket scooter, no. Someone said crazy no pullback. Well, you know, it's super liquid. So liquidity drives low volatility. Low volatility drives decreasing pullback size. Like in a volatile environment, you know, in volatile environment, you know, it'll be like bigger V's. But in a liquid environment, it's the opposite, you know. Like we had this pretty big V, smaller V, smaller V, shallow V. This was smaller, but it lasted longer, but it's still shallower. And then even shallower, and then even shallower. So now it's pretty much just like, how much more shallow can you get? Probably end up being something like this. But who knows? Buy the highs, huh? Buy the highs. Someone said, why doesn't Rocket Scooter shows VIX? It shows UVXY. You can use UVXY.
Every move's a pulse, breaking the chains. Steady on the path, I trust the flow. One step closer where dreams overflow.
One payout shivers, one day's a war. A steady beat rises from the floor. Soul on fire, I feel the surge grow. Step by step, where the wild winds blow.
One step at a time, our hearts aflame.
There we go.
Rocket scooter guides, I claim my name.
Oh, it's on a 1 minute. Okay. There we go.
My spirit takes flight.
One step at a time. No chains can bind.
Hey, Algerian. Hey, Algerian. Hey, brother, I ran into that issue as well.
Take control.
Yeah, the commissions were insane on
My spirit's
on some accounts.
one step at a time, one step at a time, I'm heavenward bound.
Sleepwalker said, do I see trading fundamentally changing AI involvement in the next 20 or 30 years? No, I don't think so, because the markets are... I don't know, I feel like the markets can only be so efficient. I don't know. I sure hope not. But, no, I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I'll tell you why. I just think that because of the number of humans participating in the game, I just don't think enough people are... I don't think enough people... No, because I think emotions will still always get the better of people. So there'll still always be liquidity generated from people making poor decisions in the market on short-term trading basis. So, no.
Red candles dancing, every click's another sin.
I think it'll be an opportunity for, like, you know, like, traders will be able to be more... Profitable traders will be able to be more efficient with their analysis, and they'll be able to make less errors. But generally speaking, nah. Someone said UVXY versus VIX. What's the difference? Well, the VIX is the actual futures contract.
She'll bleed you dry, but the chart don't give a damn if you live or die. The chart don't
It's like SPY. It's like the difference between like SPY and ES. You know, one's the futures and one's just an ETF. Give a damn about you. Hey, I must say, guys, amazing questions today. Really amazing stuff. Some incredible questions out there. Trade A in the house. What's up, Jay? What's good in the hood, brother? Brother. What's up, brother? Solomon said we didn't touch VWAP all session. No? I'm not sure. Well, we must have touched it because the upper varus is here, lower varus is here. We crossed between. So we crossed the overnight VWAP. We must have. The chart don't give a damn. The chart don't give a damn. Andrew Bailey said, what's the current take on the market? Current take on the market is we're at the top. We're at the top of a very liquid spot that we had identified about a week and a half ago. We moved below it going into FOMC. We thinned out. We moved back up into it during the FOMC press conference when we pulled back down off of it. Then we moved back up into it, and we've basically been moving through it ever since. We're now at the top of it, so now this is kind of like where we might start thinning out, maybe like 50, 100 points up higher. We might start thinning out. So what I'm looking out for the rest of the week is if we trade above this range, do we thin out or do we stay liquid? If we stay liquid, to me, if we're 200 points higher and we're still liquid like this, then to me, I'm going to start putting on. To me, I'm going to lean in a little bit more. If we move up into maybe, a couple hundred points up and we start thinning out, then I'm going to be very careful because that might be a short setup to come back into the range. But I won't be over aggressive or on shorts. I might just sit out because it could also just be we're crossing a hollow spot to an even higher liquid spot, I didn't trust my read as much as I should have. I should have held some of that swing trade until the top of this liquid range. We've made it all the way through it. I'm a little bit like, I'd say I underperformed a little bit there. Because I've read the zone very well, but because of the big gap up on Friday, because it was such a fast reaction. Sometimes when you're immediately right on a bigger picture idea, it seems, I don't know if it's, you get a little bit of imposter syndrome. It seems a little bit too good to be true. It seems a little bit too good to be true sometimes. Like this morning, for instance, on this entry down here, sometimes, I don't know, it's just, when you're too close, when you're too to being, when you're too right, you're kind of like, probably not. I don't know. It's a weird paradox. I don't know how to vocalize it. I found my way.
for freedom. Break it down. We don't fall, we don't freeze. We move, we move, we move. If I fall, I learn.
If I bend, I bounce.
Every bruise turn gold.
Every note gave count.
Now the door swings wide.
Now the air tastes new.
I was made for this.
I was made to move. Trade my chains for motion.
Yeah.
I found.
I found my name in the numbers.
Is it crazy to buy Upper Barris Band retest? Probably. Probably. I found my way. We're still really liquid, man. We're still so liquid. Let me see. What is this? O2? O2? Yeah, O2. Because we're so liquid and I have some room to play, I'm just going to take a small long if we get to this Upper Barris Band. Because we're still so liquid up here. Watching the tape, but liquidity didn't thin out. Liquidity didn't thin out, and I've got a little bit of room to play. Edge never sleeps. I'd say this is maybe 60% probability, but a little bit bigger travel possible. A little bit bigger travel. And that's only if it gets filled. Because 29035, we could get up to 29035. Someone said, were you dreaming about me explaining liquidity? No, yeah, I was. Edge never sleeps. Edge never sleeps. Rocket scooter underneath. Man, I was really hoping we'd move down quicker. Like a sweep. I prefer a quicker move down.
No rush. No fear. Just the plan.
Edge never sleeps. Edge never sleeps. All right, guys, let's do a boot camp giveaway. Maybe we can break up some of the scandalous chat going on. All right, let's see what we got here. Boot camp giveaway. Stand by. Never sleeps. Edge never sleeps. Boot camp. Type boot camp in chat. We're doing a boot camp giveaway. Yeah. Someone said we need to do it over under how long he says liquidity. Yeah, it would probably be like, I think it would be a lot. I think it would be a lot, right? I mean, that's my entire read on the market is from that, so probably like, I don't know, 50. I'd say 50. Someone, Mike says Kyle has his tramp stamp that says I am liquidity. That's funny. For that EST. All right, here we go. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Oh wait, hold on. 2, 1. Pick a winner. NX2 Capital. NX2 Capital. Type something in chat. NX2 Capital. Hello? Hey, you're here? Hey, congrats on your big win, brother. You won yourself a boot camp. Very nicely done. We're happy for you. NX2 Capital. Oh, I got filled. NX2 Cap. We will also do... Should we do a account giveaway? We'll do an account giveaway in... Let's do an account giveaway in 4 minutes. Let's get some suggestions for the code word. What do we got? EST. Someone looks away. Someone said mine is short. No, I'm in a long. This is a little bit lower probability, but maybe we get some good travel out of it. Hurricane crashing down. Makes me. Someone said big dip. We could do big dip. That's a good code word. Ready for the fight. Reset tool. Big dip. Code word's big dip. We are giving away code words, Big Dip. We're doing another. Let's do a. Let me see. Let's do a Lucid Pro Eval 50K. Lucid Pro 50K. Nice. Big Dip. One word.
Eyes on the dips, rage boiling high. FOMO's a killer, tying me in knots. Why the hell?
This is a Lucid Pro 50K eval. Possibility for a big win.
Rockets to the spell. It's a waiting game. Damn, it tears you down. But hold the line. Around. Ozone strikes back. Rather be in hellfire. Push fan blowing. Ride the wave, take it higher. Markets racing by. I'm locked in the void. Is the setup coming? Or forever toy?
All right, Big Dip, here we go. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's time to pick a winner.
It's a waiting game. Damn, it tears
Pick a winner.
but hold the line.
I got Tourette. I got Tourette. Type something in chat.
Stay calm,
Tourette, Towerette, whatever that is.
about to launch.
Type something in chat, brother. Brother, sister, other.
Formation's getting warm. Screaming inside while the endless delay. Grip slipping fast, but I won't fade away.
Hey, congrats on your big win. Very nicely done. Lucid Pro Eval 50K. Hey, that's a big win. Congrats on that. Very nicely done. That was impressive. Really impressive stuff.
It's a waiting game. Damn, it tears you
Very, very impressive stuff. Oh, I was impressed. Oh, that was cool.
around. Ozone strikes back. Rather be in hell
P&L fire.
fan blowing.
There's a fire.
It's a waiting game. Damn, it tears you down. But hold the line.
Someone says it's going to be 4 letters. Maybe.
Rather be in hellfire. Push fan
Get higher.
just waiting. Is the name of the game.
233. Big Dip. Okay. Great questions today, guys. That particular giveaway is over. It's over. Tokyo Ticks. Tokyo Ticks. No, 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 no. Let's play market open drill. Jaw driller. Someone said, how many monitors do I have? One. One plus an iPad. One monitor plus an iPad.
I flip charts like a dealer.
I flip jaws like a dealer.
On a trade show, and if you don't risk none, you never get richer. Market open that glass. Snapper entry on the right side. First side, tip it through shades, right. Shot driller, we never let hype decide. I'm in the zone.
Someone said, sorry if you answered already. What does the velocity meters today say? It seems a lot different than last week. It just means that we're liquid. It basically just means that we're liquid. The market's really liquid up here. Every time volume goes down, price goes down. Every time volume, price velocity and volume velocity are following each other. I hesitated on buying the breakthrough upper bears. There was a little retest up there, but now that we're back at it, take a little stab at it. Since we're still liquid up here, a little bit lower probability, but I will probably keep one runner and maybe see if I can get closer to the top of that zone if we take off. So lower edge, but a little bit bigger travel possible.
I flip charts like a dealer. Profit run, I'm a killer. French side, on a trade show, winner. If you don't risk none, you never get richer. Market open up.
Bob said, why do I buy in the retracement? Isn't that risky without having confirmation that it's going back up? It depends. If there's a level I like, I'll still tag it. Like, because sometimes, especially in this kind of environment, like, I don't know, confirmation, the cost of confirmation can be expensive. So, you know, confirmation can be expensive unless there's enough volatility. But in lower volatility, sometimes confirmation will cost the whole trade. So, I flip charts like a dealer. You know, I wouldn't take a trade like this if I didn't have juice already. But I got a good amount of juice. You know, one of my accounts is up almost 3 risk units, so I'm like, this kind of setup I wouldn't take if I didn't have any juice on the day.
Yeah. Risk small, think big. They gamble. I calculate.
Fibonacci.
Traders
Fibonacci.
Wake up early, London open, charts moving fast, my plan still golden. Hands off the mouse, emotion frozen. Discipline strong, accounts stay loaded. They for more win, I stay calm, check my lot size, steady my palm. I don't chase green, I follow zones. Risk to reward, I protect my throne. Yeah, stop loss and take profit. Lock it in before you lose it. No fear, no bag your bread, then move like a prophet. Don't stop loss and take profit. Stack your wins, don't force the market. Plan a trade, then trade the target. Stay sharp, don't break your logic. Stop loss, take profit.
Stop loss, take profit.
Just don't care about your ego. One mistake, that's finito. I cut loss quick like a shuriken. Then I reload clean, I ain't losing. Toronto grind, Montreal vibes. Worldwide. Never 5. Discipline keeps dreams alive. No greed, no fear. Just math in my head. I sleep.
Let's see. Alright, giveaways. We got 1 blue sky left, 1 lucid left, 2 my funded futures. The my funded futures are new users only, but that's all right. We have a mix. We had a big bonanza on Friday. It was a good time. Stop loss, take profit. Stop loss, take profit. Oh yeah. Someone said, you're in the blue sky 200k accounts. Can I lay out the best approach to pass them? Hey, Sinister. So I'm not really, I can't give financial advice. So I can't really give you advice, but I would say that if I had one of those accounts, or if a friend of mine, maybe like a mythical creature that I would stumble upon in the wilderness, if they had one of those accounts, what I would probably tell them, is so it has a $2,000 static drawdown, and they're really cheap before the activation fee. So to me, like, I like to take my time with accounts, but the problem with that one account is it's got a far target compared to the drawdown, but it's supplemented because it has, first of all, it's cheap, and second of all, it has a static drawdown. So if it were me, what I would do personally is I would probably, I think they're only 30 bucks each. So I think I would buy one, and then I would take a trade that has a 1-to-1 risk reward and pretty much the full risk. And what would happen is then if that trade is a win, then you have 4,000 drawdown and 4,000 to the target. So you basically end up with a 1-to-1 target to drawdown ratio with static drawdown. Mathematically speaking, if you do that at a level with edge, you should be able to do it in 2 or 3 tries. So your cost is going to be somewhere between $30 and $90, $32 and $96 to get to the 1-to-1 point. And then personally, I would trade it slowly until I get to the 6,000 target, because then you have a 3,000 target and a 2,000 drawdown, fixed drawdown in the buffer stage. So that's how I would personally do it, or how I would advise a mythical creature who I stumbled upon in the wilderness to do it. Look Left said, isn't the target on 6K on that account? Yeah, it's 6K. It's 6K. So if it has a 2,000 fixed static drawdown and a 6K target, if you take one trade and you get 2,000, then you're at 4,000 static drawdown and 4,000 target, because you're halfway to, you're 2,000 to the target and you're 2,000 above the drawdown amount. So then it's a 1-to-1 account, which are easy to pass if you have edge and you know how to size trades. That's how I would do it. That's how I would do it. Someone said you can't see anything on the chart. It's in the top right. I know it's small, but that's just how I have mine set up. It's a tiny little long. Sinister Scalp said you're up 700 already. Nice. Very nice. Good stuff. Usadime said you lost your trifocals. What is the position? It's a long, but you know, what's that? DYOR, do your own research. You know, there's a 40% chance of this thing getting smoked. Someone said, are we on top of Varus? Yeah, we're right at the upper Varus. As a rock is good. But you know, we're liquid up here. And you know what? We didn't run out of any liquidity at the high. So I was like, you know, maybe. Maybe. Maybe, just maybe, we get a curl. How's a rock as good a minony? As over 0. Rock as good a matter. Someone said, how to decide whether to trade funded or an eval? What plays into that decision making? I trade everything the same way. I don't care. I trade everything the same way, brother. Someone said, how can I know for certain we're still liquid up here? No shade. No shade. I can't tell for certain. I can only tell for, you know, I can tell, like, I'm pretty confident. But I can't tell for sure. Almost at the first target. Don't fade back. Song is mine. This is kind of decision point for this. Come on, keep going, little fella. It's having a little tough time. It's having a tough time.
See what happens.
FP Smith said, you can't seem to make ground on fundeds, but evals are easy to pass. It's either your psychology or you trade them differently. Maybe you trade them differently.
Zooming down the chart on my rocket scooter, baby. Neon candles flickering, looking kind of wavy. Red Sea parting, blood in the streets.
It's possible that you trade them differently. You might be flowing. You might be flowing more freely with your. You might be flowing more freely. With your regular accounts. I mean, with your what do you call it, with the evals? But it did. But it did.
Crying on the timeline, I'm doing donuts in the bear market, feeling so fine. Diamond in the rough, nah, diamond in the crash. Every 90% is a love letter in cash. Haters in the live chat say touch grass.
Let's see.
More like cuddle season. I hug the chart when it's bleeding.
Zoom in a little bit here. Body dip. Considering we just had that little sweep, I might. Should I change this target to just one? Little battleground here. The fact that we got that spike and then that sweep, if it does end up resolving in favor, that little scandalous move there might actually help it. So I reduced the additional target to 1. Zill from Finland in the house. What's up, brother? What's up, brother? Brother from another mother. Body dip. Body dip. Body dip. Uh, 12 minutes to power hour? Power hour?
Open your mind.
Power hour. Power hour.
You've been walking blind. Close your eyes.
FP Smith said, you've been trading for the last 2 years. You've done okay. The last few months could just be the conditions. You not had many consecutive bull days. Hey, brother, here's what I would say. This is what I would say. First thing you should do is sign up for the Rocket Scooter Bootcamp. It's only $20. Don't wait for them to host it live. Don't wait for them to host it live. Watch the whole thing, but fast track. Watch the VIX class first. Watch the VIX class first. That's what I would say. Watch the VIX class first. I think it will be helpful. I took off one. I just trimmed one. Because it's being a little scandalous. Someone said you watched months ago, but maybe you need a refresh. Yeah, just take a look at the VIX class. It might help you. It might help you. We're a little thinner than I would like to. I thought we were going to be thicker up here. I trim one more. I trim one more. We're not as liquid as I want it to be on this move up. Someone said, why the VIX class first? So the reason for the VIX class first is because if you have trouble navigating changing market conditions, then the VIX class will help you identify changes in conditions. It's like, it's almost like, okay, it's almost like this. It's almost like if you came in here and you're like, dude, like, I've been going for walks for the last couple of years, and usually it's fine. But like, I don't know, lately, it's like some days I come back and I got water in my shoes and I got rained on. And some days it's like a beautiful day. So I'm almost like, all right, sign up for the boot camp. And the first class you should take is the class on how to read the weather. That's kind of what I'm saying. Because if you can read the weather a little bit better, then if it looks like it's might be raining out, you know, maybe you stay in, maybe you sit out.
Years of wipeouts,
Liam said analogies for days. I don't know where these analogies come from, honestly. I don't know. They just pop into my head. But they help explain stuff. They help me explain. Ah. Rockets. Damn, one day I'm gonna smash that note. One day I'm gonna just smash that note. You guys are I'm gonna be like, woo! You guys will be like, oh my god, it's Whitney Houston. 7 minutes to power hour. Let's get serious. Let's do a boot camp giveaway. Hey, you know what? Hey, let's do a boot camp giveaway. That way, maybe whoever that was, maybe you'll win another boot camp, and then you could go take the VIX class. Boot camp. Start capturing messages. Start capturing messages. Someone said, how do you use ARB and Rocket Scooter? So ARB is a leading indicator. So it kind of shows the underlying stocks deviation. The underlying stocks overall valuation compared to the futures. There's a class on it in the boot camp. I don't use it day to day, so I wouldn't, you know, I kind of stay in my lane. If it's not something I'm very well versed in, I just, you know, like I know how it works and everything, but I would say take the boot camp class. That would be better to hear the explanation. But ultimately, it is a leading indicator. It tracks the underlying stock's deviation from the futures. So if the underlying stocks are falling and they're leading the futures down, then, you know, ARB will be negative. Seven, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pick a winner. Closing green red. Hey, I think that's an oxymoron. Closing green red. You want a boot camp. Closing green red.
Screens bleed red, Nasdaq's flatlining. Negative gamblers got their algos whining. No biz left, just
Closing green red. Hey, here. Hey, congratulations on your big win.
trapped in the spread, the tension sticking mean. Watching support levels get
You won yourself a boot camp. Very,
sight, no life,
very,
just trap money.
very nicely done.
Find a bottom, when's a bounce? Negative gamblers got us counting down. Trump tweets nonsense, price jumps like a ghost. But it's all phantom games, what we need most is a real damn bounce on solid.
Someone said, can I point out that indicator? ARB, it's not on my chart. I don't use it.
Find a bottom, tell me
But to gain access to it, you just go to indicators in Rocket Scooter
flash, another
up here, and then you just type in ARB, and then there's one for NQ and one for S&P.
up with a crew, hollow tees, then plunges deeper, brings us to our knees. No gamma to catch it, no cushion, no spring, just gravity winning at everything. The machines keep shorting, the pressure won't cease. Praying for gamma, begging for peace. When will she find
Let's you from the bottom, Jose. Projects to free fall again.
nonsense? Price jumps like a ghost, but it's all phantom gains. What we need most is a real damn bounce on solid ground to stand. But this negative gamma's got the whole thing down. When will she find the bottom? Tell me when. Cause
Right now it's just free fall again.
man is bleeding, the charms turn sour. Tick after tick, losing power by the hour. No bid stacking, no calls, getting bought. Just a slow motion crash, the lesson. Hard talk, where's the positive flow? Where's the relief? This negative gamma's amplifying the grief. A bottom
J-Man said, I'm never gonna smash that note. I can't even get the timing right. Hey, there's a timing delay with the stream. There's a timing delay with the stream and the music.
like a ghost, but
I'm trying to get it right.
damn bounce on solid ground to stand. But
The stream has
gamma's got the
the sound is like 1 second off.
bottom. Tell me when. Cause right now it's just free fall.
Free fall again.
She find a bottom. Find a bottom. Find a bottom. Free fall. Free fall. Free fall. Free fall.
Whitney Houston, she remember her notes? Whitney Houston was like the GOAT. Tape run right. Tape run right.
Yeah. Open the terminal, red on my screen. I don't blink twice when the candles lean. Coffee gon'
Tape run right. Tape run right.
spread like a hook on a post. Bid get slapped and not off for runs. I cut that drag when a minute turns. 10 tabs open, one mind locked in. Read that tape like a boy from the pits. Oh. Breathe.
Hey, Lido Bombs? That's a mean thing to say.
Take run red. I buy that fear.
Lido Bombs? Take that back. Hey, Lido Bombs, you gotta write in chat, I take it back. Write in chat that you take it back.
Take run red. Take run red. Take run red. Take run red. I've seen us talk, turn a smoke in a flash. Seen brave men fall when I break out crack. I keep my
You take it back. We appreciate you.
slips too far, then I'm out that quick. News in the feed and the crowd gets loud. I fade that hype when it pulls me out. No lucky
Take one right.
nerve. One clean
Tape run right.
breathe. Then I
Hey, Lido Bombs, we love you too, brother.
hands cold, still moving quick for the winner.
Tape run right.
Take run right. I buy that fear. Then I sell that quiet. Take run right.
The Swamp Demon said aim for male voice. Yeah, I could do that.
Then I sell that quiet.
I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, just like the ones I used to know. There'll be sleigh bells in it, and what? I don't know the words. How about I just stick to things like tape run right, tape run right. Oh, look, this little scoundrel's taking off. There's 35 points. Go on, the little engine that could. Tape run right. Was that just a little power hour spike or what?
Here I am again,
Well,
facing
hit it in the moon.
wondering if I deserve it. After losing it
Turn it on.
look into the mirror, wanting to say goodbye.
Move up through that liquidity, little guy.
Keep pulling back
Move up. Move up. Little scoundrel. It shouldn't have been so much of a fight, though. I didn't like that it was so much of a fight. There's 42 points. I'm going to close it there. I didn't like that it was so much of a fight.
the creeping thoughts. I'll take it
I didn't like that it was so much of a fight. So I'm going to leave it alone.
for the love of the game.
Someone said earplugs. Yeah. Hey, that was nice. That was a nice little trade. Let me update the P&L. Hey, yeah, you know, I don't know. I think one day I'll still hit that note. You know, sometimes your voice just like cracks and all of a sudden you hit a note you didn't know how to. Hey, maybe that will happen. You know, so just be here for it. I might hit that note. You never know what could happen.
Do I drag myself back here?
Where's the little P&L thing? There we go. One day I will hit that note. Or, you know what? I'll die trying.
Who I'm destined to be.
How scandalous was that, buying Upper Varus Band? Am I a psycho? Psycho. 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 Damn, look at that. Up over 3 risk units on that account. That's cool. Almost 4 risk units. Good little thing.
The creeping thoughts are taking over.
Psycho.
God, steal my resolve for the love of the game.
System said static TP stop lot is a mistake sometimes. Yeah, it depends. Honestly, it depends. Honestly, it depends. So, hey, M Systems, System M. Hey, so it's such an interesting thing that you said that, brother. So, hey, check this out. Check this out. So I just looked at. Remember, I ran that. Excuse me. Remember, I ran that experiment in July, August. Remember, I ran that experiment in July. Sorry about that. I ran that experiment in July, and what happened was the P&L curve was nice and smooth. One of the things I did, I checked how many of the trades that I closed a little bit early. Now, because here's the deal. I did a study with rocket scooter pivots, and this is the same for seeds pivots. because the edge is really solid, if you use a 40-point stop and a 40-point target, the edge realizes. If you use a 40-point stop and a 25-point target, the edge realizes. If you use a 35-point stop and a 35 target, the edge realizes. 45 stop, 35 target, it realizes. Because they're robust levels. So if you trim early, you know, you're just going to end up with a little bit smoother equity curve. And some months you'll give up money. Some months you won't give up money because your accuracy will also go up. So I did a study of the executions. Now this will, because I don't always close my entire trade at the same time I trim out. But of my trim outs in the month of July, about 68% of those trim outs went to the initial target. So think about that. 68% of the trim outs actually went to the full target. So did it cost me or did it help me? It cost me a little bit in P&L, but it also reduced the number of red days because it smooths the equity curve. So there's no right answer, right? There's no right answer, but System M, really interesting you said that, because I literally just analyzed the executions over the weekend, and that was the result. So it smoothed out the equity curve. It reduced the red days by, I think, 1 or 2. I think I had 2 red days on that account, test account that I did the experiment on. I think there was 2 red days in the month, and had I not scaled out, I would have had 3 or 4 red days, right? So it kind of, everything's a balance. There's no exact right answer. There's no exact right answer, but it was just so interesting that you mentioned that because I literally just did a study on it yesterday. Geo Capital said, so when you scale out, trim out, how do you protect against the losing days? Because you'll lose more than that you will over time. Hey, Geo Capital. So that's why I was saying about the edge at the levels being robust. The levels are not super sensitive to a drift in the target and a drift in the stop distance. They're actually more sensitive to a drift in the stop distance than they are in the target. So what that means, Geo Capital, because that's a really good question, brother, is the accuracy increase that you get from trimming early makes up for it. Not every month will be slightly different. Some months exiting early will cost you some P&L. Some months exiting early will gain you some P&L. But over the course of a long period of time, because these levels are robust, it will end up being somewhat neutral. It'll be end up something neutral. Hitch just said, did I test this a big stop, a big target? Yeah, I tested that as well. Accuracy goes down. The edge still realizes, but accuracy goes way down and tail risk goes way up. And I'm always trying to reduce tail risk because that allows me to trade with nice size without having huge drawdowns. You know, because one of the reasons, there's 2 reasons I trade with 1-to-1 or slightly less than 1-to-1. Number 1 is because I like to have a smooth equity curve. And number 2, which is a direct deviation of that, is that smooth equity curves gives me less tail risk. Because having big drawdowns, it's difficult for the psychology, and it's also difficult for the math of trading with, you know, you're gonna have bigger dollar drawdowns, and to me, unnecessary. Because it's not like there's crazy more edge with bigger targets. It's just not the case. For some strategies, there will be. For my strategy, there isn't. I could take all these same trades, use a 40-point stop and a 65-point target, and my equity curve would be more jagged, but the edge over the course of the next 1,000 trades, it would be about the same. it will be about the same. You know, like things when you first start trading a strategy, some of what you do is random because you're trying to gather data. But when you've been trading the same way for 10 years, you know, like I'm not randomly pressing buttons. I'm gathering data every month, every year. In my quest to constantly increase the smoothness of my equity curve and my raw accuracy, my raw level accuracy. Or at least maintain, you know, at least maintain. Bob said, can I please define, quantify, explain a risk unit? Hey, Bob, great question, brother. Yes, a risk unit is the amount risked on one trade. A risk unit is the amount risked on one trade, and then a daily risk unit is the amount risked on one on one session. So there's two metrics. There's two metrics I like to keep track of. One is what's my P&L as a percentage or a multiple of my daily loss that I'm willing to take. And the other is what's my P&L as a ratio or percentage of the amount that I'm risking per trade. Right? So for instance, 825, the risk unit size today on that account was 240. So I had a really good day. You know? I had a really good day. Because 825 divided by 240, it's 3.4 risk units. Like I'd be happy, like 3.4 risk units, that's a week's worth of work. Sometimes, you know, it depends on the week, but you know, some weeks you end the week, you'll be up three risk units. And Bob, the reason that I think in terms of risk units and not dollars is because dollars are not risk adjusted, right? Because, you know, trader A might make $10,000 today and trader B might make $500 today. Trader B who made 500 might have had a much better day than the trader who made 10,000. Because maybe trader B is risking $100 per trade. They made 5 times their per trade risk. Trader A, who made 10,000, they might be risking 50,000 per trade, so they're basically break even. So I always think as risk unit, and that also allows me to trade the props more like, because like if I only focus on the dollars with the props, I would never stop out. You know, because you're never down that much. Like even if you have a buffer in the account and you take a big trade, you know, what are you going to be down? $1,000, $2,000. But if you think in risk units, you're like, oh, I'm down a risk unit, stop out. You know what I mean? Or like what happens when I'm at the start of a new account and I'm like risking $80 or $160 on a trade. If I was just looking at the P&L, I'm like, dude, I'm down $160. Like if I'm only anchored, if I am trained to think about dollars, I'd be like, what do you mean? Like the trade, it's at break even. But no, it might be down a whole risk unit if it's down $80 or $160, whatever. So I don't think about dollars. Dollars are extremely confusing, especially if you trade multiple accounts. Bob to Neon said, thank you for the example. How did I derive the 240 risk unit for the Blue Sky account? Because this morning, I said, you know what? As the session kind of started to get started, I said, liquidity seems fine. I'll probably get a big trade today with a 40-point stop. And I'm like, okay. You know, I'll trade with 3 micros on these props. So that's $240 for a stop out. Jim R said, why not use percentage of account? It is. It's derived from percentage of account in some sense, but some sessions or some weeks, you know, I'll scale up risk, I'll scale down risk. You know, so I kind of, you know, I don't like to. This is just the way I've always done it. This is the way I've always done it. So, like, I'll decide at the beginning of the session where I want my max realized drawdown to cut off, and I base my risk units off of that. Someone said, which blue sky? 1 launch and 2 propels. 1 launch, 2 propels, and 1 brand new launch. One brand new launch eval. The chart don't give a damn. The chart don't give a damn. The chart don't give a damn about you. Or three propels, 2 launch. 3 propels, 2 launch. But you can only have 3 fundeds. So you could stage the evals once you pass them, but only for a couple weeks. But as I'm building the buffer, I'm like, you know, let me do some evals as well. Someone said if the unit gets too risky, it might fall off. I didn't get what that meant. Oh, Jim R said, you think you got it now? The risk unit value changes based on the amount of risk, correct? Hey, Jim, yeah, it does. So basically, like, I'm trying not to flip-flop it daily, but basically, okay, think about it like this way. Like, I like to structure my session so that, you know, if I'm wrong on 2 or 3 trade ideas, I'm probably not feeling it, right? So let's say I'm willing to lose. You can use any number. Use multiples of 100. $100, $1,000, $10,000, $100,000. Whatever your number is, whatever you say, okay, based on my account size, this is a reasonable amount that I could lose in one day. Then I would typically take that and I would divide it by 2 or 3, usually 3. And that's going to be my risk unit size. So that's going to be about the maximum I want to risk on any one particular trade. And then based on the volatility and what an appropriate stop distance would be for that session or that trade, I'll size the trade so that if I'm wrong, if I'm completely wrong, you know, I'll lose about a risk unit. So then I can gauge how I did for the session. So like, I know this morning going into this week, you know, I know the maximum amount on these props, because I have a dash, like I have a little add-on, and I'm still refining it, but like I have my add-on, right? So for instance, my max realized DLL, meaning if my realized PNL went below minus 450 for any of these accounts, I would have stopped trading that account. So I have my PNL listed as a percentage of the DLL. So for instance, my account that's listed at 162 bucks, for me, it says 36%. It doesn't say $162. I'm not looking at the 162. I'm looking at the 36%. So I made 36% of the DLL. the account that's down 95, I'm not looking at minus 95. I'm looking at minus 21%. That account is down 21% of its max realized DLL. You know, because that way, when I look at my regular account, I can look at the percentage. And I don't, because if I look at the dollars don't match up to the props. But if I look at the percentages and the risk units, they match up the same way. So it's a psychology thing and a risk planning thing. It allows me to trade the same way regardless of the dollar risk that I have. It disconnects me from the dollars. I don't want to be connected to the dollars. That's not good. Your brain works differently when you're thinking about dollars. You know, if you're thinking, oh no, like I lost $5,000, your brain is going to think different than, oh no, I lost $80 in a 1 micro prop account. Your brain, you know, so you want the brain to think the same way, regardless, you know. If you're 20 years into career, you know, you're risking 100, 150, $200,000 on a trade. It'd be nice, you know, you think the same way as when you're risking $1,000 on a trade. It's mental conditioning. You know, risk units, tokens, call it whatever you want. We're playing a game, so why not talk about it in terms of game units? Luca Rugg said, what accounts do I have with Blue Sky? Their launch and propels. Launch and propels. Is this one true? Is this one true? Let's do another giveaway. One true. Is this one true? Is this one true? MFF Rapid new user. Let's see. Reset tool. MFFU new user. Type in MFFU new user. These two accounts are new users only. MFFU new users only. Swamp Demon said these new user accounts giveaways suck. I mean, we have a blend of stuff. We have a blend of stuff. But, I mean, you know, we have regular accounts as well. We have regular accounts too. On Friday, I gave away 3 My Funded Futures 25K Rapids that weren't new users only. So we do a mix. Yeah, cool you. Boosted Dime said, why discriminate against old users? I know Boosted is trolling. Don't do that. It's joking, broken. Someone said, if you win, can you run your own giveaway and re-gift it away? No. FOMO said, how do we know who's a new user? When you go to register the account, if you already are a user, they would know. Tick by tick. Here we go. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. EA Sports. It's in the game. Well done. Pick a winner. Oh, look, cool name. Flow State Trader. Flow State Trader. Mike said 7 out of 7. Nice. Shakester said 9.6. Nice. Flow State Trader. Type something in chat. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Congratulations on your big win. Hey, Flow State Trader, are you a My Fund of Futures new user? You're a new user? Congratulations on your big win. Very nicely done. Oh, wait. Your name didn't pop up. There we go. Cool stuff.
Stop gets hit, now revenge creeps in. You deserve it back, whispers within. Size it up just a little.
Hey, I didn't get the interstate batteries reference. Yeah, I didn't get the interstate batteries reference. What's the interstate batteries reference? Can you guys help me out? I saw 2 people typed it. Mark and Boosted. What's that? Is it from NASCAR or something? Hey, Victor, did you get a new screen name? Now it says Tower Man. Victor, did you change your screen name? What? WTH? What the heck? Yes, you changed. Why did you change? How come you changed it? It was EB before. You changed it A back. Oh, doxed your real name too much? Oh, that's cool. Sanibel said change is okay, it's part of life. Yeah, you're right. Anthony said tell the waist scale story again. Oh, about when my mom got a regular, got a digital scale. Oh, the waist scale story. Well, it's basically just that, when I was a child, I was obese. And it wasn't that I didn't want to lose weight. It was just that, like, I didn't really understand. Because, like, if I would eat healthy for a couple weeks, and I couldn't really tell if the scale changed and by how much. Because it was an analog scale. And, like, you know, analog scales, especially old ones, you know, you step on them and then, you know, you step off and it's kind of like the number. It was at 0. Now it's at, like, you know, whatever. It wasn't a great analog scale. So I would like work out for a week or two, and I was like, I can't tell if it's changed. So I would just give up. And then one day she just got a digital scale, and I was just in the bathroom. I was like, what's this? And I stepped on it, and it said a number. It was digital. And then, you know, I exercised and ate less for a couple weeks, and then I stepped on it again. I was like, oh, that number's definitely lower. There's no questioning if that number's higher or lower than it was 2 weeks ago. And then I just did that for a year, and I lost 100 pounds. And then I was normal weight. So, yeah. So now I'm starting a little pamphlet. It's called How to Lose Weight If You're Autistic. Get a digital scale, and then just step on it. And then the rest should pretty much take care of itself. But that's literally this whole story. Sometimes people are like, my friends, you know, people in my life were like, dude, how did you, you know, like, okay, if for anyone out there who's ever, did my mom do it intentionally for that reason? No, they didn't know. They didn't know. So, it was just a happy accident. So when, what was I going to say? Oh, so for anyone out there who's ever lost any weight, even if you only lost like 20 pounds, any weight that like you could see visually on your face, you know, like a weight that people could tell that you lost weight, something that's like a common theme, people always go, wow, like you look great. How did you do it? So like people were, wow, oh my God, how did you do it? And like, it was just so weird. I would literally, cause I'm a very literal person. So when people would ask me, I would literally be like, I just ate less. And people were like, what? People would literally be like, whoa, oh my God, how did you do it? I'd be like, oh, I just ate less. And like, I wasn't like trying to troll people. I was like, yeah, no, I ate less. And that number on the scale, it went down every week. I stepped on it, and then I ate less, and then I stepped on it again, and it had gone down. That was my whole story. That was literally the whole story. You know? I just ate less. It's unstoppable! MLO said, am I veggie? No, I eat everything. I'll eat whatever. Bob said, does being autistic give an advantage with pattern recognition? Probably. But there's disadvantages to it too. Like you hyper-focus on things, you know, routine, all that stuff. It's a double-edged sword. But I wouldn't swap out my brain for another one. I'm pretty happy with it. I'm used to it now. Swamp Demon said you did keto and you lost 110 pounds. Hey, keto's cool. Keto, you have those strips, and you like pee on it, and it like turns a certain color, and it says whether you're in ketosis or not. My sister did keto. My sister did that. But the only thing about keto is that I don't know, like, there's something about having glycogen in your muscles. You know, you have that strength. But you got to understand glycogen for sure. It helps to understand glycogen so that you know how to kind of manage your carbohydrate intake. I have this thing called a lumen. You blow into it, and it says whether your body's consuming carbs or I forget. Whether your body's consuming carbs or fat. Yeah. I haven't used it in a few years, but I got it. It's like you blow into it. It's like a breathalyzer sort of thing. I was an early adopter. Now they only sell it with subscription. but I was an early adopter. Carbs are risk units. Every single time, every single time. Hey, guess what? My girl's out of town again. She just left this morning. So it's another party. It's another party at the house. I'll be having another big Caesar salad. And I'm pretty much at the end of Entourage, so I don't know what I'm going to watch next. Okay, hey, Giamara has a great question. Oh, hey, real quick before I answer Geometra's question, hey, Bob to Neon said, how was Friday night date night? Oh my God. Guys, Friday night date night was so good. She was like so happy. She was so excited. I was like, hey babe, I'm taking you on a date tonight. She was all excited. We went to this, she got all dressed up. She looked beautiful. We went to this tapas restaurant. It was great. It was really nice. We had a nice night. And even then on like Saturday, she's like, babe, like our date was so fun. She had a great time. And I had a great time. It was nice. Anyways, going back to this question, Giamora said, on days like these that you just go in one direction, they're the worst for you. Did I struggle with these days early on too? Hey, actually, Giamara, I did. Do you want to know why I struggled with days like this early on? Because days like this, basically what happens, I'll tell you what happens. Here's what happens, okay? On days like this, the pullbacks tend to get shallower the higher you go. So what happens on days like this a lot of times, and like, it might be happening here. Now, I already got out of that trade. Like, it was a winning trade. But on days like this, sometimes what happens, and it happened to me a lot back in the day, it doesn't really happen much anymore because I more trust my edge and I don't care about getting stopped out now, you know, because I'm just like, well, you know, that's just the numbers. So, but like, okay, on days like this, back in the day, what would happen a lot of times is like, see this move and like, maybe I'm not trusting things yet. And then what might happen on days like this sometimes is, this was before I was good at reading liquidity, is I don't know the difference between a liquid and a not liquid rally like this. So then what would happen is I might buy a pullback. Like I might be patient. I'm like, oh, I'm being good. I'm not buying highs. I'm waiting for a pullback. And I might wait for the pullback, but it's really illiquid. And I actually end up getting smoked. Because there's a lot of days that look like this that aren't liquid that roll over. So yes, these days can be difficult for newer traders, or it could be difficult for any traders, but especially traders who don't know how to read the difference in this section of the chart and don't know how to understand whether it's liquid or illiquid, you know? Like me thinking about buying upper Varus up here, like that's a little bit delusional if you don't understand whether there's liquidity up here or not. Do you know what I mean? So looking at the candles is not enough without understanding the underlying mechanics. So yes, definitely struggled with that. And to be honest with you, you know, because sometimes you'll misread sometimes you will misread the action and you'll get smoked. That will always happen. Like that never goes away. I wish it went away. That never goes away. You kidding me? You still get absolutely smoked, smacked around. That never goes away. You just know how to manage risk, and it only happens about a third of the time. Mike N said, do I only trade in the morning? I'm most active in the morning. I do trade in the afternoon. I just traded about It was like an hour ago. I don't know how long ago it was. About an hour ago. There was a trade at Upper Varus. Shim said, I don't know how to say that. Shiv said, how do you read if the market's liquid or illiquid? Velocity meters, VIX, Rocket Scooter monthly maps. Those are the three. And that's my priority order. Velocity meters number 1, VIX number 2, monthly maps number 3. But they're all valuable and helpful. Someone said, where do you get the velocity meters? They're in free beta right now. If you want to try them, it's velocity.neoncucumber.com. You go there, you download it, and then you request the access code. EL Trade says, "Would I stockbroker before moving?" No, I wasn't a broker. I just have a lot of accumulated thoughts and knowledge on liquidity and market making just from my own research over the last 15 or so years. 14 years. More than 14, less than 15. It'll actually be 15 in December. Andre said, excuse me, sorry. Andrew said, I know you don't use ARB, use me. But aren't velocity meters kind of the same principle? No, they're absolutely completely different things. They're totally different things. So, but it's a good question. So I'll explain how they're basically like, they're not even in the realm of the same thing. So what volume velocity does is it measures the speed of volume going through the market. What price velocity does is it measures the speed of price covering distance. So that's a mechanical, those are just market mechanics. What arbitrage does, it's a totally separate thing. What arbitrage does is, because arbitrage is directional. These are environmental meters. Arbitrage is a directional meter. It's a leading directional indicator. So what arbitrage does is, let's say it takes all of the stocks in the index, and on a market cap weighted basis, it calculates what the value of the futures should be. Because based on the value of the underlying stocks, market cap weighted, you can calculate where the futures should be trading if they're at the spot price of the underlying ETF. If the futures are different and not at that price, arbitrage will show you the difference. That's why it's called the ARB indicator, because it's for arbitrage. If futures are lagging the ETF and the stocks, well, no, not the ETF. If futures are lagging the group of stocks that make up the index, market cap weighted basis, where the futures should be based on the current price of the underlying stocks, then there's an arbitrage. There's a difference between where the futures are and where they theoretically should be. So it's really different. And both have their own uses. I really like the concept of ARB. The only reason I don't use it is because it doesn't quite speak to me. I'm not sure if it's because the smallest time increment is maybe 1 minute, and like I have difficulty reading it because I don't know why, it just didn't speak to me. But I know a lot of people really love that indicator. So I'm not opposed to integrating it into my game. I just don't, I don't know. I'm always worried about destabilizing things. But at the same time, I'm always looking for a little bit more accuracy, so. I kind of wish they had it on like a 5-second increment or something, I think maybe it would speak to me. Tired Coffee said, how long did it take me to become profitable? It took me about 3 years. However, my profitability greatly increased from year 3 to about year 10, maybe year 9. Because when I first became profitable, my accuracy was mid to high 50s. So when your accuracy is mid to high 50s, it's a lot harder. Like, your equity curve is not smooth. Like, it goes up over time, but it's not smooth sailing. There's a big difference in your equity curve. If you trade with 1-to-1 or slightly less than 1-to-1, if you have a 55-60% accuracy versus a 65-68% accuracy, your equity curve is so different. It's so different. Your weekly flow, your monthly flow, like how many red days you have a week, how many red days you have a month, it's really different. Like when your accuracy is lower, the drawdowns, they're not, you know, it's a little bit more, your equity curve is a lot more unpredictable. Mike H said you hit 8 straight months of positive. Nice. Dude, that's good, bro. That's good. Once you hit, hey brother, once you hit like 8 straight months, it's like, you know, you probably, you know, you could probably just keep doing that for consistently. With this style of trading, it'll get to the point once your stats are really good, it'll be like you won't really have red months. You'll only have red weeks. Hey, Mike H said you were ready to tell your boss to kick rocks. Oh man, I don't know. I would wait a couple of years. But either way, brother, that's awesome. Brian Tagg said, what do I think about Mock? Any scoundrel moves coming? Hey, so here's the situation about Mock. Here's the deal about Mock. Let me zoom out. Here's the situation about Mock. So, just like I'm wondering if there's a hollow spot overhead and then we're going to come back into liquidity or not. Like, sometimes the market will go on a discovery mission. So we know from today's session, like it's been very obvious, that this whole area has been liquid. And we also know that from a couple weeks ago. We also know that from every signal the market's given has been that it's liquid. However, the most liquid area, the most liquid, in my opinion, has really been, oops, hold on, yeah, here. So, like, to me, I think it's going to stay anywhere in here, but I do think that there's a chance for a discovery mission at Mock. There's a chance for a discovery mission at Mock, but the problem is we're too far away from it. Like, because I'm really curious if it thins out up here or if it's still liquid up here. So sometimes you'll get a crazy little discovery mission during Mock. Because, like, again, market maker mindset. Like, you know, we haven't been up here in a couple weeks. So you want to know how market participants are going to act up there. So sometimes, like market on close, it's almost like volatility events are like a chance for the elevator to get unlocked temporarily. So the market can do a quick discovery mission. So maybe there'll be a discovery mission. It would be cool if there's a discovery mission so I can read the liquidity. It'll help for tomorrow's session. But, you know, we've got this huge liquid area. So we could just stay in here, but it'll be nice if we get a discovery mission up here. Unlikely, but one can only hope. Scott said you made something like ARB that updates every 10 seconds. Yeah, like the math of arbitrage, it's not, like, you know. You could create it. But the one in Rocket Scooter, it's already there. It's ready to go. Brian Tag said, yeah, the top of that seed zone. I mentioned possible high earlier. Yeah, but it's so far now. But I'd love to see us do a little discovery mission. But I doubt it. But one can only hope. We're so close to the close. It's very rare that you close outside these Varus bands. So, although I think more rare you close below the lower. I don't know. I should actually test that. I should back test that. All right, let's do some giveaways. My Funded Futures 50K Rapid. Let's do another one here. MFFU new user only. MFFU new MFFU new user. Type it in chat. We got 3 giveaways left. Let's do it. I wonder, should I have sushi tonight? Maybe I'll do some deadlifts and then have some sushi. Or should I just stick with the salad? I need something new to watch on TV too. I'm just gonna like lay down, get under a blanket, watch a new show. I'm kind of feeling like that today. It's not raining, but I feel it could be raining. I'm in that kind of mood. Have I watched Dark? No, I didn't watch Dark. Should I watch that? Oh, Dexter Resurrection. I still haven't finished that. I gotta finish that. Here we go. Make sure your stream is up to date. Okay? 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's time to pick a winner. Pick a winner. Factors for you. Factors for you. Factors for you. Factors for you. Hey, factors for you. Hey, hey, brother, are you a new My Funded Futures user? I know it's the code word, but sometimes people do crazy things. So I just want to make sure. Are you a new user? Factors for you. Are you a new My Funded Futures user? Factors for you. Hello? Are you a new user? Factors for you. Are you a new user? You haven't purchased anything from them? Hey, brother, sister, other, congrats on your big win. Very nicely done. Hey, guys, don't forget, Blue Sky, score 200, gets you 60% off the launch 200K static accounts. The deadline for that deal is end of day. EOD. EOD. Okay? End of day. Okay, here we go. Let's get some suggestions for the code word. What do we got? Reset tool. Anyone out there short in the upper band for the close? Anyone? Sushi. Sushi's the code word. Guys, full disclosure, I might not get sushi because I don't know. So I just wanna put that out there. Da 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 da. Wow, liquidity. It's still really liquid. I don't know. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Green means everything's okay. Alright, this is a Blue Sky 50k launch, and then we're gonna wrap up with a Lucid Trading 50k eval. I'm parched. I'm parched. Da 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 da. And dopamine. What a great start to the week. I'm really happy with today's session. A really nice start. A really nice start to the week. Hitch just said you're out of your short. Hey, brother, congratulations. Nice short off the upper Varus band there. All right, here we go. 7, 6, 5. It's too liquid for me to short. It wasn't comfortable. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pick a winner. I preferred that long. The one that I took. To me, that just felt safer. EL1 trades. EL1 trades. That's a Blue Sky 50k launch account. EL1 trades. Type something in chat, brother. 10, 9, 8. EL1 trades. Congrats on your big win. Blue Sky 50k launch account. Nice. Oh, you know what? Shoot. I'm the kind of parched where I hope I'm not getting sick. You know when you kind of have like a scratchy throat and then you're like, well, wait, I just drank a drink and I'm still parched. And you're like, uh-oh, no, it's not parched. It's a sore throat. Hope it's not a sore throat. Okay, here we go. Lucid Pro 50k account. Let's get some suggestions for the code word. Code word sushi is dead. Zinc ASAP. Hey, I appreciate that. I'll take some zinc. 100k. Code word is zinc ASAP. I'm gonna make that the code word as well. I'm not a hypochondriac. I'm not. I'm just like you know, like if I'm sick, I just wanna. Like I'm not really. I'm not a hypochondriac. Zinc, because that's someone who's like worried about getting sick all the time. That's not me. It's 2 minutes till the close. You know what that means? Don't forget, we have our new closing song. Where's our closing song? Hold on, where is it? Damn, where's our closing song? Where's our closing song? Here it is.
Damn, it feels good to be a trader.
This is the new song that we close out streams with.
Damn, it feels good to be a trader. A real trader ass ninja plays his trades right. A real trader ass ninja never chases the hype. A real trader ass ninja keeps us.
Yeah, baby.
Ninjas don't get stopped out.
It's a new end of stream tradition, I think. I played this song for my girl. I was like, look at this song. This song's such a banger.
Matt on the mic telling me what to do. Neon calling entries like a sniper in the zone. So Darb dropping.
She's never watched the show, you know. So I was trying to explain to her like what goes on. I asked her not to watch it. So there's only one person who's ever watched the show that I know. Well, there's only 2 people in my entire life. Actually, my girlfriend's parents know now because they visited and I told them. So there's only 4 people who know. My girl, my friend, and my girl's parents. And resistance.
Now somebody scream if you understand. A real trader ass ninja keeps a journal log. A real trader ass ninja.
Loving music said, and you? Obviously the family knows. Obviously the stream fam knows. Of course you guys know. I mean, like, people I've met. Like, people, you know, like, people who would ask me, like, hey, like, what'd you do yesterday? What'd you do this afternoon? Bob said my sister, nieces, nephews, none of them know? Nah, no one knows. Toasty said, wait, I didn't know you streamed. Homeboats Taurus said, are all my trades looking for around 30 points? I look for anywhere, but no, it could, sometimes it's 27 points, sometimes it's 60 points, sometimes it's 200 points. I would say my average is probably like 28 points. But like, you know, like on that trade, I think I took some off at 22, some off at 27, some off at 42, you know? Hey, Homeboats Travel by Joe Torres. Just so you know, the reason that, like, the farther your target, the lower the accuracy. The closer your target, the higher the accuracy. So I kind of blend it a lot of times. So that just gives me a nice smooth equity curve. That's just a tail risk. That's just a way of managing tail risk. All right, here we go. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's time to pick a winner. Pick a winner. Damn, it feels good to be a trader. Danny Dots? Hey, that's a cool name. That's a cool picture.
And remember, we don't trade to be right. We trade to get paid.
Danny Dots?
Rocket scooter. Mount up!
Danny Dots, type something in chat, brother. You just won yourself a Lucid Pro 50K account. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. Danny Dots, what's good, my dog? What's good in the hood, brother? Congrats on your big win. Guys, that's a wrap. What a beautiful day. What a beautiful session. Do I wish I bought that dip to the seed zone at 11:30 a.m.? Yeah. Am I happy with the afternoon trade? Yeah. I know it was a little scandalous to buy Upper Barris, but you know, it was a nice little scalp there. Nice liquidity up here. It's going to be very, 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 very interesting to see where we go from here. What I would like to see, here's what I would like to see. Hey, B-Dog, take it easy, brother. What I would like, click the link in the description for the Discord. Go to the Claim Your Win channel in that Discord, Prop Score Discord, and the mods will hook you up. That's how you claim your prize. What I would like to see is tonight, I would prefer to see a move up. Like, I would rather open up tomorrow and be able to see if it's liquid or not up there. What I don't want is to open in the middle of today's range. Well, no, you know what? If we open in the middle of today's range tomorrow, that'll be fine. Because long should hold until we get to the bottom of that range. But, you know, we'll see. Maybe we sweep some of these longs and then we gap up and we have kind of a dip and rip overnight. We're just in a big blob of liquidity, but we are at the top of the known liquidity spot based on my observation. So I'll definitely be watching the chart. If MHP is somewhere in the middle of this range here, that's gonna be really tempting to hit. Oh, overnight MHP. If it's somewhere in this range, it's gonna be really tempting to smash that. It's gonna be pretty tempting to smash that because I think we got to get up here. But does it happen intra-session tomorrow? Do we get jerked around this area of the chart for a couple more days? I don't know. We're right on the edge. Anyways, those are my thoughts. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for having me. Bunch of giveaways. Nice session. Make sure you tune into Darb stream tonight. Sir Darb, he goes live a little bit before the 6 p.m. open. Until tomorrow, I'm out. Peace.